Chapter 301, Divine Fury. Echidna was stunned beyond measure. No, even the word stunned didn't do justice to what she was feeling at that moment. She was horrified. She looked at the man in front of her, this man impossibly beautiful, with silver hair flowing down his shoulders like a tapestry of moonlit river. His eyes were impossible. Echidna couldn't help but unconsciously shudder as she looked into those white, thread-woven, runic eyes that seemed to hold all the mysteries in the universe, eyes that looked directly into her fate and her destiny. She stood there, unmoving, not even trying to utter anything, because right now, she was still trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Because if she was right, then the man in front of her was Noah Weaverheart. Echidna said, her voice trembling as she stuttered out Noah's name. If she were anything but black, you would have seen a shade of pink burning across her stunning face. Noah smiled at the name. It had been such a long time since someone called him that. For a moment, he almost missed it. How could he not? That was the name of his dear, loving mother. Her legacy. But more than that, that was the name he was reborn with, the name that gave him a second chance. By all accounts, that name was dear to him, but that's how life goes. Sometimes you have to let go of something to obtain something greater. Yes. If you want to become who you must become, then you certainly have to destroy who you are, and by doing so, Noah was no longer a Weaverheart. Right now, I am indeed Noah. But I am Noah Weaverheart. He smiled faintly, his body lounging with even more impossible grace in his threaded chair. For a moment, it didn't look like he was sitting on a chair, it looked like he was sitting on a throne that encompassed everything between heaven and earth. He spoke again. It's been a long time, Echidna. How long again? I don't know how time flows for you, down there. His voice was calm and smooth, and it made Echidna begin to relax around him. She stayed silent for a while, not knowing what to say, but eventually, how did you become like this? How come I feel like you've reached world dominator rank? What's with the change of name? And why do you not even feel human anymore? What happened? Echidna was freaking out. Noah was just too different from the last time they met. Back then, he was just a pitiful human at B or a rank. He was special, yes, but there were many special beings in the universe, so nothing truly out of line. Yes, he had become an abomination during their meeting, proving how unfathomable his potential truly was. Yes, potential. But what stood in front of her wasn't just potential, it was deep, terrifying power that made her heart race and her spine shiver in dread. For a moment, Echidna was even tempted to bow before him. That was how his aura felt, and that was not surprising. After all, Echidna was just a mythic rank being, just like Justitia. She had no worlds under her, nothing close to dominion, and that made her even more fearful now that she realized what Noah had become, a world dominator, a being, under 100 years old, that was no longer the level of an abomination. What is he? The Echidna was losing her mind. But more importantly, she was losing her self-esteem. The first time they met, she had the upper hand. And even then, by the end, they were nearly equal. But now there was no equality. Having realized that, Echidna suddenly seemed to lose some of her aura. She looked like any other powerful being in the crowd. Ordinary. Shaken, Noah couldn't help but shake his head as he saw her breaking down. He didn't even say anything, and she was already accepting defeat. He shook his head again, this time not out of pity, but out of disappointment. I see now why you are still in the lower levels of hell. Why you haven't progressed all these years. Noah's voice was sharp. Echidna snapped her head toward him, her face twisted with confusion. What did you just say? She asked. Noah answered coldly. I said, I understand now why you're still just a simple demoness in the lower levels of hell. After all, just seeing the level of power I have reached is already enough to make you give up. I wonder, how do you act in front of the rulers of hell? They're as powerful or more than me. Tell me, my dear Echidna, he smiled mockingly. Do you cower in front of them too? His words were made to wound, and they did. Echidna's aura suddenly flared. Her eyes burned with black flame as she glared at Noah with divine fury. Space and time around them began to burn, twisted and devoured by black fire. Behind Echidna, the manifestation of a phoenix dragon fusion appeared, its slitted golden black eyes locking on Noah like a predator wanting to devour him alive. How dare you? Her voice cracked the sky open, flames rained down like judgment from above. How dare you utter such words? Do you know my situation? Do you know how hell works? Each word came with a force that shook the world. A middle-grade world, could barely hold under her rage. Only the Veilgrims could surpass beyond the SSS rank limit here. So when a divine being like Echidna unleashed her anger, it tore the land apart. But Echidna wasn't done yet. She approached Noah, stopping just an inch from him, so close that the ground beneath vanished. The entire hilltop swallowed into void, and yet, Noah didn't move. Hell, he didn't blink, his chair remained anchored in space. Untouchable. His hand gently caressing Lucy, who watched the scene with detached calm. Echidna leaned closer. Her voice was furious, but also filled with something raw, something bleeding beneath the rage. Do you think all of us have the gate to become an abomination? To be favored by the records and cared for like a beloved child? Her voice grew louder. Tell me, Noah, tell me. But Space behind Noah shattered completely by the echo of her voice. At the end only the void remained. Noah smiled faintly at her outburst. It looked he had struck something deep and that he was the last straw. But he didn't care. What he cared about instead, Echidna, it's basic courtesy to show respect when you enter the home of another being. His voice was soft. So, first of all, you'd better sit down and lower your voice when you talk to me. Immediately, as if the very heavens were pressing down on her spine, Echidna knelt, the space beneath her cracked. And second of all, Noah's smile widened. But this time, it was murderous. It's the last time I'll tell you to stop burning and hurting my little sister. The world froze for a moment alongside with time. Then, it began to rewind, making all destruction undone, and everything returned to the moment before Echidna exploded. And as she watched it all rewind, all she could think was, she was fucked. Chapter 302, Truth. Echidna was kneeling on the very fabric of space. Her head lowered, she didn't know how to react to just what happened. She was here, shouting and destroying the world with her fury, but with the same simple voice of Noah. It looked like the very heavens were against her as she kneeled on the ground. She should have expected this. After all, she was a simple mythic ranked being in Noah, a world dominator. The difference between the two was not a small one, it was a huge one, but she acted this way because not only was she jealous and envious of the stage Noah achieved in this little time, but also, in one corner of her mind, she just couldn't accept that the boy she could crush with only her aura had surpassed her. Yes, it was pride. It was ego, and now she was paying it by kneeling in front of Noah. She clenched her teeth tightly, so tightly it looked like they would soon shatter. The sound echoed through the silent space around them. Noah looked at her, amused. He didn't have anything against Echidna, to be honest. But he didn't like the fact she was such a coward for flinching in front of power. He had a goal. And that goal was to take over the entirety of hell. And for that, he needed a very capable agent inside, someone who could do the little tasks that would make the process easier, just like how Shadiva did with the City of Order. So, he didn't need a coward. He needed a courageous one. A person who wouldn't flinch just because someone was stronger. But one who would try to find a way to take them down. If you're weaker but more intelligent, use your mind and take them down. If they outclass you in every way, then outclass yourself or find a whole new domain where you will dominate. There was no magic potion to this. There was only the unending crave for power and evolution, because being stagnant was not an option in this universe, but clearly, Echidna lacked in that part. She looked like the typical being who was all talk and acted big in front of the weaker, but submissive in front of the stronger. So pitiful. So pathetic, but he couldn't be too hard on her. After all, she didn't tell anyone about his abomination status or anything of the sort. Noah shook his head. He clicked his finger and made time around them infinitely slow. Another chair made of threads appeared beside him. Come and sit. We have many things to talk about, Noah said softly before falling silent. Echidna hesitated a little, not knowing what to do, but eventually she accepted. It didn't look like she had any other choice to begin with, considering what level of power Noah just showed her, so with a resigned face, she stood up slowly and sat on the chair. She glanced in the process at Lucy, who returned the gaze with utter indifference. Echidna smiled softly, not surprised in the least by this. My first question is, what's going on with Lucy? Noah asked directly. Not attempting to ease the atmosphere like he did with his children, he didn't have that much attention and patience span for this matter. Echidna looked at Lucy for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. You must have already guessed it. She started, her voice hiding an undertone of fear and apprehension towards Noah. But she is not human, or anything you might have seen in your life, she added then. At this, Lucy tilted her crow head to the side, finding this earth-shaking news pretty interesting. Noah smiled woefully at the lack of reaction to a news that should have been existential for anyone, but for Lucy, it looked like any other information. Just a bit more interesting. What is she? Noah asked, wanting to know what Lucy truly is. I don't even know myself. All I can tell you is when I found her, she was just a small spherical metallic object. I said metallic, but it was very malleable. She obtained this physical body because I took a random blood of a human I had on my clothes and placed it on it for a test and, she paused for a brief moment. She became the Lucy I know, we all know. She finished her explanation and stayed silent. giving Noah the time to absorb the new information, but Noah had already absorbed and understood. Even before she finished, a metallic object, something malleable, something that probably took the shape of the blood it absorbed. Why does it look like an experiment the beings from Earth would do? The thing about creating artificial life with biotechnology. Noah couldn't help but wonder, is there a world so advanced in this field? Where did you find her? Noah asked again, his voice more sharp and tense, in a shattered ruin. Beside Lucy, the only thing I saw were words inscribed on the ceiling. Weirdly, till now, I didn't forget the words. Echidna paused a little bit, then said what she read. She quoted, "To reach the truth of all objective and imagined realities is to know how to swim upstream of the great river." The words echoed deep inside Noah. For a moment, he closed his eyes and repeated them again and again and again. There was just something compelling about these words, swimming upstream. Noah repeated these particular words, finding some insight inside them. He sighed again and suddenly felt like he was still a newbie in the matter of this universe. And this became even more obvious as time passed. This fact made him hungry for knowledge. I understand now why Aurelia is so obsessed with knowledge. Noah thought with a dry laugh. After all, knowledge truly was power. Shaking his head to focus again on the present moment, Noah slowly lowered his head to look at Lucy before smiling faintly. "What do you think about it?" "Your origin seems pretty interesting, Lucy." "Do you wish to know more about it?" he asked. Lucy nodded, indicating her interest. "Then we will find a way to do so." "I am curious about whoever wrote those profound words," he said to her, and finally concentrated back on Echidna, who was pretty shocked to see such affection from Noah toward Lucy. "It was weird, Echidna. I also have something to ask you." He smiled sharply. "How would I fare if I decide to conquer hell right now?" he asked. But the answer came unbelievably fast as Echidna's voice echoed with certainty beyond measure. "You will die." Chapter 303, The Weight of a Race, You Will Die. Echidna's words were spontaneous. There was no hesitation, not even doubt. Noah was, honestly, a little bit surprised by how unwavering she was in her answer. She had seen how powerful he had become and how fast he could improve, so what made her think he couldn't conquer hell in its entirety? He asked the question. "Why is that?" Echidna looked at him with her eyebrow raised, as if not truly understanding how he dared ask such a question. "First of all, you might be at World Dominator rank, but inside hell there are many more at that same rank and even higher. But that's not the main reason I said you will die." Her voice took on a darker, tenser tone. "How will you fight against a progenitor?" she asked. Noah still didn't say anything. He just listened attentively. "I don't know if you're aware of their existence or not, but if you think that with not even 100 years of existence, and only at World Dominator rank, you can go against a progenitor." At this, Echidna couldn't help but smile at the ridiculousness of Noah's question. "Then you're sincerely mistaken about all this. There's a fundamental difference between a progenitor and one who isn't. And believe me, it's not a small difference." Noah nodded softly. "Then, so only a progenitor can go against one?" he asked. Echidna nodded. "Yes." Noah smiled faintly. "I see. Thanks for these answers then. But I wonder, what makes a progenitor so special? Besides the fact they are the beginning of an entire race, of course." Echidna shrugged tensely, her lips curling into a despicable smile. "Do you expect me to know such knowledge with my current status?" "Ha!" She lightly scoffed at the end, now feeling even disdain for herself. "I don't know what makes them special, but there's at least one thing I know, or rather something everyone with enough power knows. The only way to have a chance to win against a progenitor is to kill all the beings in his race without exception. Only then will you fight him on the same ground. Otherwise, you will feel the weight of an entire race every time he strikes during the battle." She finished, then fell silent as she looked toward the far crimson sky of Anya's domain, her expression dark. The very fact of speaking about such a high level of power made her feel bad, because she realized how small she was. Even after reaching a height many across the entire universe would dream of, but did she really care about that? After all, does it matter if you possess something others would kill to have, if there are still so many things you don't yet? Power, wealth, influence, recognition, talent. She wanted more and more of it every day, and isn't that our life of today? People generally look at what they lack, but not at what they already have. They grow jealous over others who have more than them, just like how Echidna became jealous of Noah without even taking into consideration what they have over others. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, life doesn't work like that. If life gave you something and you looked at it with disdain instead of gratitude, then you won't have anything better than that. That's a fact. The same way a human can come to you with the beauty of his heart and gift you something, but you look at it with disdain and say, I would have preferred. Tell me, do you think that human will come back to gift you something again? If you think yes, then you're a fool. So, the matter is simple at the end of the day, be grateful, only. Those who are will have more, but be grateful and add to that the will to work hard for what you want to achieve, without feeling jealous over the results of others. That's the key. That's a worthy philosophy to follow in this wretched but temporary life where at the end of the day, nothing matters once you're under the hard soil, isn't that right? But again, I'm digressing. We were talking about how Echidna felt about her situation, how she felt small despite everything she had achieved. Noah saw her expression and lightly shook his head. Everything can be obtained in this universe where the records reward the daring. Noah suddenly spoke, especially for you, with your not so ordinary lineage. You can achieve many things, if you just changed how you view reality. He turned his head towards her. You won't progress if you only think about what you lack. Take what you have, study them, be grateful for them, and see a day where you elevate them either by direct upgrade or a complete transformation of it. He said, then fell silent, letting her drown in her own thoughts. He only wanted to help, not only because he couldn't bear seeing such a being act like she had nothing or had achieved nothing just because stronger beings existed, but also because he needed her. And he didn't need someone with a shaky mindset. Echidna was in deep thought after Noah's words. She could sense the meaning behind them, but she still couldn't truly understand. It felt like something was blocking her from that state of understanding, that state of enlightenment. Frustration started to bubble inside her heart, but she did her best to calm down. Finally, she turned her head back toward Noah and smiled awkwardly. I'll keep those words in mind, she said softly before falling silent. Noah nodded slightly and continued to look at the horizon while gently caressing Lucy on his lap. Soon, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the lightning above the crimson sky refused to strike again, afraid of disturbing the absolute's tranquility. This tranquil scene continued for a while, with Echidna squirming in unease on her seat until Noah spoke again. You have potential. Just start looking inward, and stop comparing yourself to others. He turned his head to her and smiled. Comparison is the thief of joy. After all, I'll call you back the next time I decide what to do with hell. In the meantime, evolve. And be better. Not easy to do, I get it. But you have to. Immediately after his words, Noah let go of the control he had over time around them, and instantly, Echidna transformed into a black light and disappeared from Lay. Her time had expired. Noah stayed silent for a moment, remembering all that had just been said, before slowly getting up, a smile tugging at his lips. Lucy, are you interested in seeing how I torture someone who dared to touch one of mine? He said suddenly, making Lucy tilt her head in confusion. But he only smiled. It was time to teach that disgusting rapist a lesson, and ease the mind of his dear and silent mother-in-law. Chapter 304, The Field of Mercy. Noah, with Lucy on his shoulder, appeared back in a very special place. This place was a new one neither his wives nor any of his close ones knew anything about. It was a place he personally constructed for one purpose, to torture Bari, but the place didn't look like a place of torture. It was a middle-sized field with glowing white silver flowers and trees all around, giving it a soft but mystical vibe. The sky was silver, with a pure white orb of sun hung above. The field was filled with silver sheep who were going on with their lives peacefully, eating the grass on the ground without a care. And at the center of the small field, where a small river with pristine white water flowed, Bari was standing there with her real body, without being chained. She had been brought to life by Noah with his soul abilities combined. Then, with his creation affinity, he created her exact body and gave it to her. By all accounts, Bari should have been happy. She revived and got to live in such a beautiful place. Yes, she should be happy. But Bari couldn't stop her body from trembling and her mind from being filled with harrowing fear since the moment she was brought here. The place was beautiful, with even special sheep all around, who every time tried to be close to her as if wanting to speak to her. But she always ignored them, because to her, this place is a hell decorated as paradise. She wanted to get out of it so badly, but she couldn't. Instead, she chose to end her own life because she knew whatever was waiting for her here would be much worse than death. But that too didn't work. Every time she killed herself, she revived. She tried again and again until she couldn't anymore. Now she was standing there, looking at the white river, her thoughts filled with desperation and unfathomable fear. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Bari was repeating this question again and again. She was regretting heavily, touching sorry. Immensely even. If she could rewind time, then surely she would not even get close to her. But right now, hey, how do you find this place? Noah's voice echoed behind her as Bari jerked in fright. She snapped her head around with ridiculous speed and saw a face that haunted her and caused her nightmares to no end. It was an abnormally beautiful face, but to Bari, it was the face of the devil. She started to shiver, the light became darkness in her sight. Noah smiled, seeing this. "Why are you trembling already?" "I didn't even start yet," he said softly. Then the grass on the ground twisted and grew to form two beautiful and detailed chairs made of white flowers. "Come and sit down beside me, will you?" Noah said as he sat on one of them. Bari hesitated for a moment, but seeing the empty smile of Noah was enough to make her run and sit on the chair with a trembling body and soul. She was living a nightmare. Noah then spoke loudly, "All of you, come here." Instantly, all the sheep listened to his orders and appeared before him and Bari. There were dozens or so. "Tell me, Bari, do you recognize them?" Noah asked with a smile, pointing at the sheep. Bari instantly felt something was terribly wrong. A sudden chill cut through her heart as she steeled herself and looked at the sheep, but nothing came to her mind. "Okay, let me help you," Noah said, then clicked his finger. Instantly, all the sheep transformed into different beings. Men, women, old, young, all of them, Baitum, were beings Bari knew. After all, mother, father. Leah. Hound. Bari started to say the names of each of them, her mind going blank the more she realized that all of them were people very dear to her. People whose lives and well-being were more important to her than anything else. Noah clicked his finger again and they were transformed back into sheep. He turned his head toward Bari and saw her looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. Her eyes were literally dilated from fear. Her body was trembling so much the chair she sat on started to creak, her breathing became ragged and tears started to fall from her eyes. She was extremely afraid. No, she was so afraid that Lucy, the emotionless, could almost feel her fear. That was madness. But the worst, or maybe the best, thing was that Noah hadn't even started yet. "I've heard of special cultures where people sacrifice sheep on special occasions." He smiled emptily. "Why don't we try?" "Don't worry, in this place, I am life. I am death. They won't die until I will it. No. No. No, please, mercy, have mercy." Bari started to cry and beg, but Noah didn't even look at her. Instead, he took out a very dull knife and placed it in Bari's trembling hands. "Go. You have the honor to kill them," he said, then sat more comfortably. His legs crossed over each other. Bari's eyes widened. "Me. Kill my own parents. My loved ones." She couldn't do that. No, she couldn't. She started to repeat it again and again. "But, if you kill them in a satisfactory manner, I will release you," he said to Bari. Then he turned towards the sheep. "And you, I will release you and give you back your original bodies if Bari doesn't kill you." Then he turned back to Bari. "And oh, I might add that if you don't kill them and they escape," he smiled, "you will be chained to a tree and I will send a very special bird to come every day to eat your whole intestines and organs and brain over and over again. And I will make sure the pain is doubled each day until eternity and beyond. So choose carefully. What will you do? Will you let your loved ones go and suffer eternal punishment? Or will you choose yourself, escape this place, and let your loved ones be slaughtered here every day?" He smiled innocently. "I am curious. Tell me, you lowly rapist." At his words, Bari's mind was completely overtaken by deep, harrowing, profound, and unmistakable horror. Yes, now she realized who she dared to rape. But unfortunately for her, it was too late for regret. Chapter 305, Nothing. Bari was tetanized. No, that word wasn't nearly enough to describe the horror she was feeling right now. Her mind was working overtime, desperately trying to make sense of what she'd just heard. She either killed her loved ones, by herself, with that dull knife that was created to hurt and nothing else, in order to be freed from this beautiful and deceitful nightmare, or she didn't kill them, and she would be held here, tortured until eternity and beyond. "You have 2 minutes to choose before I decide myself. And I can assure you it won't be in either of your favor," Noah suddenly said, his voice breaking through her spiraling thoughts. His voice was calm and gentle, but Bari couldn't help the way her body quivered under it. Slowly, she raised her head to meet his eyes and, oh, what a beautiful, horrifying sight it was. Noah's eyes were too beautiful to be described by any mundane term anymore. But sometimes, the most beautiful things are the ones people fear the most, because they're too beautiful to be possible. The same way an ordinary man might fear an exceedingly beautiful woman because she's too dazzling, too untouchable, but for Bari, the fear didn't come from that. The fear came from within Noah's eyes, absolute apathy. That's what she saw. It was as if, through Noah's eyes, she wasn't even a shadow. She wasn't a living being. Not a daughter. Not a friend. Not a woman, she was. Nothing. Noah's lips curved into a small, empty smile. You know what? Take your time. I'm quite free. But I can change my mind and end this at any moment, and if I do, I'll increase the punishment by 1,000,000,000. He said it softly. Then he stayed silent. Bari's hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned bone white. Her body was shivering with dread, her mind clouded by countless thoughts, questions, and the overwhelming weight of despair. She didn't know what to do. She was torn. She didn't want to hurt her loved ones, but she didn't want to be tortured for eternity either. The thoughts became so much that she thought her head might explode. She suddenly fell to the ground, her trembling hands holding her head so tightly it looked like she was trying to crush her own skull and be done with it. Then Noah clicked his fingers again. Immediately, voices began to echo around the small paradisiacal field. My daughter. Please don't kill us. Bari, big sister. Please, have mercy, be truthful. We didn't do anything. We are innocent in this matter. Take responsibility. Please. Please. We don't want to be slaughtered here for your own actions. Their voices, those of her loved ones, rang out like a chorus of the damned, crafted only to push Bari further into madness, and it was working. No, no, no. I didn't want this. I didn't want this. I didn't. I swear I didn't. I swear. Bari cried, shouted, banged her head against the beautiful ground littered with white flowers. I am sorry. Bang, I am sorry. Bang, I am sorry. Bang, she continued, until the once pure white flowers were drenched in her thick, black, shadowy blood. But she kept begging, kept seeking forgiveness from the people she loved the most. My child. If you're sorry, then don't kill us, her mother said, her voice filled with unbearable sorrow. Yes, please bear the consequences of your own actions. Please, Bari. Please, for once, stop being selfish. Stop thinking only about yourself. Please, Bari. They continued to plead, continued to beg, but Bari wasn't listening anymore. She was in a trance, repeating her apologies over and over while they watched helplessly. This went on for a while. Until they grew tired of it, their gazes shifted to Noah, and what they saw on his face made their hearts pound even faster. His expression was beginning to look impatient, their fear skyrocketed, and with that fear, their tone changed. Bear the consequences of your own actions, you unlawful child. It's your fault. It's your damn fault. We told you to control your fucking urges. We told you. We fucking told you, Bari. They started to scream, their voices desperate, angry. They ran toward the kneeling Bari and began to kick her with their sheep heads and hooves with merciless precision. They were done, it was her fault. And now she refused to take responsibility? They didn't ask her to do it. They didn't guide her hand. They weren't even aware of the incident, so how come they had to go through this pain? How come they had to be transformed into lowly sheep, ready to be slaughtered for eternity? What had they done to deserve this? Because they were loved by Bari. But who the hell wants this kind of love? No one, and no one wants your filthy love. Her father roared as he delivered a resounding kick to her cheek, sending Bari crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Please. Don't hit me. I love you. I love you. I didn't want this. I didn't want this. She muttered again and again, but they weren't listening anymore. Their eyes were filled with fear and fury born not from hatred, but from the unbearable dread of what the demon behind them might do at any moment. They needed time. They needed to make Bari so overwhelmed, so broken, that she wouldn't even think of killing them. Yes. They wanted her to suffer here eternally, because if it wasn't her, it would be them, and they would choose themselves every single time. Noah watched the scene with a soft smile on his lips. Lucy, perched on his lap, tilted her head. Is that what emotions do to you? She asked, confused. Noah nodded. Indeed. That's what emotions do to you. Emotions are powerful tools, but they can be dangerous when used wrongly. Right now, what you're seeing is something that happens everywhere in the universe. It's just people choosing themselves over others, refusing to sacrifice their own comfort and freedom for someone else. And can you really blame them? They're innocent. Their only crime was being loved by Bari. And because they know that, they loathe her love even more. Because her love is the reason they're here. Her love doomed them. But Noah smiled again, and just at that moment something snapped inside Bari. Today might not be the best moment to be so hard on someone who was on the verge of madness. Instantly, Bari moved and stabbed her mother with the dull knife. Her body was shaking, her eyes shedding tears of blood and grief, her face pale and filled with dread. "Please. Don't hurt me," she whispered, then stabbed again. "Please. Don't hurt me." She whispered again, and another stab. Her loved one screamed. They tried to run. They cursed her with profane words. But Bari only cried and continued stabbing her mother again and again and again, all while pleading for them to stop hurting her. The sight was horrifying. Her mother's blood splashed across her face, her white clothes, and the white ground. "Be Bari." Her mother whispered through the pain. Bari stopped immediately. For a moment, her mind seemed to clear as she saw what she had done. "Mother. Mother. I'm sorry, I'm sorry," she cried as she clutched her mother's broken body. "But, why you? You are a filthy, abominable being. You are nothing. You are nothing." And then her mother died in her arms. Bari sat there, frozen, her mother's words echoing in her head, the woman she loved with all her heart. Something shattered inside her. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. She laughed hard, her head thrown back, blood gushing down her face harder and faster. Bari had been broken, and with that, she stood, dull knife in hand, and took a shaky step forward. "Don't run from me, please," she said, her voice low but heavy. "Don't run away from me. I'll give you peace," she said as she ran toward her loved ones, ready to slaughter all of them. Maybe for her freedom, or maybe for nothing. After all, she was nothing. Noah watched it all with indifference. He didn't care that he'd involved innocent people in this. The only thing he cared about was making Bari feel the most unimaginable pain possible. "Because you dared to touch what's mine, I will strip everything from you, even your own sanity." Chapter 306, The Fate of Bari. Noah sat silently, watching the scene unfold with a detached gaze. Bari succeeded in killing all of her loved ones, all while crying, laughing, and pleading with them not to hurt her. But wasn't she the one hurting them? That's what her loved ones were crying after some time. But Bari was quite adamant about the fact that she was the one being hurt as she continued to plead them, and indeed, in a sense, she was right. They were not hurting her physically, but she would have wished that it was only that. Their words, the way they looked at her, those wounded her more than any injury she had ever suffered in her entire life. They cut through her weak heart with merciless precision, making her choke with pain as she cried and begged. Things would have ended like that, with her killing her loved ones, but it's not satisfactory. "Please, let's do it again. Put more of your heart in it, Bari, will you?" Noah said with a faint smile, his eyes looking at her with fake warmth. At his words, the surrounding space quivered as all the sheeps began to resurrect from the dead. Their spilled blood started to retreat back inside them as life began to shine in those blank eyes. Soon, they were all on their feet, with pristine bodies, but their minds were shattered, and it wasn't even done. Again and again and again, Noah resurrected them each time Bari killed them, with the pretext that he wasn't satisfied. This continued like this for a while, or more precisely, for the 100th time. At this instant, Bari and her loved ones might as well be considered dead. Their minds were gone. Their eyes hazy, black putrid blood with a disgusting scent of pain and grief flowed down their cheeks like a flowing river. They sat there on the beautiful white flowery ground, unable to even budge or react. Bari was covered with blood from head to toe, the blood of her loved ones. She had killed them so many times that now, it almost became an instinct. The proof came soon as she raised her hand in a weak, sluggish, and pitiful manner to stab her sister in the belly. Her mind was not working. It was her body. Her sister, too, didn't move. By now, the numerous deaths had numbed their minds and senses. They didn't feel anything. It was truly a harrowing sight, but it became even more so when Noah gave them back their original appearances, and things really started to settle inside Bari's mind as she looked at her loved ones' dead bodies. She squealed like a banshee, her cry echoing through the beautiful space in a woeful manner. She approached her bloodied loved ones with haste, but in that haste, she lost her balance and fell face first with a loud thud, making the flowers on the ground be covered in her tears of black blood. She didn't care. She stood up and then approached again, this time managing to be close without falling. It was a close call, honestly. She started to cry and ask for forgiveness. Then she turned and looked at Noah. And instead of feeling hate beyond measure, she felt hope, and she kneeled on the ground shakily and stiffly, her breathing ragged and the words she wanted to say choked under the walls of her throat, but she steeled herself with one final will. Before, please, save my family. She begged. That scene was almost tearful to watch. A woman on her knees, renouncing her dignity in order to save her dead family. Yes, it would have been touching, if people didn't know what she used to do. Because truly, can you feel pity for a rapist, a being who saw someone living their life tranquilly and decided, oh, let's give this person some deep trauma, and then actually went and did that by raping them? It's wild to think about it. After all, if you desire something like that, there are many brothels in the world. If you like situations where you dominate and rape, you can pay someone to play the game with you, so why rape? Why destroy the lives of others just because you can't control your fucking urges? The more Noah thought about it, the more he couldn't control the anger that was boiling inside his very being like a thunderstorm on a turbulent ocean. He wanted to make Bari suffer so much that she would no longer recognize anything. So much that she would lose herself in endless pain. So, save you? Save your family? Bari, the very fact that you dare to say this to my face means I'm not torturing you enough, right? Noah's voice was like the clap of divine thunder. It was swift, but extremely loud to the ears. Bari quivered under his voice, her head bowing to the ground as she pleaded for mercy and forgiveness, but Noah wasn't in the mood for that kind of crap anymore. Instead, he raised his right hand in a deliberately slow manner, but in that process, a cornucopia of colors gathered around his palm and started to twist and swirl upon themselves as a spherical shape began to form. It looked like any other sphere. Just this one was made with an uncountable number of colors, and inside, there was a single tree made of white flame, with a white phoenix at the top of the tree looking bored. This was a small realm Noah created on the spot. Noah then took Bari's soul. She instantly cried out in panic, but Noah ignored her completely. He tied her soul to the very realm and transported her inside, under the burning tree. Chains made of white flames burst from the tree and grabbed her whole body, then chained her under it. RGGGGGHSH. A sharp and agonizing cry echoed as Bari felt her very being burn under the white flame. It's not over yet, Noah muttered under his breath as he took the souls of her loved ones before giving them the shapes of parasites and putting them inside Bari's body. You will suffer unimaginable pain if you don't eat Bari from the inside out. That was the condition Noah placed, and without needing further instruction, they started to eat at Bari's heart, intestines, organs, and even her throat and eyes. In fact, they were eating her whole. But Bari was recovering fast, only, she wished she didn't, as the parasites devoured her again. And this? Noah started to speak as he looked at the scene inside the realm. This is for eternity, he finished, and as if hearing his words, Bari cried out, "Oh," but unfortunately, it was far too late. Chapter 307, I never cry. Noah stood there in the beautiful garden, his expression was forlorn. As his eyes looked at the white expanse of beautiful flowers, as if reflecting his mood, the garden darkened. The white sun above was replaced by a dark sky with a red, bleeding sun. The surrounding flowers changed too. They were once white silver, but now they were deep black, glowing with an eerie woe. Noah stood amidst this scene, with Lucy on his shoulders, looking at him with a tilted head. She didn't understand why her lord looked so sad, but it was simply because Noah had just discovered something. It wasn't something he had never thought about, but it was the first time he lived it. Vengeance was quite a bitter thing, right? A sad and woeful smile crept onto his lips. He had tortured Bari to the best of his abilities. Then he had put her in a realm where she would be burned eternally with her loved ones eating her from the inside out. It should have been enough as punishment for daring to rape Sari, but why does this feel so empty? Noah wondered as he started to walk slowly around the whimpering garden. His steps were a little less steady than usual, and their echo was not the one filled with confidence Lucy was used to. The garden seemed to shift with his every step, releasing echoes of sadness but also of warmth, trying to make him feel better. But Noah was not feeling better, because even after doing all this to Bari, the pain, the sadness, the anger, all of them were still there, inside his heart, burning like fire under oil. He was not satisfied. And that made him wonder, if even he himself was not satisfied with this vengeance, if even he still felt so heavy and bad about it, then how should she feel? How? Noah knew she would just smile faintly, like she always did, and tell him that she was fine, but he knew that it was all an act. Something as traumatizing as this couldn't be overcome just like that. He would have loved if that were the case, actually, but reality was often disappointing. A mistake, one mistake of mine. One act of arrogance, And that caused me all this? It caused him to see his mother-in-law in this state? Noah couldn't help but laugh at this. It wasn't a laugh of joy. No, not at all, it was a self-loathing laugh. A laugh a man on his deathbed would do when he found out how much he had missed in life because of society's norms. Yes, a deep and profound laugh of regret, and what a dreadful feeling to have, regret, that's something you can only feel, but rarely can do anything to change, because most of the time, it's too late. S&D it will make you doubt yourself over and over again, but, fortunately for Noah, you are too hard on yourself. A voice suddenly echoed behind him, startling Noah as he stiffly looked back in there. Mother, Noah said with a forced smile. Celine's heart felt like it was being shredded by some abomination of a beast as she saw the smile on her cute son's face. She approached silently, her steps soft and steady, and stood just an inch away from Noah. Noah didn't budge, he just watched, trying his best not to show his pitiful side to his mother. And so, he smiled. It was a stiff smile. I thought no one knew of this place, he said, trying to make his words light and casual. It was pretty well done, but sometimes he forgot that the one in front of him wasn't any person, wasn't any random girl, or even one of his other wives. No. This was his mother, and if there was one thing mothers were scarily good at, it was spotting the mood of their children. Especially one as obsessed as Celine. Now you're lying to me. Who could have thought my cute little son would one day lie to me? Ah. Celine said with a mock woeful tone, but in that state of emotional distress, Noah couldn't even see through Celine's act and instantly scrambled his words. No. I mean, no mother, I just didn't know that you knew this place? Just that, nothing else. Noah said awkwardly, seeing him in this state. Celine couldn't help but giggle, but oh, her giggle alone was enough to dispel the dark sky and the red bleeding sun above the garden. Instead, a blue sky arose with an icy moon, and with that, the garden began to freeze. Soon, it was transformed into a beautiful ice garden. With purple and blue lotuses floating around in a mystical manner, soft blue icy mist started to rise all around the garden, adding to its ethereal beauty. Noah looked at this scene with slight amazement. My son. Celine said as she approached Noah even more until she put her head against his chest. Noah didn't say anything. Don't be too hard on yourself. You've made a mistake, granted, but it was one you couldn't have prevented. I could have. Noah directly countered his mother's words. I could have, mother, if I weren't too arrogant, and if I hadn't made my mind unable to think through all situations, he added, his voice cracking slightly at the edge. The regret was deep. He had avoided thinking about it since he had a battle to fight, but now that it was all over, Noah realized how badly he had messed up, but Celine didn't quite agree with him on this one. She raised her head to look at his face, then her hands followed as she grasped his two cheeks tenderly and pressed them together. A weird and funny sight unfolded. A sight no being in lay would believe even if they were standing there watching with their own eyes. They would rather believe hell was a good place to live than believe this matter. Noah tried to say mother, but pitifully failed with his cheeks squished together. Celine just laughed again, seeing her little baby like this. You might have grown, you might have become something the whole world worships, you might have become something the universe fears and dreads, you might have now the power to destroy hundreds of worlds and apply the most dreadful tortures to any being, but at the end of the day, you are still my son, Noah. I birthed you, and even if you have changed along the way, I know you, I know how you're feeling, but I also know that this was something that was supposed to happen. It was a lesson for you but also for all of us, and instead of being here acting like a depressed child, something Celine's son couldn't be, why not go and solve all this, my dear baby? Celine said with a smile. It's not late after all. You just have to act. Noah's heart was beating fast as he listened to her words. It had been a long time since he'd spent any alone time with his mother, with all the shit happening. And it was only at times like this that he realized how much love and care he felt for her. He realized how much his mother loved him and how she'd always been there, ready to catch him before he fell. When the burden he carried became too heavy, she was always there, always. A smile crept onto his lips amidst his cheeks being pressed together, as his eyes shimmered a little before a small tear escaped his beautiful eyes. Celine's heart dropped as she immediately wiped away his tear. Unable to bear the sight of her child crying, "Don't cry, my cute baby. Don't." Her voice cracked, as tears started to fall from her eyes too. She cried because her son cried. Noah laughed at this. This time, his laugh was not one of woe, but one of liberation. Crying? God's mother. I am Noah, your cute baby and a respectable man. He hugged her tightly with love and affection. I never cry. Chapter 308, TSK. Inside the ethereal and beautiful frozen garden, Celine was sitting on the ground as Noah's head rested on her lap, his eyes closed, his expression relaxed. Since their little sessions of mother and son crying, they had stayed in this position. simply enjoying each other's company. The lotuses around them were circling in a slow and steady manner, adding to the already stunning beauty of the scene. Whoever laid eyes on this moment would be quite shocked by such beauty. Celine was achingly, devastatingly, and unfairly beautiful with her long silver hair that reached her lower back, looking like a tapestry of silver threads woven together. Her blue eyes were shaped like snowflakes, holding the very beginning of ice within them. Her skin was pale white, as if the very concept of blood didn't exist inside her, and her mouth, soft and rosy, gave the impression that the water resting within it might be sweeter than aged wine. She looked like her whole being had been crafted by a primordial blacksmith using the very first shards of ice that existed in creation. But the man resting on her lap was no less beautiful than her. In fact, we might even admit that he was more beautiful than her, and that alone speaks volumes about how dreadful Noah's beauty was. Describing him with measly words would be an insult. So, the only thing we can say, just to help your mind try to grasp the level of his beauty, and I doubt you truly can, is that Noah could get any woman he wanted without much trouble. When it came to him, the very concept of preference didn't exist. He was everyone's type. Yes, I know. It's unfair. But that's just how life is. But right now, neither of them were concerned with beauty. No. Instead, do you have any idea of what I should do with Sari? Noah asked with a soft voice. His eyes still closed, his breathing in perfect rhythm with the rotating, pulsing lotuses around them. Celine smiled faintly as she lovingly caressed her son's hair. You already know what you should do, she said after a couple of seconds. Noah sighed ruefully. Is that the only way? I mean, yes. I don't mind, but... His voice trailed off at the end, unable to find the right words to describe his feelings. But the constant caress of his mother calmed him, and eventually, I don't want her to think I'm with her only because of guilt. I don't want her to feel like I pity her. Mother. I truly don't want that, he added softly. You're thinking too much. Everyone knows you by now. We know that you'd never do anything to hurt our feelings, our pride, or anything of that sort. So, we know you wouldn't accept to be with anybody if you didn't truly love her. We know how much you value our connections, and you wouldn't bring someone into our lives if you didn't like her, especially not someone who might disrupt our peace. So why worry? Go. Do what you have to do. Embrace her. Make her feel good about herself. Make her, she paused for a moment before a sad smile crept onto her lips, make her feel like nothing happened. And stop acting like a shy and indecisive man. It doesn't suit you, she said, her voice holding a joking tone near the end. Noah didn't speak for a moment. And in that moment, you could only hear the wind whipping softly across the garden, almost tender in its touch, soothing the two heavenly beings resting on the ground. Finally, Noah stood up slowly from his mother's loving embrace. He lowered his head and looked down at her, catching the faint smile on her lips. He shook his head. What would I have become without you? He asked, his tone full of quiet gratitude. But Celine just smirked slyly at her son. You wouldn't be here existing without me anyway, she said with casual strength, making Noah burst into joyful laughter. And you know what, mother? I wouldn't accept any reality without you as my mother, Noah retorted. Before disappearing from the garden, leaving behind a smiling Celine, who couldn't help but shake her head. What a smooth talker, she muttered playfully under her breath, her heart beating fast like a young maiden in love after hearing such simple words. What an easy mother. Noah reappeared inside a room. The room was very big, at least the size of a regular parking lot, but also very simplistic, with ordinary colors like gray and black painting the walls, ceiling, and floor. On the far left of the room stood a large, luxurious bed. At its side was a small table, on top of which was a framed picture. The room was illuminated by a soft white light coming from the chandelier accroached to the ceiling. Noah looked around with quiet intrigue. This was his first time inside Sari's room. He walked toward the bed and sat gingerly at its edge before picking up the picture from the shelf. It was one of both Esther and Sari together. But in that photo, Esther still had her original black hair and red eyes, and looked around 6 years old. Noah couldn't help but chuckle lightly as he noticed how hard Esther was trying to look expressionless, just like her mother. The two of them really were identical. Same facial features, same hair, same eyes. Seeing this, Noah almost thought that Sari had simply copied herself. It was a funny thought, but one he couldn't help but entertain for a little longer. Especially when he remembered that he had never seen Esther's father. But wasn't that a bit daring of him to wonder? After all, had he ever seen, or even heard about his own father? Never. But for his own sanity, Noah had long decided to never ask his mother that question unless she came to him of her own will and started talking about the origin of his birth. I'm not curious anyway. I don't want to know who my father is. What's the use of a father anyway? TSK TSK. I've lived 2 lives without one. I think I'm a pretty good child, right? Yes, Def, Noah. A soft and surprised voice interrupted his thoughts as Noah snapped his head toward the sound and saw a scene that could make any man drool and start reading with one hand. Sari was standing there, her body glistening with droplets of water, a small white towel wrapped tightly around her form, showing off her well-shaped breasts and elegant figure. Gods, Noah unconsciously muttered as he stared at Sari like a hungry wolf. Sari immediately squealed like a small girl. Chapter 309, Too Cute. Sari instinctively squealed as she activated her talent, suddenly disappearing from the view of reality. Noah's lips twitched before he smiled awkwardly. If anyone heard you, they'd think an intruder broke in, he said while shaking his head in disbelief. Why did she shout like that? Noah was almost offended by this. Okay, he was truly offended. But Sari hadn't even done it on purpose. She had simply been caught off guard by seeing Noah in her own room right after she'd finished bathing. And seeing how Noah had been staring at her, she got shy and squealed, and now, she felt bad about it. Ashamed to even appear again in front of him. Fortunately, all rooms have a sound barrier, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to the other girls, Sari thought inwardly, heaving an imaginary sigh of relief. She didn't even dare to sigh openly. What she didn't know, though, was that even Noah was kind of ashamed. He shouldn't have entered a lady's room like this just because it was his house or anything of that sort. Especially if that woman wasn't his wife, he sighed. I'm sorry, he suddenly said, his voice tinged with a hint of remorse. I shouldn't have entered this room so abruptly without announcing my presence. He chuckled stiffly. I didn't know I lacked such manners as a man, he added as he awkwardly sat on the soft bedside, gently grazing his cheek with his palm. Noah was surprisingly shy around Sari. He didn't know why, but he always felt like he had to be extra careful when dealing with her. Well, actually, he did know why. He just didn't want to admit it out loud. What he didn't know, however, was that Sari didn't quite like this. Why? Sari's voice echoed through the room. Still invisible, Noah didn't even try to locate her with his senses, though he easily could have. It looked like they had a tacit understanding. Talking this way, at her question, Noah tilted his head, confused. Why are you acting like this around me? So reserved, so awkward, so shy. Is it because of what happened to me? Are you pitying me? Or blaming yourself for that incident? She asked with a bitter chuckle. Don't be, Noah. I've already moved on, and without even noticing it, her voice suddenly turned cold. Noah felt it instantly, and it was like a sharp, divine spear had just stabbed through his heart, making breathing feel like a luxury for a moment. What did I do? He wondered as his thoughts spun in dizzying circles. He had made a very basic, but lethal, mistake. He treated Sari differently from the others. No. He was different with Sari compared to how he was with his other wives, and that was a fatal mistake. If it had been something that happened before she was raped, then fine, no issue. But after she was raped? You changed your attitude, even if it was out of good intentions. She would still take it badly, because in that moment, she didn't want to be treated differently. She wanted to be treated like before, so that she wouldn't feel different, so that she'd know that her being raped didn't change anything about how Noah saw her. She didn't want pity, especially not from Noah. Damned idiot Noah, he berated himself, feeling stupid for such an obvious mistake, but now the act was done. I have to turn the situation around. His mind urged him to find a way out, and soon, he found a lead. He took a deep breath, and slowly, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Your misunderstanding, dear mother-in-law, Noah said as he sat more comfortably on the bed, his voice calm and measured. You're thinking I'm doing all this because of what Bari did to you, but tut, it's not the case, he said while shaking his head. Sari, from her invisible state, was watching Noah with an expression full of doubt. Clearly, she didn't believe him, but Noah wasn't done yet. I was acting like this because I was lost about how I should approach you on this delicate matter. The matter of, a smile as soft as molten snow appeared on his lips, the matter of becoming one of my wives, bade him. The moment his words echoed, Sari's heart skipped a beat, then started to beat so fast she was afraid it would leap out of her chest at this rate. You see, it's exactly because of this situation that I was hesitating. I didn't want you to think I made this decision out of guilt for what happened to you. No, sorry. You know me better than that. Do I look like someone who would engage himself to a woman if I didn't have feelings for her? The answer was yes, but that was only back at the beginning of his journey, when he needed every bit of power he could get. But now Noah only chose to be with those he loved, and like magic, his words began to take effect, because Sari had to admit, it was the truth. With how successful Noah was, he didn't need to do all this. Does that mean? Sari didn't dare finish the sentence, because she was afraid that all this was a dream. A product of her imagination and desperation to be held by Noah. Yes, she longed for it. She had passed many nights pathetically thinking about how good she and Noah would look together. No one would have thought Sari had such a romantic side. Hell, not even she had known it. But I guess you never truly know until your heart is captured by a devilishly handsome bastard with too many wives to count, and among them, her daughter. Yes, Sari was hesitating, not just because she felt like, with how her body had been sullied by that bitch, Noah shouldn't touch her, but also because her daughter was with him. You could have thought that being in such a degenerate place where mother and daughter were fucked by the same man would make her feel less averse to this, which, actually, it did, but there were still some things left. Noah sensed her hesitation, and he knew it wouldn't be easy to dispel all of it with how deep those roots went. To this kind of situation, Noah preferred to go the route of love, or more accurately, obsession. After all, only obsession can overdrive rationality. Tell me, Sari, do you love me? Because as for me, he smiled, I am madly in love with you. Once again, Sari's heart skipped a beat, but this time, it was so much that her power wavered and her invisibility was undone. She fell on the ground as she appeared before Noah, still with her towel wrapped tightly around her. She raised her head awkwardly and looked at him, her face painted with a furious blush. Noah couldn't help but chuckle. Sari, you are truly too cute. Chapter 310, Jolie Cur Noah. Sari blushed furiously as Noah looked at her amusedly. At that moment, she only wanted to smack her face in stupidness for reacting in such a way to just some simple words. Yes, she truly wished they were just that simple, but actually, they were not. They were words she had waited for a long time to hear, words she had dreamed of heavily, and words she had longed for desperately. But even through those intense emotions, Sari never dared to act or seek these words out of the man she loved like Red did. She couldn't. Instead, she chose to be in her room or even in any place with her invisibility on, as she imagined how they could be together in that place. Sometimes, she laughed at herself for being delusional, but what's going on? She couldn't help but wonder as she embarrassedly stood up from the ground, looking at Noah's smiling expression with a heart that was beating a little bit too fast even for a being at her rank. You heard me right. I'm in love with you, Noah repeated, his voice smooth and his face holding a faint smile. He stood up slowly from the bed and approached the shaking Sari, who just couldn't believe all this was real. His steps were firm, echoing through the room, sounding like a countdown for some end. Sari didn't allow herself to imagine. No, she refused. Because the pain would be far greater than anything she had ever faced, even greater than being raped by Bari, if all of this turned out to be false. Noah's face slowly shifted as a sad smile appeared. Why do you look so afraid? Tell me, what makes you so afraid to take my hand and be with me? He asked, his voice carrying an undertone of pain and bitterness. Are you thinking about what happened to you? Gods, Sari. I don't care about that. You are innocent here. You're the victim, and I am the villain, he added in his mind, his heart tightening even more with regret. But you don't deserve this body. You are Noah Weaverheart, the progenitor of a whole race. How can you touch a body sullied like mine? No. No. You can't, she said with a stuttering voice, looking far too fragile for a woman with a potential that could make other progenitors mindful of her existence. It was almost pathetic and unsightly to look at, only if you didn't know what made this unfairly beautiful woman act like this, but Noah knew. And that's what made it worse. He finally arrived in front of her and immediately took her into his embrace, enveloping her in a protective feeling Sari had never felt before that moment. She instinctively sank deep into his wide arms like a sponge, absorbing his warmth into her body. Noah caressed her luxurious head softly and then spoke, I would prefer to touch you and choose you to be my wife over the most beautiful woman in this universe. Sari, he said in a deep, convincing voice, and stop saying your body has been sullied. You are not. An event like that cannot define you, Sari, and you shouldn't let it affect how you think about yourself. I know it's easy for me to say this, as I wasn't the victim. His voice suddenly turned sorrowful, painful. His heart was beating loudly, showing how stressed and anxious he was. Sari was able to hear all of that with her head on his chest. And being so close to his heart, so able to vividly feel his emotions through his voice and actions. Sari started to lower her high, unbreakable barrier. Noah continued, I know, too, that it's too late and the damage is already done and me saying all this won't change much. Yes. I know all of that, but he smiled bitterly. That's all I can do. I can only apologize. I can only give you comforting words to reassure you. And I can only be here for you and give you my shoulders, my ears, my eyes, my very attention every time you need them. I can only give you my heart and hope that I am able to show you properly how deeply I love you. If needed, I'll rip it out and show you how it will still beat vigorously with you by my side. His last words earned him a deep giggle from Sari, who was doing her absolute best not to cry, but she couldn't. She truly couldn't. Her eyes shimmered as tears started to fall from her beautiful eyes, causing Noah's t-shirt to soon be drenched as Sari's face was glued to his chest. No words were needed at that moment, because each of them was fully aware by then of the feelings of the other, feelings Sari didn't have any choice but to accept, because Noah's emotions were too heavy and sincere and his words had touched something deep inside her. To be honest, Sari never blamed Noah, never. Why would she? She was weak and complacent, so this happened to her. In her mind, it was simply her own fault. What she was afraid of was especially Noah and the other girls' reactions to what happened to her, but it turned out, she was worried for nothing. They didn't look at her weirdly, they didn't pity her, they acted just like before but also showed their care and support. It was only at that moment that she felt she was finally belonging to them. That she was no longer Celine's shadow or the one forgotten by everyone. No, she was her own person, with pain, yes, with sadness, yes, with longing, yes, with trauma, no more. She raised her head and looked at Noah straight in the eyes, her face filled with tears and snot. It was hilarious, but soon, an insufferably beautiful smile bloomed like a lotus in the middle of a mythical spring on her lips, causing Noah's heart to literally skip a beat at the beauty of it. Dear heavens, Sari sensed it and smiled even more, looking even more radiant amidst her messy face. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't forget, Noah, you were simply a child with burdens and power too heavy. You have been powerful early, and exceptional even earlier, and this light caused you sometimes to slip, but she gently raised her hand and caressed Noah's cheek with a love too pure to describe. But as long as you learn the lesson, it's enough. So forget about that incident and keep the lessons you have learned from it. And aren't you usually the one to tell me to look at the bright side even in a room of void? She giggled, and for a moment, Noah seemed to see some male spirits around them faint from how heavily that sounded. So look at the bright side, because with that event I attained power I never dreamed of. And she paused for a moment, gathering her courage, and it gave me the opportunity to realize what I want, but also the courage to say it. Noah, I want you. And yes, a small, almost invisible tear welled up in Noah's eyes as Sari continued, putting her whole heart into the next words. I am madly, painfully, and helplessly in love with you, young Master Noah. Chapter 3:11, Jolie Cœur. Noah, 2, Relief. That's what Noah was feeling at that moment. Well, not only that, but this was the kind of feeling that almost made him shed tears. Because you do not know how taxing it is on the mind to bear the guilt of being the cause of the suffering of your loved ones. Can you imagine that? Your mother falling into depression because of you, your father waking up every morning feeling like life wasn't worth sacrificing his health for, because of you, your brother, your sister, giving up on life, because of you, or even your girlfriend getting raped, because of you? That's the kind of feeling that can drown you in madness and depression. Because seeing your loved ones suffer is already hard enough, but being the cause of it, that's worse. So that's why, when Sari said those words, the words that declared Noah wasn't the one responsible, and especially at the end, when she confessed her love to him, Noah couldn't help but feel a surge of love and relief wash over him in cascading waves, and so, he almost cried. Almost, he didn't, but he was very close to that point. And he couldn't help but wonder, since when he had become such a Jolie Cœur. He didn't remember ever crying when one of his women confessed their love to him, so why now, Noah, for the sake of his dignity, blamed the forlorn atmosphere around the room at that time? Yes, it was definitely not the fact that he had a serious weak point for Sari. No, definitely not. Noah thought firmly as he sat on the ground, his back against the bed with Sari beside him, her head resting softly on his shoulder. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was filled with bliss and contentment, just like how you'd feel when you finally obtain what you have longed for, obsessed over, and dreamed about for so long. It was a mystical feeling, so she stayed there, enjoying the sensation of being close to the one she loved the most, and at that thought, her brain paused. Loved the most? I love my daughter more, Sari said strongly in her mind, only for a second later. I mean, yes? I love her more, right? She's my daughter, after all, right? She didn't know who she was asking all these questions to, but doubt had started to crawl into her thoughts as she seriously took the time to weigh the feelings she held for both of them. It was truly a weird, but funny scene. Her eyes remained closed, but her face was frowning, and she was making facial expressions too strange and cute as she debated in her mind which one she loved more. Noah heard her mumblings, glanced at her, and nearly burst out laughing, not only because of how funny it was, but because it was extremely cute. Sari was such an angel. Her cuteness, shyness, and quiet timidity put her in a category of her own. And for such a cute being, Noah simply couldn't help himself. He wanted to tease her, so slowly and extremely discreetly, he took out his photo artifact and started snapping pictures of her with such stealth that most assassins in the universe would bow to him in reverence just to learn his techniques. Without realizing it, he had just invented a new technique, a divine method created solely for taking pictures of the funny expressions, strange faces, or amusing moments of his family. I will collect all of them, he said to himself with a happy and beaming voice inside his head. In that moment, he was nothing like Noah Weaverheart, the blasphemer of reality. No. Not at all, he was simply a loving husband and a loving father combined. After finishing his collection of stolen photos, Noah finally spoke to Sari. "Why are you making such a funny face?" he asked, his tone laced with joy and sweetness, but it made Sari jolt in surprise and instinctively. "I love who more?" she asked without thinking, all because the question had been seriously bothering her, not because she didn't know the answer, but because she refused to admit it to herself. Noah was kind of confused by her question, so he slowly tilted his head slightly to the left, his face frowning in a way that was both curious and beautifully mischievous. "Pardon," he said, his voice so soft it should be considered illegal, but the most illegal thing was his beauty. And as Sari looked at him, she couldn't help but admit to herself, "I love him more," and she didn't feel guilty about the thought, because she knew very well that her daughter also loved Noah more, so it was fair. Wasn't that beautiful, a mother and daughter loving a man more than they loved themselves? That didn't mean they loved each other any less, no. Not at all. Sari and Esther were still very close. They loved each other deeply as mother and daughter. But their love for Noah, it was different, it was deep. It was encompassing. And it was taboo. And as you know, everything taboo hits deeper than most things in life, because it's a break from normalcy. A break from routine. It's choosing what you want to choose, and doing it without care, without worry about the society that would definitely scorn you, and that's exactly why it's so liberating. She added blissfully in her mind. Noah, meanwhile, was watching Sari's dazed expression as she stared at him, and he couldn't help but wear a teasing smile on his lips. "Are you thanking the dead gods or whatever eldritch beings are out there for making me your man?" he asked with a smirk. His words made Sari snap back to reality, and as a smile crept onto her rosy lips, just from hearing Noah say he was her man, she replied, "If I were to ever pray one day, I'd pray to you," she said as her smile bloomed brighter. "Isn't it wonderful? You're my young master, my man, my master, my obsession, and, my God," she leaned in, her face stopping just when their breaths started to dance together, hot and sensual. "You're all for me, except one thing, my dear God," Sari said, her voice as sweet as aged wine. "And what's that?" Noah asked, his eyes fixed on her lips with desire. Then she smiled widely, showing her full white teeth that glowed like stars. "Isn't it obvious, my love? Of course, I'm talking about the father of my children. How about we change that?" Shy and timid Sari, she was a trap. Noah basically screamed inside his mind. Chapter 312, Schoolgirl. Noah looked at Sari with a sudden wary expression, thinking he had been fooled by her innocent act, but instead, what he found left him even more confused. He had expected to see Sari with her full mischievous and sensual vibe, ready to pounce on him so they could finally do the glorious deed of lovemaking, but instead, Sari was blushing, a blush so furious that Noah feared she might lose consciousness from how much blood had gathered in her face. Why are you blushing?" Noah asked, his voice full of confusion. "I mean, how dare she say such an audacious thing and still have the audacity to blush?" Was she playing with him? But Noah couldn't be further from the truth. Did you like it?" she asked meekly. "I can act like that if you want a more assertive woman like my other sisters." Sari managed to utter, her face still flushed red and her heart beat slightly fast, and that's when Noah finally understood. Sari was doing this because she thought he preferred a more daring woman. Well, it was not false. Noah indeed liked when women made the first move and went to obtain what they wanted without him asking or doing anything. Indeed, it was true, but Noah also didn't mind a shy type of woman. A woman he could tease and make fun of just to see how she would start blushing and stuttering in panic. And Sari was the perfect example of such a type of woman. She was just too shy and fun to tease. Noah smiled and closed the distance before taking her into his embrace. "I love all my women for who they are and not for who I want them to be." So be yourself, my dear. I like you shy, I like you timid, and I like you stuttering and blushing like a schoolgirl around me. His words made Sari blush deeper as her eyes started to dart around the room, suddenly finding her own room pretty, fascinating. Noah chuckled. But as you dared to utter such an audacious word, you do know you have to take responsibility, right? Especially with only a towel around your body. Gods, Sari, are you doing this on purpose? His words made Sari shudder softly in his embrace. But not from fear or apprehension. Well, maybe it was that actually. It's too big. Sari said, this time looking directly into Noah's mesmerizing eyes. I'll make sure it won't hurt, and besides, you're strong enough to take it without a problem, he said with a faint smile. It was the truth, now? Sari asked, her voice holding an undertone of light sexual need. Noah chuckled and shook his head. No. I want you to rest. I want you to take your time to process all of this, and then I will make you an Elisiari, and so an official member of our family. No longer will you be Sari, Celine's silent and loyal shadow. But you, Sari Veilgrim, the Elisiari of stealth and wife of Noah Veilgrim. His lips curled upward in a delicate grin. Are you happy with all this? Sari mirrored his smile. Yes I am, she said softly, as the warm feeling inside her heart became even more pronounced. So, this is how being with the one you love feels like, she wondered inwardly with amazement, this feeling of contentment, of happiness and peace. The knowledge of knowing you have someone who will be there every time you need him, someone who will support you, but also guide you if you ever need it, someone who can protect you, in simpler terms, someone who loves you so much that he will do everything to cherish you in the way you deserve and protect you against everything. Even your own self. It was with such peaceful and loving thoughts, added with the environment around them being just as warm and romantic, that Sari closed her eyes and immediately fell asleep in Noah's protective arms. She was tired, emotionally tired. This day had been a long one, and it was the day when all her bitter feelings had finally resolved, making her feel like an entirely new person. A person who was loved and cherished. Definitely, it was her best day. Noah slowly got up from the ground with Sari in his arms and laid her softly on the comfortable, silky bed. He sat with his back resting against the headboard, placed her head gently on his lap, then closed his eyes while muttering, "Have a nice sleep, my dear." Back in the prison underground, an unexpected meeting was unfolding. Shadiva stood in front of her siblings, her face bearing a gentle, motherly smile that just made you want to kneel down and wait obediently for an order like a good mama's boy. Her appearance had changed, now she was fully Veilgrim, but to her siblings, it looked like betrayal. Their hearts were beating fast with anger, and their faces held a tight and ugly frown. Mortis approached the bars of the prison and grabbed them tightly, so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his black veins became so visible they looked like writhing serpents. What did you do? What have you become? Where are the shadows bowing in worship towards you? Where is the ever-presence of Father on you? Watching you, tell me, who are you? Are you our sister? Mortis rained down question after question with a trembling voice. He was doing his best not to shout, not to cry, and not to start banging his head against the prison's bars in madness. His sister, his beloved sister, where did she go? Ebony and Sylphra also mirrored his pain. Ebony's usually composed face cracked, and a forlorn expression was plastered across it. As for Sylphra, Sylphra was just looking blankly at Shadiva, as if not believing what was happening. She seemed to be the most affected, even if she had the least visible reaction. Shadiva observed all their faces with a calm gaze, then finally opened her mouth. Sister? Now I'm your sister? I wonder what kind of siblings would seal the only person who cared for them in all the universe, without even taking into account her feelings and free will. Her eyes turned icy. Tell me, do you think I cannot make my own choices, or do you all take me for a fool? Please, tell me. What am I really to you, a protector you discarded after becoming powerful, or a foolish sister who loves too much for her own good? Chapter 3:13, Love, a protector you no longer needed or a foolish sister? Her words shook the already fragile and broken hearts of her siblings. For a moment, they forgot to breathe as the cold words of Shadiva echoed through their minds like the whispers of the damned. They stood there, frozen, not even knowing what to say or do. But that didn't last long. Mortis's eyes flared with anger, but also with indignation. We did all this for you. We did all this for you, sister. We enslaved ourselves to these powers because we didn't want you dead. Mortis said as he glued his face against the prison's bars, looking like he wanted to break through them so badly. Do you think we enjoyed this? Please, sister. Who the fuck would enjoy being at the mercy of those bastards? But we did it. We did it for you. For you. Mortis bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder through the prison, making the very air quake with dread. After that, he lowered his head, his body shaking as if about to collapse at any moment. We did this for you, sister. And now? And now you come here discarding everything you were? Discarding everything that made us siblings? His voice was meek, almost a whisper. Ebony and Sylphra bit the insides of their lips tightly, holding themselves back from shedding tears, but they couldn't stop their trembling bodies and their sporadic, broken breathing. Shadiva looked at all of them, her expression calm outwardly but inwardly. Inwardly her heart was being squeezed tightly. It hurt. It hurt so much to see her siblings like this, in pain. It hurt so much to see them looking at her as if she was no longer their sister. It hurt so bad. So bad, her fingers started to tremble, but none of them noticed. They were all inside their own teary bubbles, thinking the world was falling apart. Shadiva steeled herself. She couldn't let go, not today. No, because if she did, it would mean that all the suffering she went through when they sealed her meant nothing, and that would be a lie. It did mean something. And it was something agonizing. You did all that for me. You chained yourselves for me. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you discuss it with me so we could find a way together? She asked, her voice shaking softly. You wouldn't have accepted, Ebony said, staring at Shadiva with a disappointed and hurtful gaze. You wouldn't have accepted that fate. You wouldn't have accepted being locked away. You wouldn't have accepted us being chained. So we did the best we could at that time. We chose for you. We chose the path where you'd still be alive, even if you suffered. But at the end, you wouldn't die by their hands. At the end, our sister would still be somewhere. At the end, we wouldn't lose you. We did all this because we love you. She paused, then said more softly, yes. We love you. There was a sorrowful silence after her words, because all of them felt the weight of those words. Love, what a beautiful but dreadful feeling. It can make you do anything, and you wouldn't even know if what you did was wrong or not because you loved. A person can be changed for the better. Because of love, a person can overcome their trauma. Because of love, but in the same way, a person can kill because of love. A person can hurt you deeply without even realizing it because of love, just like Shadiva's situation. Her siblings sealed her away because they loved her too much to let her be killed by those beings. And in the process, they hurt her so deeply, so profoundly, that if not for Noah and his family, Shadiva would have become something entirely harrowing for all of them, because even love and gentleness have limits, and the most terrifying bad people are those who were once kind and gentle, but the world made them cruel. Shadiva chuckled bitterly in defeat. She would have loved to make them understand that what they did was wrong. But if all they thought was that they did it out of love, and that she should be grateful to them, then it's useless. They wouldn't understand. Not just by talking. Fine. Then let me return the favor. Let me imprison you for eons, because I love you, my dear siblings. Because I don't want you to suffer outside the universe where beings that can kill you roam freely. Or even after what you did to my children. Premier and Lorna. She smiled. You angered their father. That was a very stupid thing to do, especially when he's the only one who can get rid of the chains binding you. But now it's too late. To protect you from my love, I'll have to seal you to appease him. It was bullshit. Noah would hardly do anything to them just because of Shadiva. Well, as long as they didn't cross the line, and they hadn't yet, so all of this was Shadiva trying to make her siblings feel the same way she had felt. But you are not our sister anymore. Mortis spat with anger. You no longer have shadows within you. You no longer carry the scent of shadows. How could you call yourself our sister in that case? Us? The originals born of shadows? You are not our sister. Those words hurt more than Shadiva had ever expected. Her heart sank, her breath became ragged, but she steeled herself even further, trying not to show how affected she was. And the worst part, they weren't even done. You are not the sister I spent eons tormenting myself to meet again. You are not the one whose shadows and presence made me feel at ease. Protected. Sylphra said, as tears started to fall from her face. Right now all I feel is an unfamiliar power. An unfamiliar presence. So who are you? Shadiva stayed silent. She was afraid that if she spoke, she would break and tears would fall from her face, but she couldn't stay silent after all. Not replying would mean rejecting the one who had saved her from eternal damnation, so she opened her mouth and a cold but warm voice echoed through the air, making her siblings want to cry. I am Shadiva Shadow Veilgrim, the womb of the fallen, the Elisiari of motherhood, and wife of Noah Weaverheart. A small, woeful smile appeared on her lips, and your sister, against all odds. Ah. I am so pathetic. Chapter 314, Miserable. Shadiva couldn't help but find herself quite pathetic. She had told herself that if her siblings no longer loved her because she had lost the shadow within her, then she would just cut them off and continue her life. That was what she said, but it's so hard. I can't. She thought, her eyes trembling as tears threatened to fall, but she did her absolute best to not allow them that final dignity. She simply couldn't abandon her siblings. They were her first family, and she was the one who practically raised them. She knew them like the back of her hand, or so she thought. She had been the one to reassure them when they trembled with fear before the unfamiliar universe. She was the one bleeding for them, the one who put everything aside just to nurture them and even help them train their unique skills. She saw them grow, she saw them mature, she saw them become people who could stand by themselves. And oh, she had been so deeply proud of them at that time. It was like a single mother who raised her child despite all the hardships, working multiple low-paid jobs just to make sure he could sleep with a full stomach. And one day, that same child grows and becomes someone worthy, someone who comes back and gives her everything she dreamed of as a young woman, full of hope and fight, and more. And then she realizes that all her sacrifices weren't in vain. That type of feeling, that type of contentment, that was what Shadiva felt back then. So can you imagine the pain when they imprisoned her? It was a kind of pain Shadiva wouldn't wish even on her greatest enemy. She remembered the night she was ready to end her life, the night she cried until she was dry of tears, the night she questioned endlessly why her. What did she do wrong? All those nights, all that suffering, and still. I didn't hate any of you. And still, I missed you so much that I prayed to anything that you'd be safe, and that I'd see you again. She laughed. It was a laugh so bitter, so self-loathing, so utterly and dreadfully miserable that even Lucy's heart might shiver hearing it. Truly, why am I like this? She asked her siblings, who stood there, looking at her with pained and disappointed eyes. Her heart shook even more. Why? Why can't I hate you? Why am I still here, hoping you won't discard me for what I am now, even though it should be the opposite? Tell me, why am I so pathetic? Plea. Her voice cracked at the end as she couldn't even finish the sentence. Her eyes shimmered, and tears started to well up in them. This time, she had no strength nor will to hide them. She just stared at them, her body trembling like a leaf caught in turbulent wind, her heart thundering erratically like a war drum in a stormy night, and the light of her eyes dimmed significantly, as if everything had become darkness. She didn't know she still cared this much. She thought she had moved on. But clearly, that wasn't the case. The siblings were equally lost in pain. They had spoken all those words in anger, in disappointment, in grief. They hadn't thought before speaking, they just wanted to scream their sorrow, and they did it by lashing out at the one person who didn't deserve it. Yes, it's not like they didn't know it was Shadiva. Her aura, her power, they may have changed. But her eyes hadn't. The way she looked at them, with love and affection even when harsh words spilled from her mouth, was unmistakable. It was her, they knew, but they were hurt. They felt unfairly judged. First Noah had come and imprisoned them. Then two young cubs they could have erased with a flick dared to lecture them about life. Then Noah again, treating them like filth. They couldn't take it. They were originals. They were used to being glorified, revered. And after all that had happened, when all they wanted was to save their sister, they were the ones treated like villains? They felt indignant. Bitter. Ashamed. Did everyone think they liked being chained? Did they think they enjoyed being locked away? Did they think they didn't love Shadiva? Who the hell did they think they were? These questions made them irritable, made them angry, and as we all know, the most dangerous words are spoken in anger, because when the fire dies, the regret settles, and here they were, surrounded by the ash of that fire, realizing they had poured all their pain and resentment on their sister, the one who had only come seeking understanding, seeking answers, seeking love. Shame crept into their hearts like a cold flood, and they could no longer bear to meet the shattered gaze of Shadiva. They felt unworthy. Shadiva looked at them with a tired, heartbreak-laced gaze, then slowly nodded. If I knew. I wouldn't have come," she muttered under her breath, soft and regretful, before disappearing from the underground prison, leaving her siblings alone. Once again, a tense, sorrowful silence settled over the prison. No one spoke, because no one knew what to say. They had acted like monsters to the very person they were supposed to apologize to. And for what? For wounded pride. What a pitiful, wretched thing, pride. What's its worth if it costs you your family? What? Can it be eaten? Can it protect you? Can it hold you at night when all you want is forgiveness? What is pride worth? Nothing, but living beings are pathetically, pitifully prideful. Wound their ego just a little and they will bare their fangs, lash out at everyone around them, just so they won't feel like the only one hurting. Generally, the ones who act like that are the ones with the most fragile confidence. Just like the originals, after being humiliated by Noah, they wanted anyone to humiliate in return, and they chose their own sister, because deep down, in the most honest, cowardly parts of themselves, they knew Shadiva would never hate them, and so, they dared, and unfortunately, they were right. Shadiva couldn't hate them, because what kind of mother could ever hate her own children? A good one wouldn't, and Shadiva is a good one, but is it worth the pain? How utterly miserable. Chapter 315, Softy. A few days and then weeks had passed since Shadiva's visit to her siblings. Since that day, she hadn't gone back to see them even once, nor had she mentioned them to Noah, not even to ask for their release from the chains that bound them. She didn't do any of that. Instead, she acted as usual, bearing her motherly charm and that soft, peaceful smile that always managed to put all her sisters at ease. No one seemed to notice the pain she was hiding behind her eyes, or so she thought. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, that happened inside Lay, let alone in his own house, that Noah was unaware of. He had seen the conversation between Shadiva and the originals. He had seen how deeply hurt she was when they rejected her completely, simply because she was no longer a shadow. He truly couldn't understand how the minds of these arrogant beings worked. They were in the wrong, yet still dared to act like they were the victims. Like they had made some grand sacrifice that Shadiva should be grateful for, should thank them for, and not rebuke them for. Yes, that's what they expected, honestly. But they didn't get it, and so they lashed out like rabid dogs. It was pathetic. That was all Noah could think of. Pathetic. He was truly a hair's breadth away from stepping in and slaughtering them for daring to act that way toward Shadiva. But he held back and watched, because his lovely wife wouldn't have liked that. Sighing, Noah looked ahead and saw Shadiva sitting on a reclining chair, a faint smile on her lips as white crows chirped joyfully all around her. The sky was a shining blue, and the weather was beautiful and refreshing, a perfect day for an outing. But Noah didn't even have the heart to bother with such things, because he could feel it deep inside his bones. His Shadiva was sad. He sighed again and slowly stood up, walking toward her. Each of his steps echoed too loudly on the ground made of silver-like material, which gleamed brilliantly beneath the intense light, smeared with a soft celestial glow that gave the entire scene a surreal touch. He arrived and simply stood behind her, unmoving, silent for a while. Then finally, after a few long minutes, he opened his mouth to ask a question, one he deeply cared about. "Do you regret the choice of becoming a member of my race?" he asked, his voice calm, though an undercurrent of apprehension laced every word. Shadiva chuckled. "Of course not. It would have been the height of ingratitude if, after all you've done for me, I began to resent what I'd become," she said smoothly, her hands producing, from who knows where, some grains for the birds to eat. "And if it wasn't for your naturally good heart? Tell me, would you regret it then? Because I know you well enough to know you can accept something you don't even like. Just because someone helped you or was kind to you," Noah said, still pressing for an answer, an honest one, and what he said was true. By now, all of us should have already guessed this aspect of Shadiva. She was insufferably a good person. One with a big heart that didn't want to disappoint. But it was exactly because of that she was suffering so much. Take Sophie, for example. Her brother treated her like filth, tried to kill her, and in the end, she killed them instead and moved on. If it had been Shadiva, she would never have killed them but imprisoned them, because of her mercy. That's the difference. But is it really worth being a good person in this lamentable, wretched world, this world where the strong prey on the weak? Where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? This world where everything seems built to chain you, to stop you from unleashing your full potential? Honestly, yes, it is, because it's only thanks to people like her that this world is still worth living in. And haven't you heard, a good action will always bring you good things. Never a bad one. Even if they disappoint you or turn ungrateful, They were simply not meant to be part of your journey. So let them go. Don't mistake being good for being a fool. That mistake will cost you your dear sanity before it ends your life miserably, and that was exactly what Noah didn't want Shadiva to go through. Because by all accounts, I didn't regret it and I wouldn't regret it. And why would I? You just wanted the best for me, and I deeply appreciate that, my love. So don't worry. Don't think too much about what happened with my siblings. I've gotten over it, she said calmly, answering his question. I've gotten over it, my damn foot, Noah almost cursed, but stopped himself. This wasn't the time for that. You'll tell me if something bothers you, right? Yes, I will, my love. Are you sincere or are you lying to me? I'm sincere, my love. Do you forget who I am? What a silly question. How could I ever forget my loving husband, then, my dear troublesome wife? You should know that lying to me is downright impossible. Even for you, womb of the fallen, Noah said at last, making Shadiva fall silent. She sighed wearily. Are you not going to give up? I don't want to talk about it at the moment, she said while still feeding the crows, who were now being a little too insatiable. What kind of husband would I be if I looked at my wife suffering and did nothing to help her? He glared at the crows, who immediately scattered in fright, then moved to stand before her. Then he knelt at her feet, looking up at her with a soft, loving smile. Tell me what I can do to ease your throbbing heart, my dear. I'll do it, even if my heart and mind say otherwise. I'll do it, even if the very rules of the universe stand against it. Shadiva was stunned for a moment, unable to speak. Then slowly, a gentle and heavenly giggle escaped her soft lips. Gods, Noah, you're such a softy now, she said with a laugh, making Noah's face go blank in outrage. Then slowly, you know what? Screw you, Shadiva. Let me go meet your siblings and give them some gifts for what they did to you, he said, getting up abruptly and starting to walk away like a sulking child, making Shadiva laugh even harder until tears rolled down her cheeks. It was a joke, you're not a softy. You're just loving. Come back, Noah, she cried, struggling to even speak between her laughter. Noah ignored her. Come back and I'll create milk in my breast and let you suck it. Shadiva proposed with a grin, and indeed, Noah stopped abruptly in his tracks. Then, with an elegant spin, he turned to face her and began walking back toward her with a big smile. Softy? Yes, I'm a softy, so what? Lady, just open up your breast and let this softy drink like a baby. Come. Come, my softy, Shadiva said, with tears of joy still falling from her eyes. In an instant, she had forgotten the pain, and instead, she began teasing her dear softy. Well, mission accomplished, I guess. What a burden it is to be a good man. Chapter 316, Wondrous. The next days had been Noah passing time with his family. It had been a long while since he had this much free time to use however he wanted, so profiting from the occasion, he made sure to give each of his women the necessary love. It was not only a matter of sex, love, after all, was beyond that barbaric concept, but also a matter of doing activities together in order to enjoy life a little bit more. He went on a date with each of them, letting them choose whatever they want to do. Then he brought them all together to a beach where they played volleyball on the sand, and there, Noah showed them that he was an avid fan of a certain anime featuring a short orange-haired man. He absolutely destroyed them, without any pity. Then after, they went to the White Silver Garden and made a picnic with all kinds of food, most of them being things Noah had stolen from Earth and twisted smartly to make them look original, and they sat there on the grass, chatting and laughing together. Even Premier and Lorna were there, now feeling like they were in the right place. They then went to an arcade and played some games like Meager Mortals, but weirdly, or maybe not, they enjoyed it immensely. During all this time, none of them used their powers in any shape or form. Even their physical strength had been reduced to mortal levels, all of that, just to feel it and enjoy it even more. It was a thrilling experience. His wives already knew Noah was an unserious guy, but he truly proved it during their little holidays. Noah was a pure jokester. The way he made all of them laugh without making anyone feel bad was something none of them could understand. They asked, but all he said was that it was talent. And that was kind of true. Noah was a naturally funny guy, the type of man girls love to have around. But when coupled with his insufferably handsome face, it was unfair. But Noah didn't miss the opportunity these holidays gave him. He took many ridiculous and hilarious pictures of all of them, so much so that sometimes he couldn't help but look at them while hiding and laugh like a madman. He was lucky, because Sari and Celine almost caught him taking these pictures. But he took a step back and upgraded the quality of his technique before restarting, and this time, no one suspected a thing. It was truly a beautiful moment they all shared together. deepening their bonds. After all, it's cool and all to love someone, but a romantic relationship or even any type of relationship has to be nurtured. You ignore your partner for too long, and you'll find her either with another man or already walking away. Your family? You barely contact them, never check in, never ask if they're okay. And when times get tough, you'll be ashamed to go back to them, and they might even act cold towards you. Same with friendship. True, exceptions always exist. But we're not here for the exceptions, so don't take anything for granted. Because anything you neglect will neglect you back. So nurture your relationships well, because, in this life, social skills are something you all should master. Humans are social creatures, after all. Meanwhile, inside his white silver room, Noah was sitting on the edge of his gigantic bed, his hands curled under his chin with a pensive expression. He had fun and all, but there was still work to be done. There were many of his goals still not achieved. There were the Worldborns and their progenitor, Lul, and Noah was certain that a fight to the death was inevitable. Because there was no way, absolutely no way, he would ever spare the Worldborns when he said he would exterminate them. He wasn't joking. He would, definitely. Even if he had to go against their progenitor herself, but now was not the time. Noah might have a bit of arrogance in him, but he was no fool. Fighting a progenitor in his current state was just asking to be killed in a dreadfully poetic way, and Noah was not a fan of that genre of literature, so he would rather avoid that. But now the question was, how to get ready? There were many ways, and the first that came to mind was to step into the law creator rank. Was it easy? It wasn't for others, or even for the past Noah, but now that he had the function to share the rank of any woman who held strong feelings for him, Noah could step into that rank as easily as breathing, but his personal power alone wouldn't be enough. He was fighting against a whole damn race who had been here since the beginning of the universe. Compared to them, his own race wasn't even a toddler, so that simply means he needed more people in his race. But not just common ones. Okay, they might help, but he needed the unique ones, the ones that could tip the scale of any battle just by their presence. People who had a semblance of his blasphemous nature, of course. He was talking about Aseman and Aurelia. These two alone could give him the confidence to go against any powerhouse in the universe. And weirdly, Noah couldn't help but imagine what would happen if all three abominations belonged to the same race. Even thinking about that made him shudder with excitement. Would the status of abomination then only be possible within his race? What would happen then, but more importantly, how would all the races in the universe react once they realized that the three of the record's favorites now belonged to the same unique race, that is, to the same faction, one with immense power and, without doubt, immense influence? Well, Noah truly wondered what would happen, but now was not the time to think about all those hypotheses. First, he had to think of a way to gain his dear siblings' affection and trust so that they would be willing to become part of his race, and what better way to form bonds than to travel together? Thinking about this, Noah's face opened into a bright smile. I guess it's time to go back to Earth. Chapter 316, Wondrous. The next days had been Noah passing time with his family. It had been a long while since he had this much free time to use however he wanted, so profiting from the occasion, he made sure to give each of his women the necessary love. It was not only a matter of sex. Love, after all, was beyond that barbaric concept, but also a matter of doing activities together in order to enjoy life a little bit more. He went on a date with each of them, letting them choose whatever they want to do. Then he brought them all together to a beach where they played volleyball on the sand. And there, Noah showed them that he was an avid fan of a certain anime featuring a short orange-haired man. He absolutely destroyed them, without any pity. Then after, they went to the White Silver Garden and made a picnic with all kinds of food, most of them being things Noah had stolen from Earth and twisted smartly to make them look original, and they sat there on the grass, chatting and laughing together. Even Premier and Lorna were there, now feeling like they were in the right place. They then went to an arcade and played some games like Meager Mortals, but weirdly, or maybe not, they enjoyed it immensely. During all this time, none of them used their powers in any shape or form. Even their physical strength had been reduced to mortal levels, all of that. Just to feel it and enjoy it even more. It was a thrilling experience. His wives already knew Noah was an unserious guy, but he truly proved it during their little holidays. Noah was a pure jokester. The way he made all of them laugh without making anyone feel bad was something none of them could understand. They asked, but all he said was that it was talent. And that was kind of true. Noah was a naturally funny guy, the type of man girls love to have around. But when coupled with his insufferably handsome face, it was unfair. But Noah didn't miss the opportunity these holiday gave him. He took many ridiculous and hilarious pictures of all of them. So much so that sometimes he couldn't help but look at them while hiding and laugh like a madman. He was lucky, because Sari and Celine almost caught him taking these pictures. But he took a step back and upgraded the quality of his technique before restarting, and this time, no one suspected a thing. It was truly a beautiful moment they all shared together, deepening their bonds. After all, it's cool and all to love someone, but a romantic relationship, or even any type of relationship, has to be nurtured. You ignore your partner for too long, and you'll find her either with another man or already walking away. Your family? You barely contact them, never check in, never ask if they're okay. And when times get tough, you'll be ashamed to go back to them, and they might even act cold towards you. Same with friendship. True, exceptions always exist. But we're not here for the exceptions, so don't take anything for granted. Because anything you neglect will neglect you back. So nurture your relationships well, because, in this life, social skills are something you all should master. Humans are social creatures, after all. Meanwhile, inside his white silver room, Noah was sitting on the edge of his gigantic bed, his hands curled under his chin with a pensive expression. He had fun and all, but there was still work to be done. There were many of his goals still not achieved. There were the Worldborns and their progenitor, Lul, and Noah was certain that a fight to the death was inevitable, because there was no way, absolutely no way, he would ever spare the Worldborns when he said he would exterminate them. He wasn't joking. He would, definitely. Even if he had to go against their progenitor herself, but now was not the time. Noah might have a bit of arrogance in him, but he was no fool. Fighting a progenitor in his current state was just asking to be killed in a dreadfully poetic way, and Noah was not a fan of that genre of literature, so he would rather avoid that. But now the question was, how to get ready? There were many ways. And the first that came to mind was to step into the law creator rank. Was it easy? It wasn't for others, or even for the past Noah, but now that he had the function to share the rank of any woman who held strong feelings for him, Noah could step into that rank as easily as breathing, but his personal power alone wouldn't be enough. He was fighting against a whole damn race who had been here since the beginning of the universe. Compared to them, his own race wasn't even a toddler, so that simply means he needed more people in his race. But not just common ones. Okay, they might help, but he needed the unique ones, the ones that could tip the scale of any battle just by their presence. People who had a semblance of his blasphemous nature, of course. He was talking about Aseman and Aurelia. These two alone could give him the confidence to go against any powerhouse in the universe. And weirdly, Noah couldn't help but imagine what would happen if all three abominations belonged to the same race. Even thinking about that made him shudder with excitement. Would the status of abomination then only be possible within his race? What would happen then, but more importantly, how would all the races in the universe react once they realized that the three of the record's favorites now belonged to the same unique race, that is, to the same faction, one with immense power and, without doubt, immense influence? Well, Noah truly wondered what would happen, but now was not the time to think about all those hypotheses. First, he had to think of a way to gain his dear siblings' affection and trust so that they would be willing to become part of his race, and what better way to form bonds than to travel together? Thinking about this, Noah's face opened into a bright smile. I guess it's time to go back to Earth. Chapter 317, Law Creator Rank. It was time to go back to Earth, and weirdly, or maybe not, Noah was very eager. He wanted to see if anything had changed on Earth. He wanted to see if there were new games released or even some earth-shaking novels that could make his head spin in excitement. He wanted to know all of that, but also, he wanted to know the fate of that woman. That woman who dumped him on the very day he was about to ask for her hand in marriage. The same day he died under the rage of the oceans, the same day he met his dear and loving Providence. It's like they said, in every bad situation, there is a good thing hiding around, a good opportunity to rise and soar like a dragon. You just have to open your eyes and be willing to look for that, for these opportunities, because when you start to see difficult situations not as problems, but as challenges, or even higher than that, as opportunities, nothing in this universe can make you kneel for too long. I just hope the man she replaced me with turned out to be indeed better than me, Noah scoffed before focusing on the important task he had to undertake. It's time to step into the Law Creator rank, he said, then stood up from his bed and sat on the cold white carpet of her room, his legs crossed. He inhaled and exhaled, his mouth producing a frail trail of white fog as his body started to levitate. He closed his eyes, entering deep into meditation and concentration. Law Creator rank is just like the name says, it's a rank where you create a law tied to yourself. In most cases, people use their affinities and take some aspect of it to elevate into a law, just like how a flame user can create a law of flame of creation. A flame that can create. Noah had those issues back then, because he had too many affinities and didn't know what to choose. He even fused all of them into one to make it easier, but since not long ago, he was no longer worried about all this. His path was evident, his path was already chosen, and it's simply providence. He couldn't think of anything else that suited him as much as that. Especially if he was the only one in all universes having this power, so there wouldn't even be a variation of it, he would be unique, like he has always been. Making up his mind, Providence, share Noel's rank with me please, he said gently to his dear system, and like always, by your orders. My dear, immediately after, the process started, deep, unsettling pain flooded through his whole being like a raging ocean. Noah shuddered instantly, his face bearing a tight, painful frown. His head was being filled with knowledge and information so above his scope that he even feared his own head might explode in a fury of splintered flesh, not that he would die anyway, but he would rather avoid it, so he shut his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth so hard they looked like two steels singing creaking sounds, his body quivering, all while trying to understand the knowledge inside his mind. The surroundings began to twist and change. Everything shifted and became white-silver threads. The walls, the ground, the bed, the desk, the carpet, everything became threads and, even the very space and time around him, these threads started to be woven together in an astonishing fashion, forming deep, complex patterns that exuded so much power and mysteries that if any of his wives had been there, just seeing this scene would have shattered her mind, twisted her sense of self before discarding her like a broken puppet. That was how harrowing it was. Soon, as these threads continued to expand and cover all the space of the room, visions started to appear. Visions of Noah, one of them showing him in a place no words could ever describe, sitting on a throne that seemed to be crafted by combining the blood and flesh of all objective and imaginative races in all realities. Looking down on all creations, but also, another one showed him on bloodied soil filled with spilled organs, severed heads and limbs. He lay there, his body broken beyond understanding, and around him were 6 blurry, towering figures looking down on him like a worm trapped in muddy water. All around him, the bodies of his wives lay there, dead. Some of them with their heads severed, others flattened like bugs, others cut into multiple pieces. It was horrific, but Noah, with his closed eyes focusing on understanding his law of providence, didn't see it, and soon after, it flickered and disappeared, leaving its place to other visions. This continued for a couple of minutes before finally it ended. The visions disappeared completely, and the room returned to its previous state. Noah immediately fell on the ground with a loud thud, his body laying limply. His breath was ragged and his whole body was still twitching in pain, looking like a fish out of water. Ah, fuck. I didn't miss this feeling, he muttered under his breath, still not budging, and at this moment, he couldn't help but thought of those people that said he was obtaining power too easily. But, well, you know what, let's admit it and move on. Getting up with difficulty, Noah sat on the ground, his legs stretched vulgarly and his back leaning on the bark of his bed. He closed his eyes to catch his breath for a moment before opening them. His gaze more composed, and his head clearer. I would have loved to complain about this pain, but hey. I'll choose this any day if it helps me skip millions, or even billions, of harrowing training sessions, he said with a smug grin, imagining how a seaman would react if he saw that he had attained Law Creator rank at what, not even 30. Thinking this, even Noah couldn't help but whistle in wonder. I am indeed blasphemous, he said as he opened his mouth wide, laughing like a deranged madman. It was a laugh that could make all beings in the universe make peace, just to come strike him down. It was just that insufferable. Cheat is, indeed, the only way in this sacrilegious, wretched universe with conflicts everywhere, he added with a smile before slowly raising his finger as a thread started to come out of it. Normally, law is something that can be passed to others. When they use it and gain insight, I take all those insights and make them my own, making it more powerful and complete. But my law is unique to me. So I am the only one who can grow it. It should, normally, take a lot of time to grow and reach the next rank. But, I just need a woman who surpassed Law Creator rank, Noah scoffed, the urge to laugh gripping him again, but he stopped himself. But it's not an excuse to not train to the best of my abilities. I need to understand on my own how flexible and varied my use of providence can become, he said, his face now bearing a serious expression. He liked the easiest way, But he knows that not putting effort into this will cause his downfall, so, with a focused gaze, Noah disappeared from his room and entered his personal training ground, ready to deepen his understanding of providence before departing to meet his siblings. Chapter 318, Interesting. Noah never thought that training could be so enjoyable. For him, training was never something he liked to do, especially if he remembered how his mother treated him when he was younger. That training traumatized him, but as he was training the law of providence, Noah was loving every moment of it. There was something deeply enchanting in being able to control the lives of beings. He just had to sit in his training ground and use his law to see all the fate, destiny, and causality threads of all beings inside lay. With his current level of power, only Noelle succeeded at resisting his still weak control of the law, but beside her, everyone else was in his grasp. Even his wives. One day, while he was manipulating the threads, making people live a specific experience at a specific time, or even kill some bad ones in a specific way, Noah sensed the birth of a new thread. A new thread meant a new life. Curious, he followed the thread and saw it came from a boy that was born inside a hidden village that still decided to stay human and live the life of the mundane without searching for power. A curious thing, he observed the fate of the baby boy and saw that it was the most ordinary thread he had yet to see. His life was, by all accounts, mundane. He would grow like any child, then marry a wife to leave a legacy while teaching them their culture, and then die of old age. It was a normal life, but it was a peaceful life too. It was one Noah shouldn't have any business in changing, but Noah couldn't help but want to change it. He couldn't help but want to see the effect on a whole village if he changed the fate threads of only one among them, so he did it. And the first thing he did was use a technique he called guided fortune by making sure the boy, whose name was Aaron, found, by pure coincidence, or so he thought, the dead body of an elisiari of ice. This was Aaron's first time seeing a being so beautiful, yet also with an aura so cold and majestic it could freeze time itself. Driven by the curiosity any child had, Aaron searched the body and found a spatial ring that held all the belongings of the dead elisiari, and that included special techniques and even treasures beyond his imagination. Noah simply added that encounter inside Aaron's thread, but that encounter changed his whole fate, destiny, and causality in a way never imagined. At that moment, Noah was deeply focused on Aaron and left all other threads. He dedicated all of his time watching and analyzing the transformation brought by that encounter. But also the ones he added here and there. Aaron changed completely, his intellect improved, and so did his ambition. He began to see the people of his village as old-timers, backward and ignorant, and he wanted to change them, to introduce them to the higher world, to make them see the infinite possibilities that existed outside the confines of their little village. Needless to say, it was not easy. And can you imagine how difficult it is to change the culture, the traditions, and the beliefs of other people? Let me tell you, it's nearly impossible. They were simply humans, and humans didn't like change, because change meant leaving the things you were used to do, to feel, to believe, for something entirely new, something entirely dark and unknown. And what's scarier than the fear of the unknown? So, without any surprise, they resisted profoundly the change brought by Aaron, and thus Aaron started the struggle for power inside his own village. He was strong, yes, but by only teaching himself, his rank was still low, and he didn't want to hurt his people with force. He wanted them to understand his vision, not to force them into submission. By then, already years had passed, and Noah didn't budge. He was still watching like a film the life of a man in one hidden corner of his world, a man he had influenced. But he didn't just watch, because by using his law so delicately, his control and understanding increased further, making him able to create a second technique called causality chains, and he used it on Aaron by saying, if you lose the battle of authority, you will find a way out of this situation. It was simple, but it was heavy. After that, Noah didn't make Aaron win, he just observed, and by the end, the people indeed won and succeeded in imprisoning Aaron for his heretical thoughts and words, and that was the turning point. Noah didn't specify the way out of that situation, and he didn't say Aaron would receive an old spirit grandpa to help him, nor a hidden overpowered sword, nor any of those cliché things. But it looked like fate loved cliché thing. Because in that dungeon, Aaron found a secret door that would lead him to a being. A being Noah even forgot still existed, a vampire, or more accurately, a dried-up woman vampire who needed blood, otherwise, she would remain in that drought state forever. How interesting. Noah commented, his eyes shaped by threads woven into a swirling ball, twisting endlessly as he studied the thread of Aaron. Noah couldn't put into words what he was feeling. It was too grand, too beautiful to even describe. What he was seeing right now was truly the power of a god, the power to influence the very life of a being, and to know that by influencing that single thread, millions or even billions of other threads would be affected in return. Because when Aaron's thread changed, the whole village's threads changed, but not only that, the locked-up vampire's thread changed, causing millions of other threads to be altered. Some alterations were small, others moderate, and others were grand and game-changing. And by understanding these notions, Noah created another technique called Destiny's Anchor. At that time, 18 years had passed, but now, with his level of power, these numbers of years might as well be considered just a few hours, because his perception of time was now very different. And after those 18 years, with the help of the vampire who transformed him into a vampire, a very special one at that, and trained him to use his power over blood but also over bloodline, Aaron became something unhinged and powerful, and in no time, he put all the people under him with force, because after being locked up, he understood that sometimes force might be the answer. Noah closed his eyes at that point, reflecting on all he had seen. He had followed Aaron from the moment he was born until he became the uncontested ruler of his village and was about to go out and experience the world. It was a thrilling and interesting feeling to watch the life of a person as if reading a novel, and you can't help but feel attached in some way, and this made him wonder, are there people reading his life like a novel? Did they influence any of his actions or even encounters? Or even his own power? He wondered what they would say about his life. Did he live it in a way that was worthy? Enjoyable? Did he become someone worth rooting for? Or just some insufferable bastard? At that thought, he laughed. I bet it would be the second option. If there was anyone. But even so, to still read his story until this point, that deserved some thank you, right? And here, Noah suppressed a soft smile before shaking off all those thoughts and continuing his training. Chapter 319. What if I did? Time passed, and Noah continued his training as usual. He had learned many things by following the journey of Aaron. And by using the knowledge he managed to obtain with him, he tried to apply it to other people. He used his law of providence to change the fate of one little girl. That girl, by a series of coincidences that even Noah was stupefied by, became an elissary of destruction, but she was too gentle, too soft to really thrive in that domain. Still, Noah took her and made her the most bloodthirsty and destruction-loving being in no time. Only by showing her how destruction could be as beautiful as creation, he went even farther, and made a human couple birth a child. A boy, but he twisted the destiny of that boy and raised it to an extreme level, and as he watched that boy grow, Noah couldn't help but laugh every now and then. That guy's luck was off the chart. Everything he did, even the most mundane task, turned into something never seen before. In no time, he became a very high figure in lay. Same with others, Noah twisted their threads too. But he didn't just do it to make them shine. Sometimes, he made the destiny of a person ridiculously low, just to see the counterpart, and what he saw was something harrowing and pitiful. That guy ended up dying miserably. He did the same with another newborn girl. He gave her incredibly low destiny, but blessed her with a will never seen before, a will so strong that nothing could stop her, not even destiny itself. There, Noah saw a different aspect of the threads. How a mortal could succeed in defying the odds and become something even more dreadful than those whose destinies were high. That woman, too, became a renowned figure inside lay. Many others came, and that in different domains. There were those who excelled in blacksmithing, creating whole new methods of craft, or even in alchemy, or the mundane arts. That period of time, Noah's training, lasted around 50 years, and it was a period marked by the rise of multiple monsters that made lay tremble. People of incredible power appeared out of nowhere to claim their due, to take what they deserved. That period of time was later called the Years of Enlightenment, and indeed, it was strangely accurate, because these years were truly a form of enlightenment to Noah, whose eyes now held a depth never seen before. His eyes were calm and serene like the surface of a tranquil river. Before, you could see knowledge flowing inside them abundantly, but now there was wisdom, and now, after 50 years, Noah had finished his training. He was levitating just above the ground in a cross-legged position. He was shirtless, and you could see white silver threads circulating through his body in a mesmerizing manner. It looked like glowing lines tracing every inch of his flesh. He was surrounded by many threads showing the lives of countless people, even those who were now called the favored ones, because they were chosen by Noah to be test subjects for his training. Well, they didn't know that, but still, it was the truth that they were favored in a sense. Noah watched them with impassive eyes through their threads. If he wanted, he could strip away everything they had just gained with but a single thought, but he simply smiled and dismissed the threads, making the training ground return to normal. He slowly stood on the floor, his body rippling with muscles beyond comprehension. Then he sighed, releasing white steam from his mouth like a flowing cloud in a blue sky. It was the best training session I ever had, Noah said, laughing lightly. It's only now that he understood how dreadful the power of providence was. Because only with that, he raised geniuses at a level where even the past Elijah would look like a footless bird before them, not even worthy to stand in their presence. Thinking about that, Noah couldn't help but shake his head softly and wonder about how life could be so unpredictable, yet still so damn fascinating. Everything can happen. We say this sentence very often, but we do not realize that honestly, everything could happen. You just have to will it. You just have to believe it. And Noah believed in himself, and that's what made it possible for him to now manipulate the fates of billions and create worthy monsters. He smiled faintly, then cracked his neck before rolling his shoulders to erase the stiffness from sitting all those years without moving. Deep cracking sounds like the roars of behemoths echoed through the white training ground as Noah gave a sigh of satisfaction. Now that I'm ready, it's time to do what I was supposed to do, meaning, it was time to reunite with his siblings. The space in front of him parted like a curtain of torn glass before Noah stepped inside, going straight for a well-needed bath. Do divine beings even stink? Noah sat in his room with all his women around him, chatting idly with each other, their faces bright with laughter and smiles. They had been complaining about how much work they had to do because of the favored ones, blaming Noah for all the inconveniences. The latter just smiled wryly, telling them to see the good side of the situation and not to blame him. They also asked about how his training went, but then each of them started talking about what they did while he was away. It was a lively atmosphere, but soon, the air tensed a little when Sophie asked a question. So, where are you going again? All the girls turned their heads toward him, waiting for an answer. Earth. It's a world with no mana or anything of the sort. Well, it was like that the last time I checked, he said, his voice calm and steady. How do you know about this world, and where did you even get this information? Illyra asked, her soul-like eyes narrowing with suspicion. Not only her, but all of them were looking at him like, you're cheating on us, aren't you? That's why you want us to stay here while you travel alone? Anya said, looking at him like a disappointed snake. I knew we wouldn't be enough, right? Noah is too greedy. I knew one day he would get tired of us and try to find new ones. That's why I told all of you, let's find some N-tier sexual techniques to make him lose his mind. But you never listened. Now I'm pretty sure some bitches opened their legs wide in poetic ways that enchanted him. We should have listened to Lilith. Yes, as a former whore, she was the best in that domain. I don't think you needed to add that last part. Celine, but what if I did? Their banter started again, going from Noah's alleged infidelity, to Lilith being a whore, and even to the length of Noah's dick. Meanwhile, the latter just sat there, completely lost. Finally, he sighed and fell on the bed on his back. Who told me to have so many women? It's all because of my beauty. Yes, it's definitely not because he was a horny bastard. Definitely not. Chapter 320. Dramatic. It took many hours for Noah to finally convince his women that all of their thoughts were unfounded and that all he would do was just travel with a seaman and Aurelia into some distant world. Of course, they would not do only that. A seaman made it clear that he wanted a little escapade with them in monster-filled territory in order to bond while killing them. It sounded pretty murderous, and in fact it was. But the most unnerving thing was that a seaman didn't plan to choose any random place to kill. As he said, they were abominations, so they had to do something at their level of absurdity. Noah and Aurelia asked multiple times where they would go, but he stayed silent, telling them it would be a surprise they would immensely love. Needless to say, Noah and Aurelia looked at him suspiciously, their eyes saying everything even though they didn't say anything. We don't believe you. A seaman looked hurt at this unfounded lack of confidence in him. He started to throw a fit and tried to convince them, but Noah and Aurelia were adamant about it. In the end, he sulked like a child and went to traumatize his sister's fairies in order to relieve some stress. Remembering this, Noah couldn't help but chuckle lightly under his breath. He genuinely missed a seaman. It was not to say that he didn't miss Aurelia, but his brother was more striking and easier to remember. He was the type of family member everyone wanted to hang out with because of how funny and relaxed he was. Aurelia, meanwhile, was the type to only engage with you when you made the first step. You could say she was the reclusive type. The one who preferred to be lost in the infinite worlds and emotions her books gave her, rather than engage with humans too dumb or too bland for her taste. Noah was eager to meet both of them. At that moment, he was in Leia's core zone, with Leia herself in front of him, her expression bearing a satisfied grin. Why are you grinning so hard, Leia? Noah asked with an amused note in his voice. I played really good with Nixie. This was my first time playing so much, and my playmaker didn't complain even once. Hey. I only stopped because you called me here. Tell me your business, brother, in the fastest way possible and liberate me so I can go back to play, Leia said, her voice holding a tone of impatience. Noah looked at her, his face bearing the sight of a father noticing that his daughter had grown up, that type of deep crunching pain that makes you want to sit on the couch and stare blankly into the void, wondering where the cute daughter who always welcomed you with a beaming smile after work had gone, that little girl who made even the hardest day look like a simple one the moment she spoke with her tiny voice. Yes, that pain was something no good father should go through, but unfortunately, Noah was going through the same thing. He might not be her father, but rather her brother, and yet the pain he felt at being dismissed by Lay was sharper and more painful than any wound he had ever suffered. He fell silent, unable to speak for a moment, before dramatically collapsing on the ground on his neck. Mumbling some unknown things, Lay tilted her head in confusion. Then, "Brother, what are you doing?" she asked as she approached him, hearing more clearly his words. "What's the point of life, my cute Lay? Where is my cute Lay?" "I just wanted to say goodbye, just that." "So why?" He repeated it over and over again. Leia's lips twitched hearing him. She then started comforting her dramatic brother. Gods knew it was not a minor affair, but after almost half an hour, Noah got up from the ground again, his face wearing a big smile. And as for why that smile, I am indeed the best brother in all the universe, he nodded to himself, feeling quite satisfied with Leia's words. Finally, after some words of goodbye, Noah disappeared completely from Lay. This time, he didn't even appear inside the shadow realm, but outside in the ever-changing void space. He appeared there, alone, as he looked at the sight around him. It was dark, but it was illuminated by enough scattered lights that you were able to see clearly. There were pieces of rock as huge as mountains floating aimlessly around, and some other energy that blended seamlessly together in a color of light silver flowing like streams across the expanse. With his incredible perception, Noah was able to sense some other things too, like void beasts, and even treasure in hidden realms. But also another thing. Another creature that was monstrous, but looked like it was dead. Noah turned his head toward that creature. It was a gigantic beast with millions of tentacles circling its body in a protective manner, tentacles visibly able to smash a world like Lay into billions of splintered pieces in one single strike. Its body was covered with soft black scales shimmering lightly under the dark. Noah tilted his head, feeling a certain sense of déjà vu while looking at it. The reason immediately came to him. "This one feels like Noel," he said it, but nothing was heard outside, as if his voice was muted. Observing the monster quietly, Noah easily guessed that this was the original body of Noel. With a deep grin, he took out his photo artifact and snapped some masterpiece-level pictures before putting it back. Instead, he took out a small golden leaf. That leaf was glowing with so much power that surrounding beasts snapped their heads toward Noah, hungrily eyeing the leaf in his hand. Noah didn't even acknowledge them. If they were dumb enough to approach him, they wouldn't even know how they died. Instead, he focused on the leaf, the one Aurelia gave him as a way for him to be transported into her realm. He just needed to pour his authority inside. With a faint smile, his hand began to glow in a cornucopia of colors and enveloped the golden leaf, and immediately Noah disappeared, going straight to his siblings. The little outing between ridiculous siblings had finally started. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, blankly, Chapter 321, blankly, Noah appeared back inside the realm of Aurelia. The surroundings were filled with lush grass that shimmered with a blinding light. The rustle of the trees echoed through the space, making it relaxing. At the center of the realm, there was a behemoth of a tree, golden in color, that pierced through the heavens and seemed to have the intention of reaching the very limit of the universe, illuminating the whole of it in its brilliance. The sight was magnificent, but Noah was focused on a scene that made him blink, wondering if his eyes were failing him. In front of him, under the golden tree, was Aurelia sitting on the back of a seaman who was on all fours. His expression was strained, as if he wasn't just bearing the weight of Aurelia, but the weight of the entire realm. The moment Noah appeared, both of them snapped their heads toward him briskly. Aurelia gave him her usual calm smile, while a seaman opened his mouth wide, ready to tear Noah's eyes open. But fortunately, or unfortunately for him, don't forget your punishment. You have no right to talk, Aurelia said, and as Seaman's face immediately turned forlorn, dejected, and completely fed up with life. It was like suddenly, life held no meaning anymore. But still, he looked intensely at Noah and nodded rapidly, making his head blur from the motion. That was his loud way to greet his little brother. Noah smiled and strode forward, his steps gently crunching the grass underfoot, making a soft, relaxed sound echo through the realm. It's been a long time. How have you been since the last time? And Noah said as he arrived in front of them, then turned his head toward a seaman. Why is he in this state, Aurelia? He asked, his voice holding a note of amusement, head tilted. Aurelia gave him a smile, then shifted her position and sat closer to a seaman's head, leaving Noah the lower back. A seaman's eyes widened, understanding exactly what Aurelia was planning, and indeed, come and sit to talk more comfortably. You won't get disappointed. This guy's back is pretty comfortable, she said playfully. Noah looked at a seaman, then gave him a shrug with a look that said, I cannot disobey big sister, you see? I'm an obedient little brother. A seaman gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. Once sitting, Noah and Aurelia began talking leisurely, ignoring completely the sad seaman. Aurelia told him why all this was happening. And it was simply because of a bet. A seaman, in a moment of boredom, had suddenly proposed a bet. He had grown tired of waiting for Noah, and traumatizing the fairies was no longer fun. Those guys seemed immune now, so with that, he could no longer see the fear-soaked faces of the fairies running in panic with their little transparent wings. So, being bored, he went to Aurelia and boldly proposed, without cheating, without anything, without using my power or even my reputation. You give me one woman, I will go court her and come back with her heart in my hands, beating only for my handsome face. It was an arrogant declaration, but indeed, a seaman was an exceptionally handsome man, even among the divine. But Aurelia knew, with a seaman's nature, that he wouldn't succeed, so she accepted, with the only condition being that if he lost, he would be on all fours and become her chair for 100 years, all while staying silent. A seaman, confident, accepted without a hint of hesitation, and now, seeing his situation, you could already guess what happened. A seaman had been in this position for over 20 years. Noah side-glanced at him mockingly. Brother, you could have waited for me to give you some tips. I'm pretty well versed in this area, Noah said, his voice dripping with confidence. Aurelia was tempted to place a bet with him too, but she held back as she remembered how many wives her little brother had and how unfairly handsome he was. The seaman spared him a glare but didn't say anything. He didn't look tired but rather weary. Noah chuckled. I guess you can forgive him for this one, sister. He pleaded for him. Aurelia fixed her golden eyes filled with unmistakable wisdom on him. No, in fact, she was looking at his eyes. She then tilted her head, her golden eyes narrowing. You look different, brother, she said, her voice holding a note of intrigue. Your eyes, they're deeper than before. A seaman turned his head unnaturally to look at Noah, his face bearing an extremely rare serious expression. His black eyes, like twin bottomless voids, were fixed on him. Then he nodded, as if agreeing with Aurelia. Noah smiled. Well, things happened. Years passed after all. And oh well. I became a law creator rank 2. He said nonchalantly, as if speaking about the weather. Instantly, the realm seemed to fall into unnatural silence. Noah felt like he was being watched by everything and anything. Even the realm itself, and all of them were staring at him as if he was some kind of monster. He darted his head toward all of them, his expression filled with mock confusion. Why are you looking at me like this? It's just law creator rank, you know? Nothing worthy of all these stares. This time, a seaman could not stop himself from speaking. Now do tell us, did you just say some nonsense like I think therefore I am and boom, you discovered the law of self? A seaman's voice was dripping with mock sarcasm, but also with sheer disbelief. How, in not even 100 years, did this guy become law creator rank? Granted, he was an abomination, but they too were abominations. And they hadn't reached this level even after 100 years of deep study. Noah laughed at his brother's words. The words you just said remind me of something really far away. But hey, now that you said it, why didn't I think of that? At the end, Noah was holding his chin pensively, wondering why he didn't think of creating the law of self. That thing sounded pretty incredible. Aurelia, meanwhile, was just staring at Noah blankly, then slowly parted her mouth and spoke dryly. How did you achieve it? A seaman was listening too. No, all the realm was listening, but Noah just smiled. I got a sugar mommy willing to give me her everything, even her own rank. Hearing him, they stared at him blankly before. Man, you know what? Let's just go on our way to that whatever earth and forget about this little discussion, a seaman said. I think it's better for our sanity. Aurelia agreed. Noah laughed, cackling like a madman. Chapter 322, Lady of the Thorn. The three siblings now sat around a table made from the roots of the golden tree. It glowed softly with a golden hue more holy and immaculate than any celestial could ever hope to achieve. A soft and sweet scent drifted from it, able to bring tranquility and contented peace to billions of worlds with frightening ease. Noah tapped the table softly and rhythmically, then turned his head toward his brother. A seaman, he said, his voice holding a note of intrigue. You told us you had a place to go hunt monsters before departing to Earth. He tilted his head. So, where is that place? Aurelia, too, turned her head toward him, curious to know what this troublesome brother of hers had decided again. Well, you see. A seaman began, wearing his ever-present grin. I wanted us to head toward the dwelling of the King of the North. But let's forget about that winter-loving guy. I changed my mind, he said with a smirk. Noah's brows rose slowly at the mention of the King of the North. He didn't know him, after all, but Aurelia, she looked at a seaman as if he had lost his mind. Are you crazy? She snarled, a hair's breadth from standing up to smack his head across the table. Did you really want to go against that guy, the one who controls the entire northern part of the universe? She couldn't help but be surprised. They were abominations, yes. Their potential and power were immense, yes, but the universe was unfathomable, and there were beings even they and the progenitors had to tread carefully around, the King of the North being one of them, and Aurelia wasn't overreacting. She, better than anyone, knew the terror of the King of the North. After all, she once tried to peer through his records and steal some of them. What she saw that day still made her shiver. She glared at a seaman and growled like a berserk beast. I hope you didn't do anything that could have provoked him. A seaman smirked at Aurelia's reaction. It looked exactly like what he wanted. This is precisely why I wanted to go there, dear sister. How could I, as a faithful brother, let it slide when someone traumatizes my dear sister? His voice turned forlorn, sad, a theatrical whimper. I have to give you justice. It's my duty as your brother. But... He started loudly, eyes closed, arms spreading wide as if embracing the universe itself in a warm embrace, and then the performance died down, his expression calmed, and a small smirk tugged at his lips. But dear sister, we'll postpone this little revenge against the King of the North. For now we have to resolve my revenge first. He leaned over the golden table, hands curled under his chin, staring seriously at his two siblings who were glaring at him as if he were a damned fool. He ignored their glare and instead let the smirk deepen. I, a seaman, devourer of beasts, have been rejected. How can I let this slide? So our next destination is set, my dears. We will go into the territory of the Lady of Thorn, enter her castle, her bedchamber, then, his smirk widened, then we kill her husband. He finished and fell silent, looking between Aurelia and Noah. Aurelia's face turned exasperated. She sighed and turned her head away from a seaman, as if unable to bear the sight of a face begging to be slapped across the edge of the universe. Noah, meanwhile, held a small, amused smile on his lips. It seems a little radical, brother, don't you think? He said, trying to drag his brother toward reason, but a seaman shook his head with vehement defiance. I cannot. That guy looked at me, straight in the eyes, standing beside the Lady of Thorn, and told me I'm just a reckless beast who always causes trouble. Noah's smile didn't fade. He fired back. Why didn't you kill him then, and take all the fun? I thought about you and said to myself, why not do it together? And now here we are. A seaman replied with a face practically pleading for a compliment for his brotherly thoughtfulness. Noah held a seaman's gaze for a moment, then turned to Aurelia. What do you think? He asked, tone amused. Honestly, he didn't care either way. The King of the North sounded fun, and with such control over ice, Noah was genuinely curious. If it weren't for the fact that even Aurelia seemed apprehensive of him, he would have sent his mother. The matter with the Lady of Thorn also sounded fun. Either way, he was going to go. Aurelia noticed that. She looked like she was the only one reluctant to take on something so bothersome. She shot a seaman a dark glance. Are you not ashamed to kill the husband of the woman who rejected you? What would the universe think? A seaman simply shrugged. Why would they even know? We can do it in the first 5 seconds and be done with it. You know they will, Aurelia said. Don't forget that her husband is Naren Worldborn. And any Worldborn are connected with her. A certain tension took hold the moment Aurelia spoke the husband's name, and both siblings turned to look at Noah. His face remained calm, a subtle smile still on his lips, but his eyes were cold and merciless. The threads within them turned erratic, and their effects on the environment were evident as the space around them rippled like water, then shifted and became threads for a split fraction of a second before returning to normal. But that simple shift altered the fate and destiny of every living and non-living thing inside Aurelia's realm forever. Oh. My bad. I'm sorry, Aurelia, I'll put it back as it was, Noah said, genuinely apologetic for the slip in control, but Aurelia shook her head as her golden eyes glowed. Do you have something against the Worldborn? She asked directly, already guessing the reason behind Noah's sudden anger. He smiled softly. Yes, how deep? Aurelia asked back, either I'm going to exterminate them, or I'm going to die trying. His response came absurdly fast and brutally clean, no hesitation. Both the seaman and Aurelia were taken aback by that resolve, but only for a moment. In the next breath, the seaman grinned wildly, his beastly aura erupted, and a chimera of billions of calamitous beasts loomed behind him. Drowning the realm in eternal nightmares. I never liked those pointy-eared elven bastards anyway. Let's kill, he growled like a beast. Aurelia fell silent for a heartbeat before a small smile tugged at her lips. I didn't get the chance to steal Worldborn records. Time to do it now, she smiled faintly, and the previous dreadful atmosphere shifted into something gentle and caring, the kind of gentleness worn by people who intend to stab you in the back. Yes, that exact kind. Noah listened to the two of them, a devilish grin plastered on his beautiful face as he spoke. I guess we are killing that Naren. Then, chapter 323, Power, their destination was set. They would go to the Lady of Thorn to kill her husband. They looked like a low-level bandit group acting out of spite, and honestly, it couldn't have been more true. A seaman wanted to kill Naren because of what the man had said to him, that he was just a mindless beast who always caused trouble. Which, in fairness, was true, but now, their reason had changed. They wanted to kill Naren because the youngest hated the Worldborn. It was as simple as that. It didn't matter if Noah was the one in the wrong. It didn't matter if doing so would attract the ire of Lul, progenitor of the elves. And it didn't matter if it started a war with the Worldborn. It didn't. After all, how could they call themselves elder siblings if they couldn't even help their youngest vent his rage? That was why, right now, the three of them stood side by side, Noah in the middle, preparing to step into the Lady of Thorn's territory. So, if I understood correctly, this Lady of Thorn is a law creator with a law called Thorn. A law that gives control over. Noah tilted his head slightly. Suffering or some sort? He finished, puzzled. Aurelia, at his right, nodded softly. Yes. You'll understand once we get there. But you'd better not bleed or even let her wound you. Her voice sharpened. This will be your first battle against a law creator. A seaman and I will let you face her first. If we see you struggling or about to lose. She left the words hanging. There was no need to finish them. But a seaman, at Noah's left, grinned savagely. Then we'll intervene and save your ass, little brother. His grin widened as he set one hand on his hip, the other on his face, head thrown back as he laughed like the madman he was. Noah ignored him. By now, a seaman's antics were routine. Instead, he asked something else. What about Naren? I agree we should kill him, but it's unwise to act without a plan to make sure Lul doesn't find out. Or at least, when she does, it should already be too late for her to react. His voice was calm, but the hunger beneath it was not. He wanted to kill a Worldborn. No, he wanted to torture them first. He hadn't forgotten Lay, but Lul was still far too powerful. His thoughts froze as he looked between his siblings. Is Lul stronger than you? He asked, tone genuinely intrigued. Both Aurelia and a seaman paused in thought. I don't actually know, Aurelia admitted. She had never cared to consider it. Books were her only priority. Knowledge was her fortress, but a seaman knew. She's stronger, he said bluntly. Both Noah and Aurelia turned toward him. Why do you say so? Noah pressed, because she was born when the universe itself was barely formed. Do you know how old this universe is? Don't bother, you wouldn't understand. A seaman's black eyes gleamed, sharp and dreadful. What I mean is, she was born when resources were endless. When life itself was new, when she was one of the very first to be sentient. Alive. And unbound by the records. His grin faded into something colder, eyes like a pool of bottomless ichor. Her roots are everywhere. Even among the progenitors, her power is immense. Noah listened in silence, then nodded slowly. He now understood why the progenitors never bothered with abominations. It wasn't only the records. If it were, they would have found a counter by now. No, they simply didn't care, because to them, abominations were nothing more than children playing with weapons far too big for them. After all, what was a being born 1,000,000 years ago, or even a few centuries ago, to one who had lived since the dawn of the universe? Not even a toddler. Barely an infant in their eyes, but that would change the moment they crossed the line. And for Lul, that line was her children, the Worldborn. Noah sighed wearily as the understanding sank in. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, releasing a stream of energy that made the surrounding space quake. The beat of his heart slowed as he calmed. A seaman and Aurelia remained quiet, letting their brother steady himself. They had been there too. When they were young, full of arrogance, believing they could dominate the universe, but reality had shattered them, they met beings who could have killed them in an instant but didn't, restrained only by the records. Since then, Aurelia turned inward, burying herself in books and knowledge, using it to sharpen her power. A seaman turned rebel, stirring chaos everywhere, but always careful to stop at the edge of disaster. By pressing those boundaries, he grew stronger too. They knew Noah was going through that, but it must be hard for him, Aurelia thought, glancing at his pensive face. She was mistaken. Noah wasn't weighed down by fear of their power. He was only frustrated that his revenge couldn't come yet. Why would he fear them? If he wanted, he could roam the universe, courting powerful women, binding them to him, sharing their strength, but he wouldn't jeopardize his family for that. He wouldn't play with feelings and discard them just for power. That wasn't him, at least not the him of today. So, baby steps, Noah. Baby steps. You'll get there. Without a doubt, he turned to look at a seaman and Aurelia. I just need these two with me. Make them stronger. Then I'll be closer to waging war against the progenitors. His lips parted into an open smile. Well, why the tense atmosphere? We have someone to kill. And as for keeping it hidden from Lul. His smile deepened. I have an idea. Inside, he whispered, time to test the gifts Providence gave me. Immediately after his words, the seaman roared with laughter and clapped his hands so hard the realm quivered on the brink of collapse. A colossal jaw split the ground beneath them, the maw of a calamitous beast, its mouth yawning wide, filled with rows of spear-tipped teeth shimmering dangerously under the light. It swallowed them whole and in an instant they were transported, directly inside the Lady of Thorns castle, more precisely, her bedchamber, and, bloody hell. By the records. Damn. What they saw chilled even their abominable hearts. Chapter 324, Battle. An earth-shaking explosion echoed through the world, followed by a wave of splintered rock, dust, and rubble ripping through the sky in cascading bursts. Damn, why so aggressive? Noah muttered as he found himself weightless in the air. Surrounded by thousands of shredded stones, the moment those words left his lips, as if sentient, the rocks transformed into thorns blacker than charcoal, their tips sharper than spears, and they flew toward him from all directions, leaving trails of torn space behind them. Noah observed all of this calmly, his finger twitched, and a cornucopia of threads burst outward around him and wrapped him in a protective cocoon. The song of steel against steel rang through a realm now smothered in thorns of every color and shape. As Noah blocked the attacks, he didn't stop there. He produced threads that lost their protective property but were sticky enough to bind the attacking thorns. Suspending them in the air, unable to approach him, the cocoon vanished, leaving Noah exposed as he took in the scene around him. The realm was quaking here and there, deafening explosions shattering the very idea of silence, the roar echoing without pause. Buildings were being destroyed, mortals and lower-level beings cried out in agony as they raised their heads to see the sky fragmenting into parts that looked ready to fall at any moment. Clouds of dust rose everywhere, enveloping the realm in apocalyptic horror. Noah heard a distant rumble of battle and snapped his head toward the far west of the realm, where he saw Aurelia standing before a man with golden hair, green eyes, and pointed ears, typical features of the world-born. His face was clouded with anger, veins popping like slithering serpents as his green eyes pulsed with viper's venom. His mouth moved. He was speaking to Aurelia, whose face looked bored and uninterested. She floated in the air with two golden wings made of the bark of the golden tree back in her realm, her hands holding a pair of daggers with intricate designs that shone with a sharp brilliance. Without waiting for Naren to finish his rambling, she kicked off and propelled herself toward him, leaving a flash of blistering golden light that burned the very oxygen. In less than the time it takes a thought to be born, she appeared before him and slashed. Naren raised both hands in an X, plants sprouting out of nowhere to wrap his forearms just before impact. A thunderous roar of destruction spread through the realm, making it quake and quiver as if about to collapse into dust. Space rippled, swelled, and tears opened where Aurelia struck. With Naren hurled down to the ground at whipping speed, Aurelia glanced at the crater and, a second later, flickered like a mirage as she darted after him, ready to finish the fight. Noah didn't continue watching. Another sound seized his attention to the north. There, a nightmarish beast opened its maw wide, molten green saliva dripping, teeth sharp enough to pierce the very fabric of reality. Before it snapped shut, trying to devour 5 beings in front of it, the beast's body was scaled black like a dragon's, its frame humongous, as if its head alone could shatter the sky. Its form resembled that of an ape, with 2 horns of red bone etched in black runes protruding from its skull. Its eyes were red, glowing with a madness and hunger that could unmake worlds. Its hands were vast, like primordial anvils, and they had sharp claws. This was one of the beast forms of a seaman. And right now he was battling 5 of the Lady of Thorns subordinates, every strike and every step making the world tilt and space shatter like cracked wood. You dare to look elsewhere while fighting me? An angry voice growled in front of Noah. Pulling his focus back, a beautiful and striking woman stood before him. Her eyes were yellow-gray, their pupils encircled by thorns. Her gray hair fell like a waterfall to her round hips, normal in one instant, then in the next shifting into a mass of billions of thorns smashed together. She looked at him with eyes that could kill. Noah smirked. "Can you not calm down? We admit we came at an inappropriate time, but still, why make such a big..." He stopped mid-sentence, tilting his head to the right, evading a thorn that was aiming straight for his forehead. Behind him, something detonated, a huge blast of air and smoke rising from the ground and smothering the realm in a dusty mist for a heartbeat. Noah's smile twitched. This woman was serious about killing him, it seemed, deciding to stop fooling around. Noah used his causality. "As long as I am breathing, every wound you make me feel will be felt by you too." Doubled, he uttered with a devilish grin. The threads of causality in the realm shifted. A large part of them ruptured and a new weave was born within. The weave was Noah's. A clicking sound echoed through the realm, and the Lady of Thorn stepped back, head lowered, staring at her body in sudden confusion, eyes widening as she felt what had just been bound to her. She raised her head sluggishly only to see Noah's fist an inch from her face, a villainous smile plastered on his lips. And then he struck her delicate right cheek with merciless precision. Her face shifted, her right eye exploded from its socket, teeth splintered, blood sprayed like a fountain and painted the world in red, then muscle, skin, and tendon crushed into mashed pulp as the impact finally sent her to kiss the ground beneath them with an ear-splitting crack that made the air howl like a raging beast. Space around his fist throbbed madly, looking ready to collapse from the sheer strength of Noah's punch. A stream of energy flowed off his knuckles, born from the friction between them and the Lady of Thorn's face. Noah stood there, watching the ground, which was now swallowed by a thick cloud of dust. A smile on his lips. Seconds later, a deep, banshee-like screech boomed out, and slicing sound waves carved through everything in their path. The dust cleared, and Noah finally saw the Lady of Thorn's face. It was unsightly. Her previous beauty was gone. In its place, mangled flesh and an empty right socket stared up at him, deep crimson blood oozing like ichor and spilling to the ground in a waterfall. She glared up at Noah, high in the sky, with her left eye pulsing with hatred and a heat so visceral that the surrounding space shuddered under her aura. She parted her swollen lips, and a voice like scratching on dry skin rasped through the ruined realm. "I will fucking kill you." Noah smirked. "My life is too heavy for you to take, my lady." But he stretched out his right hand and pointed at her, curling his fingers in a come at me gesture. "Come at me. Next time, I will explode your head in a flurry of brains and blood." End of chapter 324, /n, sigh, where are the golden tickets? The gifts? The PS? Are you cheating on me with other authors? Sigh, chapter 325, cracking skull, a whirlwind of destruction exploded through space, making it quake in dread. The sky cracked into countless shards, its precious blue drained into a profound, bleeding red. The realm itself screamed in agony, its howls echoing across the ruined expanse, unheard by any locked in the fury of battle. A fountain of blood, spilled organs, and mangled bones carpeted the ground in crimson. Mortals howled in injustice, and even divine beings knelt in submission. Noah and the Lady of Thorn were engaged in a deadly but beautiful dance of combat. They were trails of light, Noah's silver white, hers a ghostly gray, clashing in thunderous blows, each one carrying the weight to dent reality itself. Their speed transcended light, making the very definition of time meaningless. Their battlefield was drowned in an uncountable sea of thorns that spread as far as the eye could see, while silver-white threads carved through them, severing the very meaning of fate and bending it to Noah's will. Threads and thorns clashed in unholy rage, splitting space, tearing the ground from beneath itself, flinging chunks skyward before shattering them into billions of fragments. The fight was calamitous. The Lady of Thorn darted left, evading a spear woven from Noah's fate-cutting threads. She slammed her feet into the groundless air, and a torrent of red thorns erupted upward, embracing Noah hungrily. He clicked his tongue, too late to fully escape. He staggered back, dodging some, blocking others, but several pierced through, tearing his clothes, stabbing into his fair skin, until pristine white blood sprayed out, staining him. Before he could think further, his own blood twisted against him, warping into white thorns that stabbed back into his body. A sharp, piercing pain ripped through him, striking directly at his soul. His body swayed from the sudden torment, his vision tilting just as the Lady of Thorn appeared an inch away, crouched low, her knuckles wrapped in black and red thorns that pulsed with malevolence. With madness glowing in her eyes and blood smeared on her lips, she drove her fist into his gut. Noah's bones rattled like a leaf caught in a storm, splintering like fragile glass. His body hurled backward, slicing the air before he smashed face-first into the ground with an earth-shaking detonation. Dust rose in towering waves, smothering the battlefield in a hazy shroud. Above, the Lady of Thorn buckled, vomiting a cascade of crimson blood as her pale face twisted in agony. She clutched her ribs, a grievous pain making her knees buckle even in the sky. She gritted her teeth, hatred creaking audibly in her skull, and glared down into the rising dust. From below, Noah's mocking voice cut through. It must feel really nasty, huh? The haze cleared, revealing him battered but upright. His clothes were torn to rags, white blood dripping from his lips. His once immaculate silver hair now flared wild, like a storm. He was in pain, but his eyes glinted with cold indifference and worse, with taunting amusement. You see, we can still end this by talking. My brother only wants to kill your husband, not you. Why don't we settle this like civilized people, he said with a smirk, his voice dripping with confidence, and the Lady of Thorn knew why. She was going to lose if she couldn't break the causality ability binding her. But that was the problem, the smiling bastard would never give her the time to think, to unravel his skill, and if she faltered, if she lost focus for even a breath, her skull would be shattered again. She seethed, teeth grinding. I won't let you kill my husband, she growled, her voice like two jagged thorns scraping against each other, annoying. Her battered body swayed, but her gaze didn't waver. The air shifted. Space itself warped, bleeding into thorns of countless colors that lashed onto her body, burrowing deep, transforming her flesh. It was done in an instant. She was now a living mass of thorns, her form still humanoid but twisted into shifting shades of thorn growth. Her new presence made the air recoil in dread, space itself tearing apart around her unstable aura. Noah stood below, smiling faintly, his runic thread-marked eyes glinting with scorn and contempt. I personally preferred your previous appearance, he said lightly, before turning his head to glance at Aurelia's battle, then Asemon's. Both were about to finish, which made his smile sharpen. Then he raised his right hand and caught her descending fist at eye level. The air hissed like a serpent before snapping apart with a booming crack, a wrenching explosion radiating from the clash. But Noah didn't release her fist, he clenched it tighter, crunching her knuckles until the sound split the battlefield. Her eyes bulged in pain as she raised her other hand, nails flexing like daggers, slashing for his face. Noah flung his head back, still gripping her hand, her claws grazing by a hair's breadth. Then his free hand snapped forward, coiling around her wrist like serpent and locking it tight. She snarled, fury blazing in her eyes, but Noah's gaze was filled with insufferable arrogance. He stepped closer, pressing his forehead almost against hers. Then hammered his knuckles into her skull. A sickening crack echoed. Her head snapped back in a spray of blood. She staggered, but Noah didn't let go. He struck again, and again, and again. The sound of cracking bone rang out mercilessly as he pummeled her face, blood smearing across her features until they were unrecognizable. Her nose shattered. Her forehead split open like torn curtains, revealing a grotesque glimpse of oily brain matter streaked with runes racing like lightning. Noah's face was drenched in her blood, his grin monstrous, eldritch, as the reality itself could not contain him. Are you willing to talk now? He growled. Her face was ruined like a cracked stone. With her lips swollen and split into pieces, jaw broken and hanging loosely as if about to fall at any given moment, and yet she still clung to life. She slowly parted her bleeding mouth and whimpered weak and broken, "And mercy." Noah grinned wider, blood pouring down his chin like a torrent. Took you long enough, my lady. Then, suddenly, his face flipped like a switch, the cruelty melting into a mischievous grin. Now tell me, were you truly masturbating with your husband chained like a worthless weasel in front of you? The change was so abrupt that the Lady of Thorn shivered. Chapter 326, Wretched Worms. Lady of Thorn shuddered at Noah's mischievous voice as she tried to take a step back, away from him, but Noah was still holding tightly her two hands like a lover, as if unwilling to let her go, but the two of them knew better. Lady of Thorn would have ripped apart her two arms just to get as far away from the smiling monster if she could, but her brain had been deeply wounded, a part of it bent like twisted steel. Her eyes were hazy, unable to distinguish between objective reality and imagined reality. Blood flowed through her whole body like a cascade of crimson, plunging the ground into a shroud of lamentable gore. She was a hair's breadth from dying. And she knew, if Noah struck her with his fate ability, then her death would be permanent. At that thought, she couldn't help but shudder in dread. Her heart brimmed with fear for the smiling bastard in front of her, his face ridiculously beautiful even with her blood drenching his features. Who are you? She stammered with her splintered lips. Noah held her fearful gaze for a brief second before he parted his bloodied lips, his voice holding a note of amusement. Noah Veilgrim. The sound of destruction around the world started to lessen. The unstable and cracking space began to slowly repair itself. Time seemed to reappear again, taking its normal course. The few surviving mortals sat there on the cracked ground, surrounded by the shredded rubble of their homes. Their eyes rose to the sky, questioning the fairness of the world, but they should have known better. This was a wicked universe where the strong had the right to do anything they pleased. simply because they were strong. Even if it meant destroying an entire realm just to kill a single person, yes, it was villainous, or simply unscrupulous. The siblings should have thought better than to discard the lives of those mortals, should have tried to limit their fight so that they would be safe. Why not? If they had wanted, they could have done it easily. But the issue was, neither of them thought about it, and you couldn't blame them. They had been divine for so long, holding such boundless power, that there were just some things you stopped paying attention to, like the lives of miserable mortals who could be erased with only a snort. It was the bitter truth, and as Noah stood weightless high in the air amidst the crimson-stained sky, listening to their pleas, looking at their tears of blood shimmering down their cheeks and feeling anguish and hatred flare like incandescent fire inside their beings, he couldn't help but shake his head lightly in misery and pity. With his eyes, he could already see some special ones among them, hearts burning hot with vengeance, carrying the seed of power to become a true nuisance to him and his siblings. He didn't know what to do with them. He would have loved to kill them directly and take hold of their souls under his control, but that would have been too unjust, right? He mused with a slight chuckle before turning his head to the right, sparing a glance at his sister Aurelia. What do you think about it? He asked directly, not even bothering to explain the meaning behind his question, but Aurelia didn't need it. Her own eyes were glowing searing gold, making the very space in front of her distort and shimmer in dread. She observed silently, then spoke. What do you wish to do? She asked. Noah tilted his head in an inquiring manner, his shoulder-length silver hair brushing softly against his face, giving him a sudden unholy beauty that even made Aurelia pause a little, caught by the sight of Noah's face. If Noah noticed her expression, he didn't show it, his own expression unmoving. Aurelia took hold of herself after a moment, inwardly feeling a sense of relief that Noah hadn't noticed. What's wrong with you? She berated herself, ashamed to have acted like this. Sighing to gather her emotions, she explained her previous words more clearly. I asked what you wished to do to them. Because we will do exactly that, she said with a shrug. It doesn't matter if they grow enough to become an issue to us. Well, even issue is too big a word. They would be, at best, some wretched worms trying to stand against primordial serpents just because they can slither. She fixed her immaculate golden eyes on his white-threaded runic ones, and they would be shredded into a cascade of spilled organs, blood, muscle, and flesh with our fangs if they ever dared. She paused, letting her words sink deep inside Noah's head. All that to say, whatever you choose, it doesn't matter, she finished, then waited for Noah's answer, and his answer came fast. Noah only asked out of courtesy, mindful of his sister. After all, he didn't know her well enough yet to predict her actions, but truthfully, he really didn't care that much about any of this. True, he felt pity, but he knew better than letting his emotions uncontrolled, so without waiting, he raised his right hand at eye level, then clenched it. A cataract of invisible threads boomed out through the healing sky of the realm and wove themselves into a vast tapestry of threads. Even Aurelia didn't see anything. This was Noah's providence. It could be seen only by him. He raised a finger and started to slice some threads as if cutting ropes with a scissor. Across the realm, people started to drop dead, their bodies evaporating like mist under a howling wind, their very memories erased from reality. No one would remember them, except Noah, and Aurelia, who was strong enough to retain her memories of them, but that didn't lessen her shock as she sensed what happened. She snapped her head toward Noah, eyes wide. Noah spared her a soft smile. I hate loose ends, he breathed as his hand passed through his silky silver hair, pulling it back. Anything can happen in this universe, so better to end things thoroughly to avoid unwanted consequences later. Aurelia nodded, understanding clearly. After that, they disappeared from the sky and reappeared inside a vast luxurious bedchamber where Lady of Thorn and Naren were indeed bound, blood still pouring from their bodies. A seaman was sitting before them, cross-legged on a chair made of twisted and mangled flesh. Sensing the arrival of his siblings, he snapped his head toward them eagerly, before a beaming voice spread through the enclosed room. About damn time, chapter 327. Tell me, the room was truly a luxurious one. It was spacious, the ground shrouded by a beautiful green carpet with thorns intertwined with branches of trees centrally designated all over it. Each side of the walls was stamped with portraits of Naren and the Lady of Thorn, looking all loving and happy. On the ceiling, there was a chandelier in the form of a blooming thorn, reflecting a soft but bright gray light across the floor. In the middle of this sumptuous room was an enormous bed made of wood that shimmered with green light, covered in silky bedsheets, with a desk at its side. On the bed, there were some cuffs and also a short staff perfect for spanking. Noah and his two siblings sat side by side in this room, each of them with their own chair. Noah's chair was made of white silver threads woven together, a seaman's of flesh twitching like hungry maggots, and Aurelia's of golden wood that shimmered with an awe-inspiring glow. They faced the chained and bleeding couple. Naren looked at them with deep scorn and disgust on his face, his expression twisted into one of profound rage. You will regret all of this, he said, then fixed his heated gaze on Aseman. You know who I am. And you still dare to attack me, he chuckled coldly. Do you wish for death? Or do you think because of your status no one will dare to touch you? Aseman was grinning as he heard Naren's words, then shrugged with complete indifference. Maybe I will die, but you, his grin stretched sharper, you are definitely going to die. No maybe. No perhaps. No if the gods will. Lady of Thorn beside him quivered at the certainty dripping behind Aseman's words. She looked at him, her eyes pleading, as she parted her bleeding lips. Why? Is it because I have rejected you? She couldn't help but inquire. They hadn't done anything to anyone, they were just living their lives, so why were these two abominations here? And who was the third one? Her brain immediately paused on that thought. Third one. Third abomination? She immediately snapped her head toward Noah, finding him smiling like a devil. His sinister eyes locking into her yellow-gray ones, he slowly raised his hand and put a single finger on his lips, telling her to stay quiet. She looked around, and no one seemed to have noticed this exchange between them. She shuddered, wings of fear fluttered inside her being as she realized the truth. This man called Noah Weaverheart was the third abomination. Aseman's voice pulled her away from her fearful thoughts, echoing with amusement inside her head. Well, not really. Your husband told me some disrespectful things I couldn't accept. So I decided to kill him, he said with a beaming laugh before continuing. Well, that was the initial reason. But it's no more. We are here because the youngest has some blood feud with your husband. He pointed at Noah, making him immediately the center of attention. Noah's smile didn't waver under the sudden shift. Instead, it deepened as he locked his gaze on Naren. I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking, he said, his voice deceptively polite. Naren immediately frowned, sensing something wrong about all this. He stayed silent, glaring at Noah with scorn, refusing to answer. Aurelia was watching all this with her usual calm, not saying anything. Naren looked quite confident for a being in front of three abominations, but Noah could understand why. Lul gives you this much confidence, huh? He mused, finding it almost funny. He turned his gaze toward Lady of Thorn and smirked. You seem to love each other very much. Can you bear the sight of her being? I don't know. Maybe cut into thousands of pieces, he said while holding his chin in a pensive manner. Naren gritted his teeth, about to snarl, but Noah didn't give him the chance. He immediately appeared in front of Lady of Thorn, who yelped in horror and fear as Noah touched her cheeks gently, almost lovingly, and that was exactly what made her recoil in dread. Your husband said cut into thousands of pieces is nothing much, not satisfying for him. But I thought, why not show him how much you love him? Do you know how? He asked. She shook her head rapidly, body trembling. Naren looked at this scene with anger boiling inside him like a hot kettle of water. Leave her, he shouted loudly, as he tried to approach Noah but only fell face first because of his bindings, courtesy of Aurelia. Ouch. Must hurt, right? I put inside you one of my buddies to eat at your power. Like it? Aseman said as he raised his finger upward, showing a crimson leech shifting sluggishly around it. Naren growled like a cornered beast. Do you mind if I open your chest, and show him how your heart beats only for him, even when I crush it down? Noah continued, looking like a third-rate villain. He didn't like it, but sometimes you had to act like a true villain, and indeed, as Lady of Thorn heard him, she snapped her head toward Naren, pleading with her eyes for him to cooperate. Gritting his teeth until they cracked, Naren spoke. What are your questions? He uttered with difficulty. Noah smiled and shifted his attention back to him. Klaus Worldborn and Orion Worldborn, he said, making Naren's eyes widen. Do these names sound familiar? How do you know them? He blurted out. Noah smirked darkly. How are they doing? He asked, ignoring his question. Naren didn't want to respond, but with Noah's hand still on Lady of Thorn and slowly sliding down toward her throat. Good. Naren scowled. You know, the two of them have taken something very important to me. Something that even if I have managed to take it back, he paused, his words carrying a dark, angry edge. It isn't the same anymore. He stood up and approached the fallen Naren. Tell me, what is the thing they love the most? What is the thing they hold so dear in their hearts that taking it from them would be more painful than even killing them? He paused, Aurelia's and Aseman's faces turning cold and dark as they felt the intense emotion of anger thundering through Noah's whole chest. Tell me. He spoke again. The whole room detonated in bursts of deafening explosions, as his simple voice tore apart reality itself, causing splintered rocks to fly all around them. Lady of Thorn shivered. Aurelia and Aseman stayed silent, watching. Naren was shaking as Noah's eyes bored deep into him while he finished his words. How can I slaughter all of you in the most painful way possible? Chapter 328, Dark. Naren was unable to move as Noah's eyes bore into his own. He felt like his whole being was being studied, like a bundle of threads slowly being unraveled. At that moment, he couldn't help but open his mouth to respond to this monstrous man, with every ounce of sincerity he could muster. Mother. He rasped. Noah's expression didn't change. He just looked at him, coldly. Mother Tree, if you harm Mother Tree, if you take her away from us. His voice trembled with a deep tremor as he struggled to continue his words. At that moment, every fiber of his being was revolting against him. Because what he was about to say was the greatest sacrilege that could ever be uttered from the mouth of a worldborn, but he didn't have a choice. There was something about Noah's eyes that promised him pain beyond belief if he ever dared not to respond, so he did. He committed heresy. Take Mother Tree from us, kill her, and that pain would be worse than the very death of the universe for us, worldborn. Lady of Thorn looked at her husband with deep sorrowed eyes. She understood how much it took for him to utter these words, because she knew how much Lul meant to him or to any worldborn. She was their world, their light and guide, the very reason they were what they were. She bit her lip tightly, looking at her husband trembling on the ground like a dog before a ferocious wolf. Husband. She whimpered. Aurelia and Aseemon looked silently at the scene, their expressions serious. They were not surprised to hear Naren's response. It was obvious. Killing Lul would be something that every worldborn would feel deep inside their hearts, but that was the exact problem. Let's forget about killing her. Even being close to her was not something they were able to do without the consent of Lul, so for now, there was no need to entertain these thoughts. But Noah, well, Noah could be quite sinister if he wanted. He knew he couldn't touch Lul right now. And even if he was able to, Noah was no longer satisfied with just a simple killing. Before all of them became forgotten in the river of time, they would have to bear the sight of the one they all held dear, deep inside their bones, transformed into something entirely different, something profane, unholy, something never seen before. They would weep in agony, in pain, in sorrow, and Noah would relish in their suffering. Because they started it, he didn't. He was just living his life with his family and his friend Lay. And they came to destroy the world just because they could. Fine, fair enough, but they better not cry tears of blood. And not whimper when he struck back. Gathering his turbulent emotions, Noah spared Naren an indifferent look before shifting his attention toward Lady of Thorn. He approached her, leaving behind the shriveling Naren. As he looked deep into her yellow-gray eyes, he smiled. A warm smile so different from what he had just shown that Lady of Thorn was confused and afraid. What type of being could change mood this fast? Being with Noah was like walking on a thin line. One wrong step and you would be devoured by a bottomless abyss. I forgot to ask your name, or is Lady of Thorn your real one? Noah said, his voice carrying a joking note. It was eerie. Aurelia looked at Noah with sparkling eyes. There was something about him that made her remember one of her favorite genres in books, dark romance. She found Noah eerily similar to the men in that genre, and something fluttered inside her as she observed this interaction with focused eyes and a giddy heart. It was like a reader finally inside the world of her favorite novel, watching the interactions of her favorite characters face to face. It was a blissful sensation Aurelia finally came to feel. Aseemon meanwhile was watching. With a wide smile, looking like a proud elder brother as he saw his youngest dominating the field, he was even shaking, trying his best not to act loud and ruin this epic moment of his brother. Not knowing that this was simply the usual for Noah. Leah. Lady of Thorn answered, my name is Leah. Noah tilted his head, something stirred inside his heart. Her name was strangely similar to Leia's. He would have believed in coincidence, but for a bearer of providence to believe in coincidence, that would be the greatest joke in the history of realities. He became intrigued, and planned to look into it later, but for now, you already know my name, so there's no need to present myself again. He said, pausing briefly, watching Lee's eyes cloud with apprehension. He continued, I don't need to explain your current situation, do I? She nodded weakly. Noah gave a mock beaming smile. Perfect. Then you have two choices, or not. You only have one choice, Leah. If you want to get out of this situation with the least pain possible, that is. He said, raising a single finger pointed upward in the air, in front of Leah. Again, she nodded, swallowed an inaudible gulp of saliva as bad feelings curled up inside her being, slid toward her soul, and sucked anything alive out of her like voracious leeches, and that harrowing feeling only intensified when Noah's voice rang out, filled with peaceful warmth that reminded you of summer. But Leah didn't feel like that. She felt like the cold dread of the north. Take this blade, and pierce it directly inside the heart of your husband while looking him in the eyes. he said, raising his palm upward as a long sword of white silver threads wove itself out of thin air. Anyone weaker than the law creator rank who dared to gaze upon this blade would feel their entire being unravel, piece by piece, like a puzzle scattered into oblivion, left hollow and incomplete. For this blade was not forged of steel or flame, but woven from the law of providence itself. Noah took this blade and presented it to Leah. She sat there, on the ground, amidst shredded rocks, body quivering like a vibrator, eyes wide and dilated as they gazed blankly at Noah and his sword, her mouth open and closed, no sound escaping, looking like her mind had short-circuited. Naren immediately raised his head as he heard Noah's voice. Looking at him with eyes filled with unbelievable shock, Asemon's shaking increased, looking like he was no longer able to keep himself from acting overexcited, but he managed to hold it in. And as for Aurelia, she simply gazed at Noah's back with sparkling eyes like she was seeing an idol, and those feelings intensified, as his voice booming out again, "Go, Leah. Go and kill him." He paused, then smiled softly, his eyes squinting into crescents. "Kill your husband for me, my dear." At this, Aurelia's soul nearly burst in euphoria. Chapter 329, Abominations Indeed. Leah didn't know what to say nor what to do. Her mind blanked out as she heard the words of Noah. Kill her own husband? Kill the man she loved the most? The very thought of doing that made her skin crawl in protest. She couldn't do that. She blinked, clearing her eyes in order to look at Noah, but as she looked at his eyes, Leah was sure that this abomination would not even listen to her pleading, that this smiling monster would relish to see her beg on her knees only to discard her, to refuse her, and even after knowing all of that, she still lowered her head until it touched the shattered floor beneath her. Her body quivering, her cheeks graced by a torrent of tears, as she parted her trembling lips. "I beg you," she pleaded. Her voice was low, weak, broken. It was filled with deep crunching pain. That can make most men feel bad about seeing her in this state, especially looking at her beautiful figure. But Noah just stared at her, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He didn't respond, he just extended her the sword, his answer clear: "You would kill him." There was no other way. Naren, amidst all this, just stared at this scene, at his lover being humiliated, and he couldn't do anything about it. A deep self-loathing feeling pierced his soul, as his eyes reddened and blood started to trickle down, tears of blood, green blood of the worldborn. At that moment, he attempted to secretly activate his link with Mother Tree, Lul, but found himself unable to do so. "Don't try, you are in my domain. Nothing would happen except I will it," Noah suddenly said, answering the question Naren was about to wonder. That's when he noticed a thin white silver film of light covering his whole body like a cloak. His mind froze. Since when was this a domain? How was this possible to compress a domain in this way? Naren's mind was bombarded by questions he didn't have a response to. And added to that, with his connection to his mother tree severed, despair finally overcame his mind as his bloody tears flowed faster and heavier, transforming the ground beneath him into a puddle of green sticky water. Hearing her husband's breakdown, Leah became even more helpless. But she didn't abandon, she just couldn't. She didn't want to lose her husband, she didn't want to lose the life they were living, and for that she was ready to do everything she could. She bowed even more, looking like she wanted to bury her head on the ground, and spoke, "Anything, anything except killing him. I would do anything. I swear. I swear." She whimpered, she begged, she pleaded. Noah paused, his smile widened like a devil, causing Aurelia behind him to shudder in elation while unconsciously rubbing her two thighs against each other. "Anything you say?" Noah repeated. Lee's eyes lit up in hope as Noah finally answered. "And like a person trapping in darkness for eons?" And now who has a chance to taste the light? She jumped in without thinking, without pausing, without any hesitation. "Why yes. Anything. Anything," she said rapidly while nodding her head like a chicken pecking at its food on the ground. "Then swear on it. Swear on it, on the records." Noah's voice was calm, sweet, and inviting like the whisper of the devil convincing you to sin. Once again, Leah jumped straight in. She nodded, her eyes wide in both fear and now a budding hope. "I swear it on the records. I will do anything for you except killing my husband." She swore, and boundless, infinite presence swelled in the shredded room, making them all feel a gaze on them, a gaze that looked at Leah and Naren with indifference, with neutrality. But once it went towards the three siblings, it subtly changed, becoming more warm, especially when it landed on Noah. Aurelia clicked her tongue, feeling the favoritism. Asemon laughed, uncaring about all this. Then the voice of the records echoed, "Leah, the Lady of Thorn, has swore to you, Noah Veilgrim." They paused. "Then, she is yours to do as you please, except ordering her to kill her husband. Your existence level has been enhanced." Then it disappeared, and The pressure dissipated like a mist. Leah sensed something like chains binding her very being to Noah, unable to disobey him. She then looked at him, feeling a hope that now that she swore to him, he wouldn't continue this torture. But, assuming this simply showed how much she didn't know Noah, Noah was many things. He was an arrogant man, an insufferable one, a funny one, a pervert, a loving husband, an improving father, a god, a brother, a master, and also, a son. But beyond all that, Noah was a petty and vengeful person. He didn't forgive. He didn't forget, and to get back at you, he didn't care about innocent people. It was like with the matter of Bari, she was the only guilty one, but Noah involved all her loved ones in his wrath. Yes, that was how he was, that was who he was, a damn petty person, and he didn't care, so he opened his mouth again, looking at the hoping Leah, and spoke, "Fine, I won't ask you to kill him." Her eyes brightened, as she was about to lower her head to thank him. "But, you could bring him to the brink of death, right?" Noah said with a sweet voice. Silence fell. Leah sluggishly raised her head again, looking at him with wide eyes. Eyes that reflected the shock she was feeling at that moment. Naren wept even more. A seaman's laugh thundered through the whole realm, shaking it, causing the inhabitants to cry in fear as the sky above the realm was shredded by the claws of calamitous beast, and Aurelia clenched her two legs tightly, as if avoiding something to slip down. Honestly, these three looked like three bullies tormenting others for fun. But, that's not exactly true. Aurelia was watching this because of the feelings Noah evoked in her. A seaman was simply enjoying his brother's company. Noah was doing this for revenge, and that's why. Take it and go do what I said, he repeated, with no being able to refuse. Leah took the weapon, went towards the weeping Naren, her eyes red with tears. She took hold of his body, as he was on his chest, then shifted his position so that he lay on the ground on his back, causing him to grunt in pain, his eyes still bleeding green tears. Leah took the sword with her two hands even though she was shaking, as if it were too heavy for her to carry. She raised it, pointed the tip of the sword directly above Naren's heart, and while locking her eyes into his, silently and painfully drove forward the sword into his chest. Crunching and tearing sound echoed through the space as she watched her own husband gurgling, choking under his own blood, and she cried in agony. She wept like a newborn baby, but even with all her tears, making her eyes puffy, she still continued to insert the sword, watching her own husband spasming, all of that, while three abominations were watching, calmly without much of emotions. Abominations, yes, they were. Indeed, abominations. Chapter 330, His Fault. Noah and his siblings watched calmly as Leah stabbed Naren with the sword, making him cry out in pain. The scene dragged on, with Noah always restoring Naren just enough to keep him alive. Just enough to feel it, before ordering Leah to pierce his heart again. At the beginning, naturally, Leah cried in pain. She wept again and again and screeched at Noah like a deranged goddess about to turn into a demoness, a vile being birthed by the ugliness of universe itself. But all she received was Noah's indifferent gaze, made worse by the cruel smirk tugging at his lips. Clearly, he couldn't care less about how she felt. In fact, he relished watching a world-born suffer this much. And as he looked at Naren in this state, his mind drifted toward Orion and Klaus, toward the day their turns would come, when they would lie bleeding on the ground while the one they loved most ripped out their hearts, then shredded them like sheets of paper and scattered them to the corners of the universe. Yes, that was what he wanted. And that was what he would get. This painful scene continued for a while before Noah finally stopped it. Leah sat on Naren's stomach, her hands drenched in green blood, clutching the sword above him, its tip trembling with the spill of his life. Her eyes were wide and dilated, and at the same time, something inside them was gone forever. That spark of love, of happiness, of mercy, of purity, completely extinguished. A coldness cloaked her whole body like a veil of death and despair, the kind only seen in the broken. Her arms no longer trembled, they stopped only because Noah told her to stop. She was completely broken. She had wept until there were no tears left. She had begged for mercy until her throat was dry and cracked like drought-stricken rock in a desert under a sun that would not answer. All of this because she had kept shredding the heart of the love of her life, again and again, watching him choke on his blood, his face numb with pain and fear, and all she could do was bathe his face in her tears as if they could heal the hole she carved in him. The sorrow was so much, so damn much, that her mind shut itself down, her emotions numbed to protect the last shards of herself from shattering. I didn't know you could be this cruel, brother. Please, remind me to never make you an enemy. Okay? A seaman said, his voice carrying a distinct note of amusement. He was obviously not taking this seriously. After all, he had seen far worse. In this universe, you could witness the most atrocious things committed by people you would never believe capable of harming an annoying fly. the darkness of the universe runs deep, extremely deep. And the moment you set foot inside it, you never escape. Only then do you realize how sinister, how wretched, how malevolent people with power can be. They will do anything they want, destroy your world, your family, rape you, twist you, make you do horrors a mortal mind cannot comprehend, all to feed the disgusting desires they hide from the light. So both the seaman and Aurelia felt nothing in particular as they watched. They had seen worse, and yet, there was something compelling about how Noah acted, how he tortured you and made you feel the deepest pain you ever experienced while wearing the sweetest smile on that disgustingly handsome face. Something in it made his dear sister Aurelia want more of it. She wanted to see it and, in a quiet corner of her mind, she wanted to experience it, to feel what it was like to be in the soft but cruel hands of a man like Noah, and that rising feeling only grew as she watched what came next. Crunching steps began to echo through the space as Noah approached Leah, still holding the sword. Eyes lifeless, with Naren beneath her, his face a ruin of tears, blood, spit, and snot, truly, a bloody mess. Noah stopped an inch from Leah and squatted, bringing his gaze level with hers. She still didn't react. She looked as if she were only waiting for Noah's order to resume her merciless work. Noah took her chin gently and turned her face to his. Lee's eyes locked into his white ones, her expression still lifeless. Noah smiled. "Did it hurt you?" he asked softly. "Did it hurt you to stab your husband's heart again and again, to feel the resistance of his flesh and hear the tearing of his heart?" He paused, staring deep into her yellow-gray eyes. "Did it hurt?" he asked again. And as his master, she had no choice but to answer, no choice but to obey his every bidding. "Yes," she said, nodding. "It hurt." She answered truthfully, and Noah's smile sharpened like the edge of a blade. "And so does mine, Leah. Even now, so tell me, do you blame me for seeking revenge? Do you blame me for wanting to return the same pain to those who carved it into me?" he asked, his hand tightening on her chin. "No. I don't. I understand. And I would do the same as you, to you," she answered, again truthfully. Noah chuckled. "But can you do it?" At this, Leah could only grit her teeth. No, because she knew. The bindings of the records were not something any being in this universe can break without the record's own consent. "So do you know what to do now?" Noah continued, drawing her focus back to him. She looked confused, not understanding what he meant. Noah smirked and pointed at Naren. "If you think about it, you are in this situation because of Naren. If not for him, if he didn't love you, if he weren't your husband, you wouldn't be feeling any of this right now." Beta, Lee's heart skipped a beat as Noah's voice sank deep into her, and she began to feel something she shouldn't. She shook her head violently, bit her lip, and glared at Noah. It's not his fault," she snarled. Noah's smirk turned razor thin. "You know I'm right. I'm only the consequence. But him," he said, pointing again at Naren. "He is the cause of all this, my dear Leah." Leah began to tremble as she turned to look at Naren, and now that she truly thought about it, he was the one who provoked a seaman, an abomination, because he was world-born, a seaman, and his siblings came to kill him, but he dragged her and her entire realm into it, and after that, she walked through torment, because this smiling bastard wanted to hurt her husband by hurting her. All of this, because of him. Slowly, Leah began to look at Naren with something unthinkable, with resentment. It was maddening. But Noah was not satisfied. He leaned even closer, his face an inch from hers, and whispered like a sinful dream. "Like the greatest devil, it's all his fault, all of it. Hate him. Loathe him. Kill him by your own will. Watch life disappear from his eyes after everything he made you endure. Do all of this and," their eyes locked, white eyes against yellow-gray eyes, their lips almost touched as Noah finished. "Do all of this, and," he grinned and, instinctively, Leah mirrored his devil's grin, "and be mine, Leah." Chapter 331, Darkness into Light. Lee's heart was beating fast, extremely fast even after hearing Noah's words. For a moment, she almost moved to kill her own husband. That was just how tempting it was. But she didn't, because it was not easy to discard hundreds of years of being with a person, living with him, loving him, and experiencing so many things together. It was not easy, so she still hesitated, her mind torn into different pieces as she tried to find a way out of this situation, a way that would not make her look like a monster, like a worthless whore. But that option didn't exist the moment she was dealing with Noah. They were still locking eyes, the tension sharp and suffocating. Aurelia watched while holding her breath. Her mind, her body, her soul, her entire being was absorbed in this exchange between Noah and Leah. She wanted to know what Leah would do. What Noah would do. How all of this would turn out, she craved the answer, so much she forgot to breathe. The seaman meanwhile took out some popcorn out of nowhere, mumbling under his breath, "If this is what Aurelia is reading every single day, then I think I'll start reading too." A chuckle followed, as he planned to ask his sister later. What they didn't know was that they were not the sole spectators, for one entity was also watching with rapt attention, gazing at its favorite with warm eyes, hidden between countless realities. "Tell me, will you do it?" Noah said, making Leah focus on him again. She tried to speak, to say that she couldn't do this, that she didn't want to kill her own husband, she didn't want to cross this line of no return, but the words refused to come the moment she glimpsed the depth of Noah's eyes. She visibly shuddered, dread rising and coiling around her heart like the crushing embrace of a serpent. She was afraid, she was genuinely afraid of Noah. Something deep inside her carried an instinctive feeling to never anger the smiling man in front of her, because she was sure that a fate worse than death awaited her, and when she was forced to choose between suffering under the grasp of this abomination or killing the one who had caused her to go through all of this, then the answer came naturally fast: I will kill him, she managed to utter, her eyes lowered to the ground, unable to look directly at Noah. Noah smiled. "Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to force you into doing something you're not comfortable with. You know, killing your own husband might not be so easy, after all," he added, his voice tainted with mock empathy. A deep feeling of shame and self-loathing bloomed in Lee's heart at Noah's words, but she didn't deny them. "Yes. I will kill him. I will do it by my own accord. All of this because of what?" Noah continued, "Because he is responsible for all this." And, he pressed again. Leah bit her lip sharply until blood began to flow. "Still," she answered, "because I want to be yours." Her voice wavered, breaking. Noah's smile widened into an open, beaming grin. He slid his hands downward, guiding hers toward the sword that had been set aside during the conversation, making her fingers curl tightly around the hilt before raising it until it hovered just above the heart of Naren. Naren only stared blankly, lifeless, his mind completely shattered, or at least on the brink of it. Only then did Noah release her hands, stepping back a few paces, watching intently. She was alone, sitting on the body of her shattered husband, surrounded by 3 abominations who were all watching her with different kinds of eyes. Of emotions, but none of them were eyes of pity or mercy. Instead, they looked at her as if she were a fool, destined to entertain them with her foolish acts, and the worst was that she didn't have any other choice but to entertain these abominations with her suffering, because she slowly turned her head and looked at the smiling face of Noah, and felt a tremor course through her whole body. Yes, she was afraid of Noah. And it was her fear of Noah that made her about to kill her own husband. This scene made Noah think of a quote he once heard back in his life on Earth, one he had thought cruel, evil, and wrong, but now he couldn't help but admit there was truth in it. "It's better to be feared than to be loved." It was true. Love is a fickle thing most of the time. People are ungrateful, cynical, forgetful, but also greedy. They will stay by your side, singing your praise, bowing to you, doing whatever you tell them to do, because you treat them with kindness, give them wealth, position, even love, but all of that only lasts as long as there is no threat, as long as their best interests remain with you, because the moment that changes, you will hardly find anyone still beside you. After all, betraying someone gentle and loving is always easier than betraying someone vengeful and terrifying, someone who would make you feel the worst pain you have ever known if you ever dared to cross him. That is how life is. People rarely cherish the good ones, they only fear and respect the ones who have no mercy. This truth revealed itself as Leah raised the sword and pierced it deep into Naren's chest, tearing through flesh and heart alike. Naren spasmed, his eyes fluttered in clarity because of the physical pain. He gazed at Leah with his bloodied eyes. "Leah," he brokenly said, his voice hoarse. Lee's body trembled further as she heard him and watched the life fade from her husband's eyes. Her mouth opened and closed helplessly, unable to comprehend what she had done, her hands still gripping the sword buried in his heart as it robbed him of his life. A gurgle of blood poured out from Naren's eyes. His life would soon end. He slowly, painfully, achingly, raised his bloodied hand to touch Lee's cheek. But before it can even reach her, life completely faded his eyes. His hand fell down with a loud thud. Naren was dead. Leah sat there, eyes blank, as the realization sank into her mind. Then a deranged laugh burst out of her throat, her head flung back as she laughed, and cried. She laughed and cried, because she felt liberated to finally get rid of the reason of her pain, but also she felt a deep crunching grief of killing the one she loved. The scene was atrocious. Tears of grief, of pain, of guilty happiness streamed down her cheeks unendingly like the flow of a river. While her mouth stretched wide in mad laughter, something inside her had broken forever. and all of it because of Noah, who just sat there watching calmly. He knew it was better to be feared than to be loved, but only if you could not be both, and Noah wanted both. Now that he had broken this woman, it was time to rebuild her. To rebuild her in such a way that she would learn to love him while her fears still remained intact. Noah approached Leah, squatted in front of her, and gently held her hands. Leah slowly stopped crying, raising her tear-streaked face toward him, still drowning in despair. She was at her lowest, at a point in her life where everything was darkness with no light in sight. She needed someone to help her out of it, and Noah decided to be that one. He was her darkness. Then he would transform that darkness into a radiant light and save her from doom. Yes, enough of playing the bad guy. Now he would be the light of this woman, in the same way he was the light of an entire world. And thus, my dear Leah, Noah offered the carrot after the stick. Chapter 332. Nasty like that. The shattered room was silent. Aurelia and Aseman looked at Noah, sitting on his own chair before them, his expression calm, with both strange eyes. Aurelia looked at him as if he was the personification of her whole fantasy come true. She couldn't stop stealing glances. Even went as far as taking out a golden sheet of paper created by the golden tree of her realm and started to sketch Noah. Her hands were fast and precise, brushing through the paper with natural grace and precision. It was clearly not her first time. For Aseman, he looked at Noah simply like a proud elder brother, happy to see the youngest thrive in this harrowing universe. If Noah was aware of the gazes his siblings were giving him, he didn't give any indication of it. He simply sat there, expression quiet as he reminisced about what just happened. After destroying the mind of Leah completely, Noah had rebuilt her by making sure that not only would Leah fear him, but she would also love him. It was not that difficult to achieve. In all honesty, Leah was already shattered, drowning in darkness as thick as oil, lost with no light, no hope, no foreseeable future in sight. She was completely at her lowest. And she was hungry for a helping hand. A hand that would help her crawl out of that terrifying darkness. The origin of the hand barely mattered. She only wanted hope, and so Noah gave it to her. As he thought about it, his face couldn't help but split into a small smile, truly curious. Noah said, making Aurelia stop the portrait she was sketching and Aseman focus on him, "What is that?" Aseman asked, tilting his head, his red hair swaying like sprayed blood. Noah shook his head, just wondering how we can be so strange. I broke her completely, but still she took my hand hungrily when I showed her afterwards a bit of affection and trust. He raised his head to the broken ceiling where the sky of the realm was visible. Aren't we beautifully, dreadfully complex? Aurelia smiled softly. That's what we are. We are simply a living paradox. You destroyed her, like you said, but after that you gave what she longed for, you gave affection. Her smile turned strange, and affection, even if poisoned, it's still affection, so she took it even if one part of her must have known how venomous it was. That's what makes us alive, I guess. Sometimes we accept what hurts us because we only feel alive with that feeling. Noah and Aseman listened to Aurelia's words, their minds churning in multiple directions. Finally, Noah sighed as he stood up from his chair. He stretched his arms, then his back before rolling his shoulders. He didn't need to do any of that. But Noah found comfort in the mundane things sometimes. Well, it's thought-provoking. It's even scary how our brain works, but he smiled sweetly as he gazed at his siblings. It's what makes us us, I guess. We all have our dark side. He said the last sentence with a smirk, then turned to look at Aurelia. I wonder what you were doing with your sheet of paper. Dear sister? He asked playfully. Aurelia shrugged. I was preparing my book cover. She said flatly. Both Noah and Aseman were taken aback. What kind of nonsense are you spouting again? Aseman blurted out, looking at his sister as if at a person mentally ill. Noah stayed silent, somehow speechless. Aurelia's lips twitched at their reactions. She glared at them. What's wrong? I got an inspiration and so I want to write a book. Do you have a problem with that? Both of them raised their hands in surrender. Not at all, sister. I know you'll kill it. Noah said, I mean, it's fine as long as you don't blow up entire worlds because of bad reviews and comments. Aseman added with a shrug. Feeling like he should warn her, Aurelia could be very unreasonable sometimes, but it can be that bad, right? She asked, her expression now starting to darken with doubt. Noah smiled wryly as he remembered all those reviews and comments he had seen on novels. There were some even he, a simple reader, had felt deep inside his heart. Some people were just nasty like that. Well, Noah started with a strained smile. You don't need to worry about that. Bad reviews and nasty comments are part of the process. Don't be too stuck on them or it will ruin your joy of writing. Noah said softly, as he patted his sister's shoulder. By the way, what type of book are you going to write? He said. Smoothly changing the subject, Aurelia's eyes lit up in joy and something dark and twisted, dark romance. She said with a chirp, she was honestly too cute. Oh, not exactly my type of thing to read, but I will do it for you. If you want, I will even be your beta reader. Noah added with a beaming smile. A seaman came at the side. Hey. Hey. Me too. I will definitely read it, and don't worry, sister. I will give you so many bad reviews and nasty comments that you won't feel anything when others do it. He said with a grin, already planning in his mind the profanity he would say in the guise of aiding her. A dark grin crept onto his lips at this thought. Aurelia felt warmth and an even greater anticipation to write now. She had been a reader for as long as she remembered, and now she was ready to take that step. That step to go from reader to author-reader, the combination of both. A giddy feeling bloomed through her heart like a pink lotus as she smiled brightly and nodded her head to her brothers. This was the first time, except when Noah was telling her about novels back on Earth, that Aurelia was so expressive, that showed just that she was the type of girl who only cared about reading. Anything else was a bother. Noah shook his head, his lips curling upward. Having a passion is truly something special, he thought before clapping his hands, making his siblings look back at him. We have wasted enough time. I have blocked Naren's death, but Lul will sense it soon, he said. Immediately they became serious. Is there anything else we need to? If not, we can bail out now. A seaman said with a grin. I still have a thing to do, he said. As you know, I have a world I rule, so I need to elevate. I would need the will of this realm then. They nodded in understanding. Oh. Let's get it over. A seaman said nonchalantly. Yes, I need to write my first chapter. But first, what's the name of my male lead? Should I just go with Noah as he is my inspiration? Aurelia said, her hand on her chin as she wondered. Noah looked at her, eyes widening. What? Before his words even ended, space twisted violently before a crimson wolf appeared, jaws open wide, the interior looking like a swirling portal inside. It swallowed them with a loud snap that tore apart the space. They were directly transported to the will zone, a seaman's loud laugh echoing through the air. Chapter 333, Chasses le Naturel. The siblings appeared back in a completely different place. There, the space was filled with thorns of every size, color, and shape, releasing a mist-like substance that drowned the place in a thick hazy fog. They looked around, their gaze easily piercing through the suffocating barrier. Now where is the will of this realm? Noah questioned himself as his eyes scanned everything with calm precision. Aurelia was lost in her own mind, barely registering what was happening as she mumbled under her breath some words about dark that a seaman, too, barely cared, raising his hand to touch the fog and letting it slip lazily through his fingers as if playing with it. Noah shook his head at their comportment before his gaze paused on one particular direction. There, he noticed a thorn ordinary in every aspect. It was colored in lifeless gray amidst a sea of dazzling colors, exuding barely any power, only the faint whisper of an ashen light. Noah smirked, took a step, and in an instant found himself before the thorn, his eyes gleaming faintly with amusement. Don't you know, he said, reaching for the thorn with his hand, that being ordinary in a room full of extraordinary things is the most obvious way to attract attention. He gripped it tightly, and for half a second nothing happened. Then the thorn twisted, and a voice echoed, nervous and pained. Don't hurt me, it cried, before its form shifted into a petite figure, a man with a humanoid body carved from thorns, trembling under Noah's gaze. I will do anything you say, he added, his heart beating rapidly like a snowball tumbling down a high mountain. He knew who these people were. He had seen them battle inside his realm, had felt their monstrous powers tearing into him in ways he never imagined possible. And worse, he had watched his former master kill her own husband under the influence of these monsters, these abominations. Knowing all that, he would have been the greatest fool not to cooperate. Noah and the siblings smiled like wolves spotting a lone sheep, and the man of thorns shivered. That's perfect, Noah said. He paused, then continued, so you know what's waiting for you, right? The man of thorns struggled, his expression twisting as realization bloomed across his wooden face. Slowly, hesitantly, he nodded. Hard way or easy way? Noah asked again, his tone soft as a morning breeze. Easy, the will responded. Instantly, a grotesque and painful process began as the will started to tear its own core from itself. Offering it to Noah, the space around them fluctuated, glitching and unraveling like a curtain being pulled aside to reveal the void expanse of the universe. Outside, the mundane people simply stood, watching their world collapse. The ground creaked, then disappeared as if swallowed whole by a void beast. They didn't scream, they didn't pray, beg, or curse the heavens for their fate. In a single day, They had endured apocalyptic horrors that shattered their hearts and hollowed their spirits, leaving them staring at the end with blank, empty eyes. It was unfair, and because it was unfair, a bright white silver light erupted around the realm, enveloping them in a warm embrace before whisking them away. Leaving the world barren of any living soul, Noah had transported them to Lay. Then he seized the will's core and observed as the being of thorns crumbled into dust before him. He stared at the core in his palm, thorn-shaped and glowing with a searing light. An indescribable feeling pierced his chest, forcing silence upon him before a wry smile tugged at his lips. I am here shouting vengeance in all corners of the universe, but I am doing the very same thing they did to me to a world that did nothing against me. He realized, and a heavy weight bloomed in his chest. He had destroyed and remade the lives of billions, just because he wanted to kill one being and elevate his own world. Wasn't that exactly what Orion and Klaus had done to him, planning to destroy his world, enslave his people for their gain? Wasn't this the same? Even if, in his case, he had the heart to send the survivors into Lay for a new life, the truth remained. A chuckle escaped his lips. It was bitter. Ironic. I am such a hypocrite, Noah thought, and he screamed at the universe when it wronged him, yet he did the same to others without hesitation if it meant gaining what he wanted or protecting those he loved. His behavior was so human. His chuckle grew into a dry laugh, understanding dawning upon him. Perfection, he whispered, remembering his lofty goal. A goal that now demanded a question. What is perfection? Behind him, Aurelia and Asimon watched in silence as the world crumbled, leaving only the void expanse of the universe. They still kept their eyes on the youngest. They knew what he was going through, and they understood perfectly. They had lived through the same torment in their own eras. This was the nature of the universe. The strong devoured the weak. There was no language of equality, of justice, of reason, or of peace. Those were concepts only the strong could speak of. When the weak dared to speak them, it was nothing but a pitiful worm trying to mimic the language of a serpent. Its throat was not built to pronounce such words. Every syllable was gibberish to higher beings, who would crush it for the smallest offense. It is what it is, and the sooner Noah accepted this truth and freed himself from discomfort at destroying worlds, the less he would suffer. But Noah's worry wasn't about this. His worry was his dream. For he had just realized something flawed in it. He wanted perfection, but what was perfection for him? Was it to be fair? To live without a trace of hypocrisy in his soul? To embody justice, equality, fairness for all beings in existence? If that was it, I am doomed. Because Noah knew he was a man full of faults. He was flawed at its core, and only then did he feel the true weight of his dream. Because it was not just a matter of hoarding power, nor of the women he hounded into his embrace. It was a matter of character, a matter of heart, a matter of his deepest nature. And as you all know, there was nothing more difficult than changing your own nature. After all, as our French brothers once said, chasses le naturel Illinois revient au galop, chapter 334, Bloody Dam. Noah sighed wistfully as these thoughts ran in dizzying circles in his head. For the first time, he realized the heaviness and how daunting his goal was. Perfection, he scoffed inwardly. The only thing close to perfection is the records, he mused, raising his head to look at the boundless void expanse around them. He didn't know why, but he felt something, or someone watching him. Eyes warm. Eyes sweet. He instinctively smiled, showing his perfectly white teeth. Am I not worthy enough yet? He spoke. To Aurelia and Asimon, it looked like he was speaking to the void or even to himself, still musing in his thoughts, but Noah knew better. The records knew better. They didn't offer any response, though. But not receiving a response was already one. Noah shook his head and slowly stood up from his crouching position. He stood tall, an effortless grace in every inch of his body. He turned his head and looked at his siblings. Now, where to? He asked, his eyes ignoring Asimon, who was getting excited as he looked at his sister. In normal cases, they were supposed to march towards Earth after humoring Asimon. But Noah asked just in case Aurelia wanted to pass somewhere. She tilted her head, as if considering the question. She had this sudden urge to write a book. Her male lead was in front of her and she had her first volume in mind with what happened with Leah, but she needed more. More materials to write. Meaning, she needed to do some research. And for the type of book she was going to write, there was nothing better than living people experiencing these scenes, while she, like a perfect spectator, would watch and learn. Her mind was set. She raised her head and glanced back and forth at her two brothers before fixing on Noah. She smirked. Could you use your fate-like power and find all types of beings that live dark romance in their everyday life? She asked sweetly, then added, you can find them on the way back to that planet of yours, Earth. That way, we don't waste too much time. She proposed. Noah looked at her weirdly. Seaman shook his head like a father disappointed in his daughter's life choices. Aurelia, why are you so weird? With all the books you read, you still need to make us observe these types of scenes? He asked, his face twisted into something unsightly. Do you want us to be bored to death? Or do you think any man is like this young fella? He said while holding tightly onto Noah's right shoulder. Seaman shook his head. No, no, no. This man is unique. He is the man born in filth, underneath the ground, afraid of being destroyed by a negligent step of those above him. His voice was unnecessarily loud, full of theatrics, and he was not done yet. He is the myth, the one born by killing a chosen in a way people still dream about to this day. His grip on Noah tightened. Noah winced. Seaman's raw force was not a joke, and he is the legend. The one people bow down upon to praise. The one the old ladies sing about to the young ones when they are about to sleep, giving them hope and a goal. He stopped briefly, his black eyes playfully looking at Aurelia. She was twitching, her hand cracking as if preparing an attack. Seaman acted like he didn't notice. And like the shameless man he was, he finished his bloody monologue. You heard me, Aurelia? He is the man, the myth, the legend, he said, both his hands pointing at Noah. He then smirked and leaned close to Noah, whispering in his ear, do you like my praise, brother? I will make sure to make worlds learn it perfectly so that you can be praised in such a wonderful way. He then looked at him as if he was doing Noah an immense favor. Noah's lips twitched. Please don't. This is too great for me. Nothing is too great for you, brother. Seaman retorted, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Seaman grinned. Absolutely not, he said, shaking his head. Noah looked past him and saw Aurelia's hand shining in gold. Can you move? I don't want to be involved in this fight, he said, his eyebrow twitching at the sight of the power Aurelia was preparing. Aren't we brothers? Seaman said, then immediately grasped Noah in a tight hug. Bloody damn Seaman. Aurelia, I did nothing. Ah, fuck it. Seaman cackled like a madman, his laugh echoing through the void. Then Aurelia struck, a flash of golden brilliance erupted, the void trembled, scaring away all the pitiful beasts living their lives. Meanwhile, inside Lay herself was holding the wool core of the Thorn's realm. Her expression filled with wonder. This was her first time, after all. She was so eager to eat it and become stronger. The wool was from a middle-rank realm. It would not help her become directly high rank, but it would still enhance her. But Noah had told her to wait for him to settle down somewhere first, as he didn't know what would happen. She was getting impatient. Looking around, her gaze settled on Leah. She was staring with wide eyes, her breath caught in the mystical expanse of white and silver. Lay tilted her head. Are you brother's new woman? She asked, voice innocent. Lee's reverie was cut short as Leia's voice reached her. She shifted her head and faced her. She was sitting on the comfortable grass. In front of her was a meadow and a stream with water holding all types of colors. The sight still amazed her, but she still had to respond to this weird will in front of her. She parted her lips. Brother, she repeated, confused. Noah, Lay clarified, her stunning eyes still locked on Leah, who made an O sound as realization dawned on her. But, woman? I am not, she said, suddenly nervous. She didn't know how that monster would react if he heard this sacrilegious statement. Lay watched her, eyes narrowed. Then, I will call Mother Celine. She decided to snitch on her brother. What a sister. Chapter 335, read. After their little skirmish that ended by causing deep traumas to some pitiful, innocent beasts of the void, the siblings departed. The two brothers didn't have any choice but to listen to the only woman in the group. Their sister, the older sister, to add to that. So, by using his providence abilities, Noah found out people who lived the life of dark-type romance, all while going toward Earth. The way they traveled was distinct to each of them. Noah's body was transformed into a thin thread, invisible to the naked eye. Seaman made himself look like a small fly. Aurelia was a golden lotus going on its own way. To the two men, it looked too flashy. But the strange thing was that it was Noah and Seaman being attacked by void beasts. Aurelia seemed to look at them with a smug smirk. Showing her superior knowledge, Noah and Seaman didn't say anything. They knew where they would strike, and the moment came sooner than they expected. After witnessing many boring life stories of both mundane and divine beings, Aurelia finally believed she had enough materials to start writing, so she started. She wrote her first chapter, feeling giddy and excited to finally write something of her own. Then, in high spirits, she went to her two brothers to show them. She was quite proud of it, honestly, but she regretted that act soon after. Noah was gentle with his words. He only said, "You might have a better future by sticking to reading. I mean, you could be an editor. You know? It's still a worthy job." His voice carried a distinct note of pity as he clapped her shoulder, as if to comfort her. If it had been only that, Aurelia would at most have felt bad, then forgotten about it. But there was a seaman, and he didn't swallow his words. "Sister, please stop. Don't ever write again. I thought I was going to die of cringe while reading this." "Do you want to kill your readers or what?" he said, but those weren't the words that hurt the most. It was the fact that a seaman was serious when he was uttering them. Can you believe it? A seaman? Serious, yes. That meant it was that bloody serious. Aurelia stared at them blankly. She didn't budge, starting to get worried. Noah nudged a seaman with his shoulder. "Laugh like you always do," he mouthed, not wanting Aurelia to feel sadder. A seaman shook his head. He refused. "I'm honest, brother. I don't want her to humiliate us with this sacrilege," he mouthed back. Hearing him, Noah couldn't help but agree. He decided to cheer her up another way. It was quite easy. He just had to talk about the books he knew from his old world. There was one he had forgotten to tell Aurelia about, one he couldn't believe he had dared to forget. It was a story of a young man living in a color-based society. He was born to be the lowest, a red. But one way or another, he succeeded in becoming a gold, the ruling class. And destroyed them. It was a fun read, but also a devastating one. Hearing the touching story, Aurelia immediately cheered up. She started to speak and even asked Noah some questions about the howlers. A seaman looked at Noah with awe. He didn't know Aurelia was so easy to manage. He took a notebook and started to note down Noah's tactics, without knowing that all of this, without the base knowledge of books, would be useless. They continued, now with Aurelia no longer wanting to write a book, but simply to continue her reading journey. Good choice. Time passed. A day? A year? Eons, they didn't know, but they could sense a sudden shift in the atmosphere around them. If before it had looked like they were swimming in an ocean of energy of all types, whether neutral mana, elemental mana, or even conceptual mana, now it was no longer the case. The more they went, the more the mana thinned. At this point, they were about to reach a place where no mana would exist. It was madness to both Aurelia and a seaman, and it was extremely jarring. They had been born in mana, raised in mana. Even though they had encountered some beings with null mana, this was completely different. Null mana was still mana at the end of the day. Just a very specific and rare type of mana. But where they were going, none, brother, a seaman said as they sat together inside a small makeshift realm to rest and enjoy the blank scenery. Noah turned his head to look at him. "I don't want to be the cat curiosity killed, but hey, how do you even know this damn world we're going to?" "I'm not saying I'm afraid. I'm not. But goddamn, I'm getting chills in this place. And we're not even there yet." A seaman faintly chuckled. Aurelia nodded too. She was, in fact, curious. But contrary to a seaman, she was very excited, because she knew she would learn something new. It was a whole new place she had never set foot in, after all. So she was looking around, eyes wide with curiosity. Noah noticed how curious they were. But what could he tell them? That he was born in that world, then because of a living system he reincarnated into Lay, and became what he was now? He was pretty sure they wouldn't even be that surprised if they knew. And it would create more connections between them. In all aspects, it was a good idea to just be sincere, but he wasn't. So he would lie. He parted his lips to speak the lie he had thoroughly prepared for this occasion, but he shut his mouth almost immediately as he stood up. His whole body shook with deep dread. Aurelia and a seaman looked at him in confusion, wondering what was going on. But Noah wasn't hearing them. He wasn't hearing anyone or anything. In fact, his eyes were searing with an uncountable number of threads, his face frowning heavily. Bloody damn. He muttered as suddenly their whole realm turned to dust. It was only then that Aurelia and a seaman sensed the danger, but it was far too late, as the being was already in front of them. It was a woman, her whole body red like coagulated blood. Her hair was long, reaching down to her ankles, floating behind her like a river of blood let loose in empty air. She wore a black sleeveless garment that covered her entire body. Her eyes were fixed on Noah, glowing with sinister light. "It's you." Her voice was sweet, sweeter than musk, but the power and cruelty behind it made the siblings take their fighting stance immediately. She grinned like a wolf spotting a pack of sheep. You know her? Aurelia asked, her golden eyes beginning to glow. I don't. Noah's voice was calm, but inwardly his heart was beginning to race. She doesn't seem to agree with that, brother. Can you see how she's looking at you? A seaman added with a bloodthirsty smile, his body twisting and shifting as if he were holding himself back from immediately transforming into a monstrosity because of the power he sensed in this red woman. Noah's lips twitched at a seaman's words, but before he could reply, your fate is to die. Today, her right hand began to glow with blistering red. Noah smiled, who decided that. The woman's lips stretched into a wide, unnatural smile that made the siblings take a step back. Ruin decided that. She struck, the void itself shuddered. Chapter 336, Swift Fight. A detonating explosion boomed through the void, hurling the siblings backward with grim expressions carved into their faces. Their bodies were wounded, not by the force of the attack itself, but by its lingering effect. Blood seeped from their torn flesh, only for the crimson flow to twist unnaturally, streaming back into their wounds against gravity. The wounds closed. They watched the place where they had just been. The attack was devastating, and its aftermath was dreadful to witness. The previous void was no longer, rather, it was unraveling itself, folding apart, and beginning to vanish. It was as if this strange woman had ruined the very concept of void, leaving behind something the siblings could not even dare set their eyes upon. They would lose their minds. Instinctively, they snapped their eyes shut and pulled back, putting distance between themselves and the red woman, who remained perfectly still, watching them the way a hunter would watch pitiful prey, with disdain. With contempt. Now things are troublesome. Noah thought, the danger radiating from her more than enough to make his instincts flare. He didn't need to think much to know where this woman had come from. He had already sensed it the moment he obtained Providence, that danger was on its way. He simply hadn't known when or how. Now he knew, but that didn't mean he hadn't prepared. Raising his head, he looked at his siblings and smiled softly. 3 abominations should be enough, shouldn't they? She's above law creator rank. Probably the same level as Aurelia and a seaman, but clearly stronger. Noah's thoughts spun rapidly as he pieced it together. The woman might be stronger than each of them individually, but against the 3 of them at once, I can see the gears of your lowly brain grinding from here, the red woman said, her gaze locked on Noah, her words dripping with disdain. But don't bother. You won't leave this place alive, no matter what you pull out. Her voice was confident. Too confident, the kind of confidence Noah delighted in crushing beneath his feet, leaving nothing but despair when he revealed at the end that they had been nothing all along. But doing that to this being would be difficult. Yes, difficult. Not impossible. After all, he had already brought down a chosen one, taken his women, and even his mother. After only a few years in this new world, he had built his confidence already. So he simply smiled at the woman's words. His finger twitched. Aurelia and a seaman twitched in response. You sound disgustingly certain of your ability to kill me. To kill us. But what makes you so sure you can? He asked. His finger twitched. They twitched. The woman looked almost offended. How could she not kill a mere law creator of this weak universe? And 2 overgrown ants who dared think themselves her equal. Her lips parted to respond. But her head suddenly snapped to the right, where a gigantic crimson wolf maw opened wide, ready to devour her head whole. She snickered. Her hand moved faster than time itself, gripping the wolf's mouth with iron strength and snapping it shut with a crack that shattered every tooth in its skull. A mistake. Her frown deepened as she felt white silver threads erupting from the wolf's maw, flooding into her body. Snarling, she clenched her fist tighter, reducing the beast into a rain of crimson blood. A seaman staggered back, agony slamming into his soul as the bond with his familiar tore apart. He clenched his teeth in fury. Aurelia was already moving. One step, and she blurred into golden green light. Daggers gleaming in her hands, giving the woman no time to deal with the invasive threads now burrowing deeper. They needed those threads to reach her very core for their plan to work. Noah acted in sync, threads twisting into a bow in his hand. He gripped it, pulled back an invisible string, and immediately threads gathered before him, twisting, swirling, until they became one slender arrow. Aurelia was already on the woman, her strikes flowing like a dance, too graceful, too beautiful to be strikes meant to kill. Her green hair streamed behind her as her golden, cold eyes glowed with knowledge beyond her years. The red woman deflected each attack with ease, but faltered slightly. Unnerved by the threads inside her body, by the bad omen crawling through her core, the sound of tearing flesh, gushing blood, and sharp cries of pain rang through the void as the clash shook everything. The void itself trembled. Had a world been near anything less than high grade, it would have been annihilated by the echoes of their blows. They looked like twins on a mission to unmake the universe. Too fast, two relentless blurs tearing through a static world, far beyond what anyone could follow. But Noah was not just anyone, his arrow was ready. All that remained was to make it absolute, inevitable. He invoked the law of providence. I will never miss a shot, as long as I close my eyes. His words thundered through the void, and reality itself shook as the threads of causality bent to his declaration. The red woman felt it. Her head shifted toward Noah. Another mistake. Aurelia's dagger slid into her throat, golden red blood erupting in a torrent. The dagger broke in her hands, ruined from the force. The red woman staggered back, gurgling on her own blood, her wound already knitting closed, but a seaman was there. His arm warped into the monstrous claw of a dreadful bear, striking her temple with brutal force. Her left eye burst from its socket, her flesh split apart, her jaw shattered into dust, but in return, a seaman's hand was ruined, dissolving into nothing. As if dragged toward inevitable erasure, they retreated as the red woman reeled, her mind clouded by the invasive energy injected into her body. But she began to recover, too late. An arrow was already buried in her forehead, her head snapped back, her neck cracking as threads spread through her brain, rooting deep. She tried to annihilate them, but the earlier threads now acted in unison. Her body was no longer hers to command. Noah had already given it a fate, the fate of stillness. Silence fell heavy over the void. Noah broke it with a smile. Now, please, tell me. Who is this ruin that wanted me dead? Chapter 337, Talk. She didn't speak. Noah might have had control of her body and her brain. But he had no control over her will. And her will was a strong one. She sat in the void, chained by the three powers of the siblings. As she looked at them, eyes cold, eyes filled with spite and contempt, even in her current situation, it looked like she was not worried. All her wounds were already healed. She looked as pristine but also as bloody as the first time she appeared. You would think the siblings had suddenly turned gentle and healed her, but you couldn't be more wrong. The red woman was just that monstrous. Noah's eyebrow knitted together. He turned his head to look at a seaman and found his right hand still hadn't grown back. Everything had disappeared as if there was nothing to begin with. And that remained true up to his elbow. It was an eerie sight. He had tried to heal it, but his threads were always destroyed before he could restore it back to normal. Aurelia was more lucky, only her daggers had been completely destroyed. Well, not really, the daggers were a part of her golden tree back in her realm. Destroying them meant that tree had been hurt, wounded, and when it was hurt, Aurelia too was hurt. That was why her face was slightly pale, twisted in anger, looking at the red woman intently, her mind thinking of all the possible tortures she might give to her. The battle didn't last long, but each of them had suffered from it, except Noah. He took a step forward, approaching the chained woman, and threads exploded outward to envelop the three of them inside a small realm. It was to prevent curious eyes from knowing what they were going to talk about. The realm had nothing except threads. But those threads formed a silver sky with drifting clouds, a ground carpeted with luxurious grass, meadows split with white pristine streams of water coursing through them. There were even, with his innate nature, some cute animals here and there, looking at them with curiosity. Some even dared to approach Noah, more precisely one silver cat with white eyes and a slit made of threads, recognizing its creator and snuggling against his legs. Noah smiled softly and took the cat into his embrace, then put it on his left shoulder. It sat there, looking at its fellow cats with contempt and disdain. Even cats became arrogant when they received power. The red woman looked around the realm, then snickered. Nice trick. Noah crouched down and looked at her. I can see you've got a high will. That's maybe the reason why you think you can endure anything I'm about to do to you, right? He asked, his tone neutral. She didn't bother to respond. She was clearly showing him that she was going to talk only when she felt like it, not because he asked questions. Even in her situation, she was confident, arrogant, her eyes still filled with contempt. Noah had seen this type of behavior before. Orion. He mused. He remembered when he captured Orion and went to ask questions. He had acted, in a way, just like this woman. He was calm, confident, and looked at everything around him like it was some kind of game where everyone else was just pieces for him to move as he willed. At the end, what did he discover? That bastard was the heir of a huge family that even other factions didn't dare cross. And now this woman. Noah's eyes narrowed. He had made that mistake once, suffered from it, and learned. He would be the greatest fool to let that type of incident happen again, so he didn't ask any more questions. He activated his domain, the Genesis, and wrapped it tightly around the woman's body. She shuddered, unease fluttering inside her heart like the wings of a raven. Because of his domain, the thread's influence inside her body and brain started to grow with great speed. That uneasy feeling slowly shifted into one of terrible dread. Noah was not done, there was still his authority left. Authority with its power enhanced now that he was at law creator rank. The cat on his shoulder seemed to grin mockingly at her. Noah parted his lips, epithet, the world stilled, even as Seaman and Aurelia stood up, feeling a strange weight stir inside their chests. The records. Aurelia murmured, but soon shook her head. It was not them. The feeling was familiar but different. Weaker, far less mysterious and unfathomable. It's the youngest, Seaman said, looking at Noah's back with strange eyes. Not only him, but Aurelia too. They couldn't wrap their heads around what was happening. How come the youngest make them feel the same way the records did? But their expressions shifted from surprise to shock as Noah continued his words. Your name shall be the one abandoned by everything. Noah intoned. He was more afraid of suddenly having someone knock at his door because of this woman. So he made her abandoned by everything, by her people, by the world, by the universe, by the very concept of traceability. If Noah was strong enough, even the very concepts of life and death would abandon her. At that time, what state would she be in? Between life and death? What was that state of being? It was a curious thought, but Noah didn't entertain it for long as he witnessed how the eyes of the red woman went wide in absolute horror. How, she stuttered, the records. Are you? Something stopped her from speaking in that direction. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Noah raised his head to look at the sky, then slowly shook it. He decided to let go and simply watched how the red woman's mind struggled to understand what had just happened. Youngest, what did you just do? A seaman asked as he stood beside Noah. Just gave her a title to stop some unforeseen events from happening. He said nonchalantly, I beg your pardon? Aurelia asked as she approached, feeling like she hadn't heard correctly, but she had, a title. Just a title. Just like the ones the records gave you, but much weaker. He explained. The siblings stared at him, dumbfounded. Then they shifted their heads and looked at each other, before sighing in unison. What did I expect from a guy who became an abomination just because he said I am who I am type of shit? A seaman muttered lifelessly. Yes, what did we expect? He became law creator at not even 100 years old. Now that I think about it, why are we even surprised by the youngest? Aurelia asked. We shouldn't, right? But still. Power to name? Did the records have to show their favoritism this much? Don't ask me. But does life have any meaning now? I wonder, sister, I truly wonder. The two siblings continued their stoic talk. Their voices lifeless, their expressions blank as they talked about Noah. They felt like he was the real abomination and they were frauds. Noah's lips twitched slightly at their exaggeration. He ignored them and focused back on the red woman who now was calmer compared to before. He smiled. The cat above him smiled with him. Now tell me, do I look more like prey to you now? He asked, tone mischievous. She clenched her jaw tight, not responding. But this time it was less arrogance and more apprehension. Noah's smile stretched. Good. Now do me proud, darling, and tell me who is that ruin. Chapter 338. Saint. She bit her lips tightly until she tasted blood. She was doing all her best not to feel the creeping dread, the fear pulsing through her body like a venomous poison. The title she received was not just a cool thing. It was not something Noah gave to her and it was over. No, she was feeling the effect of the title, and oh. What a desolating feeling. She felt like everything had abandoned her. Her family, her friends, a part of her power. Her master, ruin, she was alone. Alone in front of a being who looked like he would eat her at any given moment. Fear started to bloom inside her heart. But she didn't let it show, she didn't let any feelings surface anymore. She was cold. She was apathetic. She was lifeless. She stared intently at Noah's white eyes and spoke. What do you want? She asked evenly. What else? The ruin you talked about when we first met. But before all of that. Noah paused, then pointed at his two siblings. That heal their wounds. It was not a request, it was an order, and the woman, even though she was chained and abandoned by everything, had not reached her current level of power because of some mercy of the universe. She worked hard for it. She bled for it. She returned Noah's gaze without flinching. My liberty, she said. Noah paused. It took him almost a second to realize this woman was trying to bargain with him. He almost laughed. But he was not in that type of mood. He didn't like to see his siblings in this state. I don't think you understood clearly your situation. You are at a disadvantage here. You have no choice but to do what I want, Noah intoned. Disadvantage? She scoffed coldly. There is no power like ruin in this universe. And nothing can win against ruin except ruin. No, it's possible. But you would have to be much more than a simple law creator rank to do so. And besides, darling, once there is a trace of ruin inside your body, it will continue to expand until all of your body is ruined. She shifted her head toward Aurelia and Aseman, whose faces were becoming more and more pale. Black veins started to slither through their pale skin. Realization dawned upon them. The woman smiled, and once it reaches a certain stage, even I would not be able to save them. And ruin kills even soul, so reincarnation would be a feeble dream. She looked back at Noah. She shuddered subtly at the coldness he was emitting, but she didn't back down. She finished her words, if I were you, I would not waste time. Silence fell. It was an uneasy one. Even the cat on Noah's shoulder twisted its body nervously. It was just born. It didn't want to die so soon. You are threatening me? Noah asked. I am simply giving you choices to make. You can ignore what I said and try to torture me, and I will make sure to resist until your siblings reach the point of no return. Or you can accept my terms. You set me free, I save them. She then gave him a small, crooked smile. You happy? I happy. We happy. Noah didn't know if this woman was mocking him or not, but he couldn't discard the truth in her words. But still, I would be a fool to set you free after your attempt to murder me, he said. It was business. I will tell you what I know about ruin before disappearing too. You'll never see me again. Noah shook his head. I don't like loose ends. It doesn't matter what you like. But oh, it does. It does. He slowly stood up from his crouching position, took a couple of steps back. You said I cannot save them? Noah asked, then smiled. Let me show you. He didn't want to do what he was about to do, because the price he would pay would be too much. He was not strong enough to save them without losing something in the process. And that something he was about to lose made him truly feel indignant, but he didn't want to let his siblings suffer. Especially if all of this was because of him. The woman wouldn't talk. She was stubborn, he could see that. He could have made her talk, but before that happened, things might worsen, as if waiting for this. Both Aurelia and Aseman staggered down as they felt excruciating pain. Aseman's left hand continued to disappear, sweat dripping from his head. Aurelia clutched her chest, unable to do anything. Noah panicked. He immediately ran to them, inquiring if they were feeling good or not. It was a dumb question, he knew it. They clearly looked like their lives would end at any moment. Noah gritted his teeth. Simple wounds like this shouldn't be so hurtful and life-threatening to beings like Aurelia and Aseman. So how? What he didn't know was that this power came from outside his universe. And the origin of this power was someone even realities feared. The Red Woman was weak. The weakest ruin could send without alerting the others and the records by masking her. If she had been strong enough, the siblings would have been dead just by inhaling the air with her in their presence. That's how ruinous they were. Without wasting more time, Noah acted. He used his causality. I can heal them because I am the greatest healer. Failed, I can heal them because of some luck during the process. Failed, once again. Noah paused for a brief moment, his mind running through countless thoughts in search of a way out, but there was no other way out other than the one he currently dreaded to use. After all, it was supposed to be his hidden card. Accept the deal. That's. Shut your goddamn mouth, bitch. Noah snapped. He glared at her with eyes that could kill. Just wait till I finish saving them and I swear you will regret making me lose this life. His voice was filled with wrath. The Red Woman trembled. A mistake, once again. Instead of trying to prove that she was not some meager being, she might have had a better chance if she had acted tame to curry favor with Noah. She had been abandoned after all. She had no one. Wasn't this the time to build something with someone who could make her abandoned? But no, she decided to bargain her freedom. It would have worked on anyone else, honestly. But Noah was Noah. He had cheats. Even though these cheats would not help him save his siblings without a cost, they would still save them. And the cost was easy to bear. Just difficult to swallow. Noah parted his lips again. I can save them because I have already been killed by the same power, thus I know all its intricacies, he whispered. Time froze for a brief moment. Then, you have lost your title, the one protected by the records. The threads of causality changed. New information poured into his mind as he understood how to save his siblings, and even how ruin worked, but at the cost of losing the one protection the records had granted him. He almost cursed in irritation, but then, as if unable to see their favorite in distress, you sacrificed your life to save your siblings. The records are proud of you. Noah, you have received a title, Embrace of Records, 3 times. Noah was stunned for a while before his mouth split into a smile. Is that the famous, goodness is always rewarded by goodness? He chuckled. I might change my vocation to be a saint then. Saint of Mercy. Sounds cool, he chuckled and went to save his dying siblings. Chapter 339, Fickle. Noah healed Aurelia and Aseman rapidly. In the process, he even learned some interesting things about the power of ruin, a power he couldn't help but feel fascinated by. It was incredibly complex and alien in a way he had never seen before. He was sure he hadn't even grasped yet the full intent, the full weight behind this ruin. It made him excited and nervous at the same time. Excited because now he was certain there was a universe beyond this universe, a reality beyond this reality. He had things to conquer, he had things to live, he had things to experience. He was eager for all that, but he was also nervous because now there were things outside the scope of his understanding. Powers he couldn't even begin to fathom, because let's not forget, Noah had needed to sacrifice a life just to understand how ruin worked enough to heal his siblings. And this wasn't even because the woman had attacked them. They were simply injured by the rebound of their own attacks against her. So what if the Red Woman had actually fought them seriously? What if she had managed to land a killing strike? Then one life would not have been enough. The cost to heal them would have been far steeper. And this made him realize a single truth: he needed this power, not because he wanted ruin itself, but because he needed a countermeasure, a shield, an answer for the day he might face it directly. Now the question was, who was ruin? Noah asked the Red Woman, for the 3rd time, and the last. If she dared not to answer, then she would learn just how cruel he could be. Fortunately, she was sensible enough to know she was nothing but a cornered rat. Against a cat, still perched on Noah's shoulder, tail flicking idly, the future of this cat was secured for sure. She parted her lips. Ruin is ruin, she said. Noah blinked. He turned to his right, saw Aurelia's confused face. He turned to his left, saw Aseman's twitching jaw. Then, is this bitch messing with us? He asked, his tone so cold it felt like the world itself might freeze at his words. It did. Frost crept across the ground at the mere sound of Noah's voice. He was ruler of this realm. A god. Whatever he willed, would happen. I think she believes us fools, Aurelia intoned. I am in no mood for bullshit. Let's kill her, Aseman added coldly. They didn't show it outright, but they were furious. Ashamed of the state they had been in, forced to their knees, coughing and writhing like mortal weaklings. What burned worse was that it happened in front of the youngest. They were supposed to be examples. Shepherds. They were meant to show him what it meant to be an abomination. To be untouchable, and instead, they had collapsed, and Noah had shown them the true meaning of abomination. He had made them look like children playing with fire, children who hadn't known how hot it could burn. Now they knew. And now they were lost, but none of that was visible on their faces. They wore their usual expressions, flawless masks without cracks. At least, they tried, but clearly, they failed, because the rage in their hearts bled through. They wanted her head. They wanted to shred her into pieces and force her to choke on her own flesh. They wanted her to suffer, but Noah didn't want that. So they restrained themselves. Noah looked at his siblings silently. He understood what they were feeling. How could he not? Ever since reincarnating in lay with Providence in his hand, he had never been meant to be compared to others. No one could match him, not because he was more talented. Not because his cause was nobler. Not because he was braver. Not because he hungered more for dominion, simply because he cheated. And isn't that the way of life? Kill or be killed. Cheat or be cheated. Noah was nothing but a pitiful, wretched man reborn in a world where even the lowest servant could kill him. But he cheated his way up. And many in life did the same. They betrayed. They bribed. They lied. They killed. They called you brother while plotting to steal your position at the company, the guild, the empire. Give it whatever name you want. At the end, the principle remained the same: cheat or be cheated. Aurelia and Aseman had cheated in their own way, but Noah's way of cheating was beyond their immortal comprehension. They couldn't help but feel underwhelmed beside him. and that's exactly what I wanted. Noah thought silently, watching them while the red woman remained mute, waiting for permission to speak. He needed them to feel inadequate, to feel the weight of their limits, to hunger for more. Then he would act. He would reach out to them with epithets crafted for them, with bloodlines shaped for them, with talents only they could hold, and they would evolve. And they would become his. And then, oh, what a sight it would be, he wondered. Was the universe ready? Because once he had them, Noah would go full Napoleon. A faint smile curled on his lips as he imagined them conquering the cosmos, armed with cunning and power beyond the reach of the so-called progenitors. They were sitting in their lofty domains, blind to the vicious cheater who was assembling his own court of cheaters. Arrogance or confidence? Sometimes the line was too blurred to tell, but Noah would know. One day, for now, though, let me add another stolen power to my name, he thought with a smirk. Ruin is ruin, huh? I don't fancy cryptic words, darling. So you'd better speak clearly before I let my dear siblings gut you alive, he smirked. I don't need to show you how eager they are, the red woman gulped. She cursed fate and everything that had led her here instead of another, but too late for regrets. So instead she forced out a strained smile and answered, I am not speaking in riddles. It is the truest definition I can give of my master. He is what he is. There's nothing else I can say. Noah didn't threaten her this time. He could feel the truth in her words. Then why does he want to kill me? How does he even know about me? He already knew the answer, but he wanted confirmation. He wants you dead because you are dangerous. You've obtained a power that makes him wary. He knows of you since that incident of, her last words were cut off. Silenced, once again, the siblings were getting used to it. But this time, the records gave their reason. He will sense it. Say any more, and he will be aware. They fell silent immediately. None dared to speak further of ruin, but that didn't mean they forgot. No, not at all. I will need more. More power. More influence. More everything. The game had leveled up, and so must he, meaning. Noah turned his head toward the red woman. He gave her a charming smile. What's your name, darling? What a fickle man. Chapter 340 of Virgo. The red woman was called Virginia. A pretty, celestial, holy name for a woman who was, in truth, all red. Noah couldn't look at such a face and utter Virginia. It didn't make any sense to him. So instead, he chose a nickname. He cut her name short and called her Virgo. Weirdly, she seemed to like it. She even let out a small, unconscious smile when she heard it, a smile she immediately wiped from her face. Days passed since that moment. Aurelia and a seaman had both chosen to be on their own for a time, deciding first to calm the murderous thoughts they held against Virgo. The cat on Noah's shoulder acted like the boss of the realm. Everywhere he walked, the other animals made way. Some even approached him to curry favor. That arrogant bastard told them to fight amongst themselves and that he would only choose the best. He lied. He only chose the females and went on his way. No one dared to touch him, for he was the cat that sat on the shoulder of the Creator. His descendants would surely be considered nobility. Now Noah was alone with Virgo, beside a meadow of red flowers where a stream flowed seamlessly through the field. The sky above was clear, cloudless, the white sun striking them softly. Virgo sat on the flower-carpeted ground, just beside the stream, her feet dipped in the water. The water was so clear the fluttering grass beneath it could be seen. It was peaceful, beautiful, relaxing, so much that she closed her eyes, drinking in the sight this space offered, but inwardly, guilt gnawed at her. She admonished herself, whispering that she was in enemy territory. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't find comfort here. This was a trap, and yet those rebellious thoughts dulled the moment she turned her eyes to glance at Noah. Out of imagination, that was the only phrase that came to her mind as she saw him standing tall, hands clasped at his chest, his long silver hair fluttering in the wind as he gazed at the stream as if beholding something beyond it. The white sun fell softly on his immaculate face, making him look even more like a being that shouldn't exist in reality. Everything about him screamed power. Screamed confidence. Screamed recklessness. Screamed cruelty. But also arrogance beyond measure. That was his nature. And with his level of power, Noah could not change who he was. Virgo couldn't care less about that in this moment. What concerned her more was how her will to resist dissolved every time she looked at him, like frost under burning sunlight. Is this because I was abandoned? Is that why I search for comfort, for something to cling to? But wouldn't it be irony itself if she sought comfort from the very man who had left her abandoned by all? How would the universe see her, as a contemptible woman with no worth, reminding herself of that truth? She succeeded in clutching the little pride she still had and turned her gaze away from Noah, staring at the stream instead. There was nothing else to do anyway. Noah had noticed her gaze, and he smiled. How long do you think you can resist me? Noah asked, his voice disgustingly insufferable. If she could, she would have sewn his lips shut with the threads of reality itself, but she was afraid even that wouldn't be enough. This man was just that abnormal, she sighed, trying to steady her emotions, then parted her lips. You resist something that tempts you, she said, glaring at him. You do not tempt me. Noah's smile widened in amusement. He approached and sat beside her. Virgo shrank subtly. There is hardly anything in this universe I cannot tempt, darling, he told her, voice steeped in confidence. But if you're so sure, why not test it? Virgo turned her head toward him despite herself, interest flickering unwillingly, and his voice, why is everything about him so beautiful? Except for his disgusting character, of course. Noticing he had her attention, Noah continued. He pointed with a slender finger, slender, yet powerful enough to crush worlds, toward the pristine water flowing in the stream. Bad feelings fluttered inside Virgo, wings of dread. She forced a strained smile and tilted her head. What? She asked, pretending not to understand. But she knew. And she prayed she misunderstood, but no gods answered the prayers of the forsaken. Let's swim, darling, he said with a smile. You claim I don't tempt you. Fine. Then I just need proof. Let's strip down to our underwear and plunge into this beautiful water. At his words, he stood and began undressing. He wore a white shirt and baggy white pants. Slowly, he removed the shirt, revealing sculpted abs, each line impossible in its perfection. Virgo's head spun. Blood rushed through her body in torrents. She was excited, too excited. Her eyes fixed on him, waiting, craving for him to pull off the pants and reveal the dragon coiled beneath. He didn't. He smirked knowingly. Then slowly put his shirt back on and sat beside her as if nothing had happened. Then, casually, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? He exclaimed, as though he had never seen better. Virgo was still reeling. Mechanically, she turned her head toward him and blurted a question before she could stop herself. Aren't we going to swim? Instant regret. It made her sound desperate, but she was desperate. He had given her a taste, and now she craved the full feast. If not, she would be haunted forever by the thought of what she had been denied. Noah only shrugged. It was just to see if I tempted you. But in the process, I decided to believe your words. So no need to act like a stripper. But Virgo faltered. Anything she said would brand her a horny fool. So she stayed silent, forcing her mind to forget what she had just seen. A laughable attempt. Noah smiled. We'll soon continue our journey. I would have chosen your role for you, but I'll let you decide. You have no one anymore. Nothing in your name. If I were you, I'd think of a way to create new things. Don't waste the chance I've unconsciously given you. He paused, then looked at her with sudden seriousness. Many would love the opportunity to restart at zero, unknown to all, so do me proud, darling. Don't waste it. Chapter 341, Turbulent Thoughts. Virgo remained alone in that meadow after, Noah's words echoing in her head like a cursed parrot that had learned a new phrase and would never shut its bloody mouth. She was lost, utterly lost, her mind clouded by insecurities and fears she hadn't even known she carried until now. Guess being alone does wonders to your mind. Sigh. What am I supposed to do now? She thought, her feet swaying back and forth in the clear stream, raising small ripples that spread like fragile waves across the water. Noah had told her to think about her role. But what role was he even speaking of? The role she would play in this so-called new life where everything had abandoned her? Or the role she would play among this strange family of siblings heading into the unknown? Virgo felt it was both. She just needed to decide who she would be, from this moment onward, in relation to Noah, enemy or ally. If she chose enemy, then she might as well kiss her dear life goodbye, because it would be over the instant she tried. She wasn't foolish enough to believe Noah would pity her because of his dazzling smiles or the darlingness that rolled from his lips. He was a monster. A smiling monster who could charm you while tearing your heart out and devouring it in front of you. Sometimes, Virgo wondered if Noah could even love. From what she'd seen, it seemed impossible for someone with such towering self-esteem, such boundless arrogance, to love anyone but himself. And yet Virgo didn't know that. He was a paradox. Yes, he loved himself shamelessly. But he also loved his wives with a ferocity that surpassed what most could imagine. He loved his siblings too, even now, as they sulked in their solitude, locked away in their rooms. Noah was watching them even now. His hands twitched, aching to go to them, aching to speak to them, and gave them his endless epithets to make them stronger, aching to pull them back into their playful nature, but he didn't. He held back. He knew rushing to them now would only wound them deeper. So he sat still, the arrogant cat perched on his lap, waiting for them to gather their minds. So the thing about Noah was simple. Yes, Noah was cruel, but if he cared about you, he was also loving, gentle, protective, unbearably human despite being something far beyond any man. And so Virgo asked herself the question again: if enemy was not an option, then ally was the only path left. What kind of ally? An ally was someone useful. Someone who could give something back. If she was to survive at Noah's side, she needed to provide value, something to his life, to his path, to this family. Whatever. At that thought, unwanted memories of their recent encounter flashed in her mind, with Noah peeling off his shirt. The sight of that impossible body etched into her soul, an image she knew she would carry until the day she died. Her cheeks burned, though it hardly mattered when her skin was already red by nature. Still, she was almost grateful for that cursed skin in this moment. But no. I cannot go that way. If I do, I will be no different from a whore who sells her body for survival. Not that there was shame in that path if there was good reason. But her pride would not allow it, not yet. She was no child. She knew what Noah had done. He had tempted her. He had stirred something in her that had slept untouched for years. He had awoken her hunger, and she knew that if she spent too long alone with him, she would eventually collapse. Noah carried that kind of gravity, that kind of irresistible, insufferable energy. He was a bastard. A loving bastard. A bastard who could destroy you while holding you close. I have never seen a man like him. Her resolve began to crystallize. She would not crawl to him and spread herself like a desperate fool. She even suspected Noah wouldn't accept her if she did. First, she would learn to discard who she had been. She was forsaken now. She had nothing, no name, no one left to claim her. She had to accept that bitter truth and move forward. Then, she would show her usefulness. And she already knew where to start. She was not of this universe. She carried knowledge of another, its powers, its structures, its rulers. She could share that, leverage that. Perhaps even guide him there someday. And if, after all of this, after proving she was more than a warm body, more than a woman for the bed or the house or the children, if after all this she still stood at his side, then, and only then, would she allow herself to fall into the temptation known as Noah Weaverheart. That was her last stance, that was her meager pride speaking, that was her rebellion. Ugh. Virgo jolted as something brushed against her feet in the water. She looked down and saw a strange fish circling her toes. It was red, the same shade as her skin, with golden eyes so bright they seemed to illuminate the stream itself. Small, delicate, its body sleek with a single trailing tail. Its head petite and strangely endearing, and etched into its scales were letters, mystical, flowing, runic enough to impress even her. Virgo was immediately drawn to it. And the fish seemed to love her in turn, its gaze warm, as though comforted by their shared color. An unconscious smile crept across her lips. "Why are you here, little one? Are you hungry?" she asked softly, her voice gentler than she expected. The fish circled her legs, mouth opening and closing eagerly. "Yes." Hungry, Virgo chuckled at its cuteness, then glanced around for food, only to realize she had no idea what such a creature would eat, so she asked. The response stunned her. My teeth?" Virgo repeated in disbelief. The fish nodded eagerly, its golden eyes gleaming, its tiny mouth stretching in anticipation. Virgo groaned. "Erg, how could I disappoint something this cute?" Reluctantly, she reached into her mouth, pulled out two of her lower teeth, and offered them. It didn't hurt, but it felt bizarre. The fish devoured them greedily, bliss painted across its tiny face. Virgo laughed aloud, watching it, her stress momentarily forgotten, her spinning thoughts silenced as she focused only on this little creature. Seconds later, the fish fixed its golden gaze back on her, eyes wide, demanding more. Virgo's smile twitched, and so began a strange night where Virgo fed a ravenous fish. But by the end, she had something she hadn't realized she needed: a companion, a friend, or maybe just a strange creature that lusted after her teeth. She laughed anyway. Chapter 342, Towards Earth. Now Virgo asked herself how she could take away this new friend of hers to accompany her. She would have loved to always stay in that place, but it was impossible. All the things that existed here were nothing more than created things, illusions born to make the realm feel livelier. It was not the first time she had seen created beings and environments. But this much life in them? This much emotion and individuality? And with such ease, Virgo couldn't believe all of this was the result of Noah simply tapping his feet on the void to create a place to interrogate her. Creation power at this level. I heard only the merchant could do this back in our universe. And now that I think about it, doesn't that merchant sound just as ridiculous as Noah? Inevitably, she couldn't help but compare the two beings. Both out of the norm, but in utterly different ways. Shaking her head, Virgo focused on the fish and asked if it could take a human shape or even walk on Earth. The response disappointed her. The fish couldn't, but she was determined, ready to ask Noah for this favor. Yet before her thoughts transformed into actions, "You can have her." A voice rumbled through the paradisiacal space. Virgo's brows furrowed. "Were you watching all this time? And how do you know I was going to ask you?" She still kept her rebellious tone sharp. A chuckle boomed around her. "I didn't watch, darling. I'm not that bored to watch you feeding your teeth to a fish. Do you know that?" Noah's voice was mocking. Virgo's face twisted into a snarl, but Noah pressed on, giving her no chance to reply. "I am the ruler of this place. I know everything even when I don't care to know. And this little fish just prayed to me to give her the ability to stay by your side, so here you go, darling." His voice vanished instantly. In the water, the fish glowed with blinding red light. Its body shifted, its scale form stretching, reshaping, sprouting limbs, human limbs. Virgo watched with rapt attention, childishly eager to see this new being who would remain with her from now on. The light faded. Standing on the carpet of grass was a petite little girl with a body red as blood and eyes golden like the blazing sun. Her red hair hung long, moss-like strands bound with ocean pearls that clacked faintly whenever she moved. Her ears were long and fish-like, and at her neck a pair of gills opened and closed with every breath. She was naked. "Madam," she chirped, smiling widely at Virgo before running up and wrapping her tiny arms around her leg. She was so small, she barely reached Virgo's knees. The sight was almost comical. Virgo stood speechless. Awkwardly, she reached down and caressed her red hair. It was strange, yet soft to the touch. She smiled faintly. "Call me big sister." The young girl froze, then nodded furiously, beaming with joy. "Yes. Yes. Big sister." Her voice was so excited she couldn't stop hopping around like a rabbit. "From now on, your name is Virgo too." Virgo's sense of naming was truly trash, but Virgo too was happy to have a name, so everything was fine, she supposed. What a cute, strange fish. Time passed. Hard to tell how many days, or even weeks. Noah's realm distorted such things, but now their little group was ready to continue their journey. Aurelia and Aseman were calm again, back to their usual selves. Aseman unserious, unsettling, a constant thorn. He was bullying Virgo Jr. for no damn reason. The poor girl hid behind Virgo, seeking safety, not knowing her big sister was just as chained by the youngest sibling of this irresponsible man. "Why are you bullying her?" Aurelia asked with open scorn. "Because I can." Aseman answered immediately, "Big sister." Virgo too cried, clinging tighter. Virgo ignored her. She wanted peace. "We will soon arrive at our destination. Another week at high speed should be enough." Noah's voice cut through the moment, pulling everyone's attention. The cat still perched on his shoulder glared at Virgo too with predatory eyes. He clearly saw her as a rival for his sovereignty over all creatures in this realm. Noah continued, fixing his gaze on Virgo. "What do you wish to do now?" he asked. Aurelia and Aseman both turned toward her, their gazes heavy. There was no anger, but neither was there acceptance. They would rather have her gone than walking among them, but Virgo's resolve didn't falter. "I will come with you. I don't know where you're going, but I can be of help. I know of another universe. My perspective may be useful." Her words hung in silence. Then Noah smiled, turning to his siblings. "What will we do?" "You can decide." Virgo's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected him to hand the choice to them. Stress twisted her gut. Meanwhile, Aurelia and Aseman were secretly pleased. At once, they no longer cared if Virgo came or not. The youngest had given them choice. He had respected them, valued them, reminded them that their opinions still mattered. That was all they wanted to know. Even if Noah was the leader, he had not forgotten them. Aurelia spoke first, voice soft. "It's fine. She can come along." She had the tact to read Noah's mind game, and the wisdom to play along. Noah gave her a faint smile. Aseman, on the other hand, looked Virgo up and down, then shook his head as if disgusted. "Nope. This one's going back to where she came from." He waved his hand like shooing a fly. Silence fell. Noah's lips twitched. Aurelia palmed her face. Virgo's heart skipped a beat. Virgo too glared at the cat on Noah's shoulder, catching his challenging eyes. Then, damn you, a seaman. She's bloody coming. Then why ask? You have no manners. Man, I just gave my decision the way you wanted. Why's everyone looking at me like I'm at fault? Liberty of speech, don't you all know that here? Shut up, a seaman. Noah and Aurelia said in unison. The beastly brother muttered bitterly about the difficulty of being the middle child, and so, they departed, towards Earth. Chapter 343, Talk Under a Tree. Naren is dead. Oh great mother, a deep voice, laced with gravity, spoke. The man had the trademark golden hair and green eyes of the world-born. He wore a luxurious celestial robe laced with living green leaves that twitched faintly. Too alive to be mere decoration, he lowered his head as he spoke to the stunning being before him. This was the orator of the world-born, the one who carried tidings of elves, of world-born matters, of universal news to the progenitor herself, to Lul Worldborn. The woman sat calmly beneath a colossal green tree, its leaves so vast they seemed to cradle entire universes within their veins, yet even before such a cosmic tree, one's eyes strayed inevitably to Lul. Her beauty was suffocating, her body resembled polished, perfected wood, supple yet radiant, glowing faintly with soft green light. Veins of luminous sap coursed across her skin, as water threads down stone in an endless stream. Her eyes were an eternal swirl of leaves, a cornucopia in motion, chaotic yet strangely harmonious. At the orator's words, Lul paused briefly in her sewing, for she was calmly sewing clothes, then resumed as if nothing had happened. Who killed my child? Lul asked, her voice soft as melting snow, yet heavy, crushing, as though she spoke within a chamber of unbearable gravity. Unfortunately, Great Mother, we were not able to track down the culprit of this sacrilegious action. The orator's voice shook with barely restrained fury at the audacity of the act. The realm of thorns was completely destroyed. Nothing was left behind. He fell silent. Whoever did this stood high enough in term of status to know I can feel the death of my children. Lul said, her tone steady. If Naren's death had struck her ancient heart, not a flicker of it showed outwardly. They must also have means to veil my senses this completely, this thoroughly, she continued, her words patient, as if speaking to a child. That is what we suspect too, Great Mother, the orator said with a firm nod. Given the power required, it must be one of the great factions who hold grudges against us. Who do you think they are? The High Humans, he answered. They remain furious at young Master Orion for his slaughter of their lower worlds. They crave revenge, and the divine beasts, Great Mother, the beasts I expected, she replied coldly. That feud belongs to me and their whelp of progenitor. But the High Humans? She raised her gaze, fixing it upon the orator. Since when have they grown so bold? Her glance suffocated him. His chest tightened as though crushed by mountains. We do not know, Great Mother, he stammered. It is speculation. But given young Master Orion's dealings with them, I felt it prudent to include them. Lul waved her hand dismissively, as if brushing aside a buzzing insect. Those lanky humans lack the courage. They are like their progenitor, a coward who survived by cowardice alone. Her tone deepened, sharpened. But if I were you, I would consider the abominations. Especially now, with a third who prowls, daring and wild. The orator's eyes widened. He had nearly forgotten. But even so, why would they kill Naren, Great Mother? They would gain nothing. In fact, they would lose more. Why wouldn't they? Her voice was chilling in its simplicity. My baby Orion never needed a reason to erase entire worlds. You did not need a reason to kill a lowly servant, she continued. Her eyes flared with green fire, silence dropping across the paradisiacal realm like a bomb waiting to detonate. And I can erase entire legacies, entire factions, without needing a reason. Her gaze bore into him. Do you know why, my lovely child? His answer came instantly, instinctively. Strength is the most spoken language of the universe. Great Mother. We do all this because we can, because we know no repercussions will come. Lul nodded faintly, lips curving into an approving smile. Yes. It does not matter whether your strength was granted, earned, or stolen. What matters is bending the lesser to their knees. That is what we do. Her voice sharpened again, like venom and silk. My child Naren met something stronger, and so he perished. But, her eyes turned murderous, every rule has exceptions. And my children are exceptions. None may touch them. Whoever does will be killed. Her voice grew glacial. Find me the abominations. All of them. If I do not receive news within 5 years, I will act myself. And if I am disappointed, she left the threat unspoken and returned to her sewing, her hands calm as rivers, her words lingering like thunder. The orator's mind raced wildly, panic thrumming like poisoned drums in his chest. To disappoint the Great Mother was to invite obliteration. His eyes hardened like tempered steel. He bowed deeply, his voice merciless, iron-willed. "We will find them, Great Mother. No matter the cost." Void, that was all the group saw as they traveled toward Earth. The void was strange, but this void, devoid of mana, was something altogether alien. Excluding Noah, none of them could fathom how this place still stood, how it had not collapsed into nothingness. Odd metallic structures drifted here and there, unrecognizable, relics of something older than time. Noah had an idea, though even to him it sounded far-fetched. The others wrestled with one question, primordial and terrifying: was not mana life? That was what they had been taught, so how could existence persist here, where mana was absent, as if fate demanded it? Virgo seized this moment of shared wonder to prove her worth. She spoke of void realms in her own universe, barren of mana, yet whispered to hide impossible truths. She told of one such place, claimed long ago by the enigmatic merchant, a world he guarded jealously, said to contain the relic of the first civilization. Perhaps even the origin of all universes. Noah and his siblings listened intently, their curiosity sharpened, their senses tingled. Their blood boiled. Something was coming. Something vast, inevitable, fascinating. They simply did not know when, where, or how, until, just minutes before reaching Earth, reality itself tore open before them, parting like a curtain. A portal of swirling white light erupted, filled with dreadful enlightenment. Noah's senses screamed first, frantic and wild, followed by the others, but it was too late. The white light swallowed them whole, erasing their presence in an instant. Only Noah's frustrated voice lingered, echoing faintly into the silence. "A Providence, did you see this coming?" A pause echoed through the void. "Then, of course, Noah." A resounding chuckle boomed out, then the portal vanished as if it had never existed. Earth spun on in peace, ignorant, untouched by the brush of vengeful titans. Well, for now, Noah wasn't that petty. He wasn't that heartless either, right? Chapter 344, Confusion. How could a sea split itself into two to pave a way for a man with no power? A feminine mechanical voice boomed through the white sterile oval-shaped room as Noah and Virgo regained consciousness. They looked around, trying to get a hold of where they were, but what they saw slowed their minds significantly. They were in a small white room with no doors or windows to speak of. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling were all painted white in a way that was almost painful to look at. But not only that, as he pressed his hand on the floor to get up, Noah felt a difference in texture he hadn't expected. The floor felt like alloy, transformed in a way he had never thought possible back on Earth. Metallic lines ran across the walls, trailing downward like liquid light. It glowed with a translucent shine. On the ceiling, in each of the four corners, Noah saw something resembling loudspeakers, entirely white like the room itself. Mechanical insects flew lazily through the air, some crawling on the walls and ceiling. Their eyes fixed on them with unnerving precision. He felt watched. Not the kind his wives would do, the one that spoke volumes about their degeneracy, but the kind when you feel like a rat under the gaze of a mad scientist who had long turned off his emotions. It was eerie, to be honest. Virgo pushed herself upright, her eyes clouded with confusion. "Where are we?" she asked. Noah didn't respond immediately. His mind was trying to comprehend what he was seeing. Providence had already warned him about an event he could not escape, an event he needed to go through if he was serious about his dream of perfection, but he was already starting to regret it, because he could feel his power suppressed dramatically. He barely had the strength of a supreme rank being now. He cursed silently. He parted his lips to respond to Virgo, but how could a sea split itself into two to pave a way for a man with no power? The mechanical voice echoed again from everywhere at once. "What?" Noah blurted instinctively, "Incorrect." First attempt failed. Noah went quiet, realization dawning. He needed to answer the question. But Noah never liked to act without understanding the reason for it, and he certainly didn't like following orders. Virgo's eyes darted to the strange mechanical forms surrounding them. She swore she saw electricity coursing through their metallic limbs. Their gaze locked onto her and Noah with an eerie intensity. A sick feeling crawled through her. She instinctively moved closer to Noah, pressing against his side. Only then did they notice they weren't wearing their usual clothes, but full white blouses that reached only to their knees, thin garments that revealed far too much of their bodies. She would have normally been happy to feast her eyes on Noah's thick legs, but the place killed any such thoughts. They looked like mentally deranged patients put in quarantine, even though Virgo didn't know that concept. How could a sea split itself into two to pave a way for a man with no power? Again. The robotic voice reverberated. Noah didn't respond. Neither did Virgo. "Aurelia and a seaman aren't here. I assume they're in another room like this." probably going through the same trial. His jaw tightened. Will they be okay, Providence? He thought, not even bothering to shape the words properly. Providence understood, it is dangerous and not dangerous at the same time. You simply need to answer the questions. You need this, Noah. You need this to understand. Noah clicked his tongue in irritation. Action of irritation noticed. Participants unable to control basic emotions. Noah, -1 points, his name, his eyes widened. He almost cursed aloud, but instead he shut them tight. Another thing to torture on my list, he muttered inwardly, eyes like frosted steel, before the voice repeated once more. How could a sea split itself into two to pave a way for a man with no power? Again, this time, Noah thought carefully about the possible response. He didn't want to speak, and whatever the system was, it seemed to register his hesitation and provided an answer. Consultation between participants is allowed, the voice announced coldly. Noah glanced at Virgo and forced a strained smile. Any idea? He asked. Virgo shook her head, clearly indicating she had none. She had never been in this kind of place, and she was still disoriented. For a moment, Noah wished that Aurelia was with him instead of this red-skinned woman. At least his sister was knowledgeable in many things. But that would practically doom his brother a seaman. That man's head contained nothing except ideas to cause problems. Whoever split us certainly has an idea of who we are, or at least our essence. Things were getting strange. But first, Noah focused on the question, how could a sea split itself into two to pave a way for a man with no power? The cold feminine voice repeated, thoughts churned like a raging storm. A sea could be split in many ways before a man with no power. If he used physical explanations, it could be done with the aid of a massive force pushing away the water and keeping it from rushing back. It could be storm winds blowing continuously, or simply earthquakes. That was a viable answer. But strangely, Noah didn't like it. Something in him resisted, and instead he opened his mouth to say something most people back on Earth would have called bullshit. But now, with the height of power he stood at, and the kind of law he wielded, he knew, by belief, he responded. There was a long sterile silence. Then, argue your response. The mechanical voice echoed once again. Instantly, the scrutiny of the mechanical insects increased, and only then did Noah sense something else. The moment he uttered his response, he started to feel a little bit better. As if he was regaining energy, or rather, he lowered his gaze to his right hand. On his palm, a small whirring device was embedded into his very flesh. The device pulsed with subtle electrical activity, blinking with a soft green light. My power is being absorbed. The realization hit him like a speeding truck. He almost staggered in shock. How did I not notice that? Is this why I feel weak? Now things were making sense, but also becoming more harrowing. If Noah hadn't taken this place seriously before, now he did. Because whatever could strip him of his clothes and implant such a device into his body without him noticing, was something far beyond his expectations, and worse, he didn't know what else might have been implanted that he hadn't discovered yet. Argue your answer, the voice repeated. Noah shook his head and looked at Virgo. The woman had just noticed the device too. She cried out in horror, unable to control basic emotion. Virgo, -1 point, she slapped her hands over her mouth, terrified to let out another sound. Noah breathed in and out, steadying himself. Belief. It could only be belief that allowed a man with no power to stand before the sea expecting it to part. It could only be the belief in something higher than himself. Something out of order, out of the normal. Something beyond the simple understanding of a man, like fate. Like destiny. Or like someone who embodies all of that, a god. He paused. Then finished, he simply believed. And the world had no choice but to bend and make his belief reality. Again, silence. Virgo, still trembling, almost forgot to breathe. Then, response acknowledged. Noah Weaverheart, 15 points, Virginia T. Raneth, 0 points. Virgo bit her lip at the voice. She didn't know how this thing knew her full name, but she sensed that if she continued like this, she might face something ghastly. I have been useless. I have to gather myself, she rebuked herself. Suddenly, in the far right corner of the oval room, the floor flipped like a switch. A bed began to rise, oval-shaped, white, forged from sublime alloy, and fixed to the ground with heavy vices. The floor beneath Noah parted, and a metallic hand with multiple electrical wires, shaped like a human's, emerged, holding a switch. The metallic hand pressed the device into Noah's palm, then retreated into the floor. He blinked, still confused, but the voice cut through before he could gather his thoughts. First reward, sit. Use the switch. Watch the end of Pharaoh, chapter 345, lesson learned. Noah and Virgo didn't know how they had found themselves on the silky bed, pressed together, their almost naked bodies touching in uneasy closeness. A white sheet was wrapped lazily around them, and above, the ceiling split open, parting in silence as something descended, not the small mechanical arms they had seen before, but far larger, longer, like the massive hand of some giant, and in its grasp, absurdly enough, it carried popcorn and sodas. Noah was flabbergasted, the eerie suspicion gnawing at him since the moment they first fell into the void began to consolidate into something sharper, something that felt dangerously close to truth. This place was tied to Earth. He didn't know how such a thing was possible, but everything he saw confirmed it. Things common to Earth, yes, yet here twisted, refined, built at a level far beyond anything Earth had ever achieved, as if, no talking will be allowed. The feminine robotic voice cut through his thoughts like a frosted blade. Noah lifted his head, eyes narrowing toward the space in front of him. Just as it rippled and wavered like heat haze before flickering into sharp focus, a colossal square panel appeared, glowing with unnatural clarity, a video projector. At its arrival, the sterile oval room was bathed in new light, transforming into the uncanny likeness of a cinema hall. Noah almost laughed at the absurdity. He was here, like a child being scolded and ordered around by some presence he could neither see nor fully grasp. It was laughable. He was not afraid. Now that the fog of confusion had lifted, his mind moved differently, sharper, clearer. His life was safeguarded by the records, and as long as he lived, none of his siblings, nor Virgo, would be touched. Do not forget, Providence had already warned him of this incident. He did not know what trial or spectacle awaited, but he had prepared enough to ensure that if things turned south, this entire place would be reduced to ashes and rubble. He glanced down at the device embedded into his flesh. For an instant, the corner of his mouth threatened to curve into a smirk, but he forced his face to remain neutral, his emotions flat, his thoughts calm. Perhaps this construct could read his feelings, perhaps even his mind. Better, then, to betray nothing. Providence has never lied to me. There is something to learn here, so let's learn, then burn this place to the ground. And besides. His gaze drifted toward Virgo. She had steadied herself, her earlier panic cooled, her instincts telling her to focus, to be useful. It's the perfect opportunity to bridge the gap. The thought carried the edge of a smirk. Now he considered the possibility of playing along with whoever was behind this, at least for a while. He reached out, his large warm hand enveloping Virgo's smaller one. She shivered at the sudden touch, but she did not pull away. Instead, her fingers tightened, clinging to him, searching for comfort. Understandable. Virgo knew nothing of this world, compared to Noah. She stood here blind, thrown into something alien and vast, and do not forget. Fear of the unknown was, after all, the oldest fear of them all. The holographic screen flickered, and the images began to play. Gigantic stone pyramids rose like mountains carved by men, each block so massive it could have been a house on its own. People in brown skin, dressed in strange garments of short kilt-like and tight-fitting linen dress walked about, their lives etched in colors and sounds that felt both foreign and hauntingly familiar. Then the ruler appeared, the one the feminine voice had named Pharaoh. He was a sight to behold. His fingers, ankles and wrist were covered in golden jewelry coupled with a crown magnificent, and as Noah's eyes locked on the figure, the first thought that surged unbidden through him was, how arrogant. Noah mused, tossing a handful of popcorn into his mouth. It was the only thing that stuck with him as he watched the life of this so-called king, the way he carried himself, the way he treated his people. The man slaughtered every newborn boy in fear of a prophecy, yet allowed one into his palace because of his wife's pleading, and that very boy was the one who sealed his downfall. Of course, the story was far more layered than that, more complex, but Noah focused only on the essence. It was fate, it was laughable. To kill countless children in an attempt to defy the inevitable, only to nurture the very one destined to rise against you. To claim divinity, to pretend to be immortal and untouchable, only to drown like any other man, swallowed by the same sea that had parted in silence to let another walk free. By the end of the vision, the projector faded, its glow retreating as the room returned to its sterile white stillness. Noah turned his head, only to see Virgo with her cheeks puffed out, mouth stuffed full of popcorn, desperately trying to devour all of it before it vanished. Good choice, because seconds later, both popcorn and sodas were gone. Virgo froze, her expression shifting into visible embarrassment. She gulped down what she could, bits of popcorn still stuck to the corner of her lips. She licked them hurriedly and whispered, It was too good." Noah simply smiled. It seemed the silence had lifted, they could finally speak. They both shifted their attention back to their surroundings, bracing for whatever came next. "What did you learn?" the mechanical voice asked. Neither was surprised by the question. They glanced at each other, then Virgo spoke first, her voice steady, confident. Arrogance is the downfall of all great men, Noah followed, his tone measured. There is always something, someone greater than you. Cruelty to others doesn't make you immortal. And, he smiled, a quiet, sharp smile, fate is absolute. That was the lesson. That was the truth he chose to take. And as the words left his mouth, Noah began to see why Providence had sent him here in the first place. This place was no mere test, it was a gallery of ancient myths and histories, recounting events that had already unfolded, showcasing the rise and fall of men and women across ages. Some had achieved greatness, some had erred, some had been broken by their flaws, but all had left something behind. His role was not to mock them or dismiss them. It was to watch, to listen, to absorb, to learn, because, as a wise man once said, anything you are striving for has already been attempted by those before you. Rather than waste your life stumbling blindly, learn from their paths. Take their lessons, and carve your own. Noah smiled again. Yes, he was liking this place more and more. And beyond that, all these mechanical contraptions stirred a strange nostalgia inside him, a reminder of Earth that he could not ignore. And even if he lost everything here, even if he was stripped bare, he still had an entire world within himself. He would reduce this place to nothing but ash and ruin with his wives and people if things got to that point, and Providence was with him. But for now, let's take the first real step toward perfection. His goal was no longer vague. Its edges were sharpening before his eyes. All he needed was the vision, the resolve, to see clearly. Answers acknowledged, the voice came again, flat and mechanical, but this time its words carved straight into his soul. I have replaced your blood. I have replaced your flesh. I have replaced every cell, every chain of DNA that once defined you. What now remains, is it still you? And thus, the question struck Noah. Chapter 346, Shameless. While Noah was going through a series of bizarre and particular events, inside him didn't stop rotating and moving. Life went on. People continued their days as if the world hadn't shifted. Celine and Sophie sat together, face to face with Leah inside the meeting room of White Castle. Leah looked around in subtle awe. The White Castle was a sight to behold, intricately designed like the ancient castles of Rome, spires rising from its walls and stretching high into the heavens. The floor was shrouded by a carpet woven from the fur of every beast Noah had gathered within his world. Soft to the touch, dazzling to the eyes, it was blank white with the shapes of beasts painted upon it, some small, some adorable, some terrifying, and others too alien and bizarre to describe. Noah's beasts were exotic, unmatched. The table where Celine and Sophie sat was wide, ringed with throne-like chairs, each carved differently, each radiating its own strange aura of power. Above them floated a massive chandelier shaped like a heart of some blasphemous being, suspended like a jellyfish in the air, its glow spilling warmth across the room. It was an exact copy of Noah's own heart, every vein and curve sculpted with impossible precision, and on its surface the faces and names of his wives were inscribed. The wives adored it. Who are you? Sophie asked from her red lightning throne, arcs of crimson lightning flickering ceaselessly around her as she stared at Leah with impassive eyes. Celine remained silent, though her cold aura alone made Leah shiver, even while Sophie's gaze burned her skin as if it might blister. Neither of the two stood at law creator rank as Leah did. But Noah had suppressed Lee's power before sending her here, and so she could not hide her weakness, could not mask the trembling of her skin. Are you going to answer, or do I need to strike you with lightning first? Sophie repeated, irritation cutting through her voice. Leah steadied herself and shook her head. I am Leah Thorne, she said. Silence. Celine tilted her head. I think you misunderstood my lovely sister's question. What we want to know is, who are you to Noah? She leaned forward, resting her chin on folded arms. Are you his wife? His maid? His friend? Or even, a chilling smile spread across her lips, sharp and cold as frozen steel. Or are you his slave? Lee's body tensed, but her face remained calm. She had endured too much, lived too long to be cowed by these two, even with her power bound. The only one she feared now was that smiling bastard who had broken her and made her. I am his, she said simply. Sophie and Celine tilted their heads, speaking in unison. What? Leah drew a breath, forcing herself not to drown in the memory of choking her husband on his own blood, forcing herself instead to sink into Noah's cruel, poisonous warmth. I am Master Noah's possession. I am whatever he wants me to be. His wife, if he chooses. His concubine, his friend, even his slave. Her yellow-gray eyes glimmered with brilliance, almost hypnotic. She was lying to herself, hacking her own mind into submission, because she had to. She needed something, anything, to fill the abyss inside her and drown the self-loathing that threatened to pull her under. And she found it in Noah. The one who broke her. My whole being belongs to him, she finished, her voice resolute. Yes, she wanted to forget. And the only way to forget was to obsess. To give every thought, every beat of her heart, to him. She chuckled bitterly inside. How cruel and evil you are, Noah. But it's fine. Devour me. Take everything, as you already took the one who meant everything to me. Sophie and Celine were silent for a moment before they both chuckled. Our dear husband grows crueler and crueler, Sophie said. Celine's lips curved. And how do you find him like that? Completely attractive, mother-in-law. I want him to go even further, agreed. Just imagining what he did to this poor girl makes me ache to see him again, Sophie smirked. See him for what? Celine mirrored the smirk. To be fucked senseless. Mind you, you're his mother, and I am proud of it. That's why his dick is perfect for mine. Celine, please, show some decency to the newcomer. Oh, I'm too excited. I think I'm getting wet, Sophie shook her head with a smile. I'm already drenched. The two locked eyes for a heartbeat, then burst into laughter. We are truly degenerate. We can't say a word about Lilith and Dominique, it's their fault. They laughed louder, uncaring, while Leah sat stiff, her face blank and her eyes wide. What is this? Were these two women really speaking so openly of being fucked and wet, and the blue-eyed one is his mother? And he fucks her. She wanted to scream at their shamelessness, but the memory of her own depravity stopped her. She remembered Noah and his siblings walking in on her chamber when her legs spread wide. Fingers inside her, her husband chained below like a dog, forced to watch her pleasure herself and come on his face. That had been their routine. Naren had begged for her golden showers and her cum, and she had given them out of love, only to eventually grow addicted to the domination herself. Now, listening to them, another thought crept in. How would it feel with Noah? Is he good? The words slipped from her lips before she realized, and she clamped her hand over her mouth, horrified. Sophie and Celine froze, then smiled in unison. Why do you ask? Sophie teased. You won't have him inside you, Celine added coldly. Leah flared instantly, as if struck. Why? I am his. He can claim me, she snapped, suddenly desperate at the thought of Noah not wanting her after she completely accepted to be his possession. Celine chuckled. The world you live in is his. The people within it are his. Everything under heaven and earth belongs to him. She shrugged. That doesn't mean he fucks all of it, does it? And besides, my baby didn't seem to want you. If he did, he wouldn't have sent you here, Sophie nodded. Yes. I know Noah. He always keeps a woman close, lets her drown in him, lets her obsession grow until it consumes her, and only then does he claim her. But you? You don't seem to interest him. I wonder, what did you do? Were you a whore? No. Lilith and Crystal were whores. He still fucked them. Don't say it like that, Sophie. You make my baby sound. Celine trailed off, but Sophie understood. She smirked. I would love him even if he were the greatest gigolo. I'd still let him inside me, Celine laughed. We all would. Their lips curled upward in unison as their attention returned to Leah, who stood lost, adrift in their words. But even he has limits. Tell us, what did you do? Celine asked. Leah faltered, confused, but then recalled and spoke haltingly. I was married to a worldborn. The light-hearted air shattered instantly. Celine and Sophie's faces froze, their eyes narrowing, their killing intent descending like a storm. Their combined voices rolled through the room. Cold as blizzards, sharp as thunder, you said who? Chapter 347, Existence. I have replaced your blood. I have replaced your flesh. I have replaced every cell, every chain of DNA that once defined you. What now remains, is it still you? Noah stayed silent. Not only him. Even Virgo had no words, because the question forced them to reflect on something they were intimately familiar with, yet had never dared to probe too deeply, the concept of existence itself. The concept of self. Who are you? What makes you, you? What separates you from the billions, trillions, or even quintillions of lives scattered across the universe? Was it bloodline? The body? Cells and flesh? Noah and Virgo had never truly considered it. So they paused in order to think, to search for the answers. Will I still be myself if my DNA is rewritten? Will I still be Noah if the Elisiari bloodline I forged within me is erased? Noah's thoughts spun violently, circling in every direction as his mind strained for an answer. He recalled all he knew about existence that encompassed his blood, his soul, the countless connections binding him to his wives, friends, and followers, his soul was unique, powerful beyond measure. Even if his bloodline was stripped away, as long as his soul endured, he would remain himself, wouldn't he? He wondered, but dissatisfaction gnawed at him. His refined perception, thanks to his providence abilities, couldn't accept that answer. It was lacking too much, because in a universe where souls could be twisted, stolen, toyed with, the soul alone could not be the answer, neither body, neither bloodline, neither cells, all of these could be reshaped. Hell, Noah himself was able to twist all of these concepts with terrifying ease, so if all these could all be altered, did that mean he ceased to be himself the moment reshaped his whole body to be an Elisiari? Noah shook his head sharply. No. It was not that. Something was missing. He was thinking wrongly. Let's start simple. Let's start by accepting who I am. I am Noah V. The thought cut off abruptly. His eyes widened as clarity struck like lightning. Noah Weaverheart, that was who he was. That was his name. It didn't matter if his bloodline shattered. It didn't matter if his soul broke into shards and was swept into the river of death. It didn't matter if his body was torn into mangled ruin, even if his appearance was remade, his essence remained. Because he was Noah Weaverheart, his wives didn't love his power. They loved Noah. His mother, his friends, all who stood by him did so not for his blood or flesh but because he was Noah Weaverheart, lay bent to his will not because of his lineage, but because he was Noah Weaverheart. That was the answer. A name was a beautiful yet dreadful thing. It could bestow purpose, gift undeserved glory, or curse you with a burden you never chose, and if a name could shape so much, then what of a true name? The name that defined existence itself, its weight would be even greater. Noah's thoughts snapped together like puzzle pieces falling into place. The answer was already clear within him. You seem to have found it too, Virgo said, her eyes catching the sudden brightness in his, her lips curved with a subtle smile. She was happy, because to understand what makes us reshape the way one viewed existence, to know who you are, is to take the first steady step toward knowing who you wish to become. And where you want to go, that knowledge decides who you allow into your life, because who you surround yourself with shapes you in turn. Let's not lie. Spend your days among cheaters, and even if you are not one, you soon will be. Influence is nasty like that. It coils like a serpent around your throat, tightening slow until escape is impossible, and in that instant Virgo too understood herself more deeply. She knew who she was and who she wanted at her side. Her gaze brightened, blood-red eyes fixed on Noah. Her thoughts burned. I abandoned my dreams once. But why should I? They are me. They are what I aspire to be. I cannot cast them aside. Before, she lacked the chance. But now, standing close to someone like Noah whose power was so wrongfully strong, perhaps, just perhaps, she could dream again. Yes. She could. Her smile widened, hope flickering deep inside her blood-red eyes. For now though, she decided to wait and observe. She didn't want to make the same mistake as last time. Noah looked at her calmly and finally spoke. Yes. I understood something. He smiled faintly. You want to answer first? Go on. I'm a gentleman. He stepped back, sweeping his arm in a mocking gesture of politeness. Virgo shook her head. Let's say it at the same time. I don't want you to lose points whose use we don't even know. Aren't you Mr. I know everything under heaven and earth? Did I ever say that? Don't slander me, woman, you didn't. But you act like it. Oh? Now, I have replaced your blood. I have replaced your flesh. I have replaced every cell, every chain of DNA that once defined you. What now remains, is it still you? The robotic feminine voice thundered again through the white void, silencing their quarrel. They exchanged a glance and nodded, deciding to answer together. If the voice didn't understand, that was its problem, not theirs. They drew in breath, and spoke. Yes, I am still me, because my dreams are not stored in my blood, nor body, nor DNA. Dreams and goals are what make us us. What makes us unique among sea of people? At the same time, my answer is name. Name is identity. Sometimes it comes with meaning, burden, or gifts. Sometimes it begins as nothing. But in the end, its meaning is carved by our actions. And a name requires no blood, no body, no DNA. Silence. Noah and Virgo looked at each other, surprised. They had expected the other to share their understanding. But their answers diverged. One said dreams, other names, so which was right? The robotic voice cut short their wondering. Answers acknowledged. Noah Weaverheart, 15 points. Virginia T. Raneth, 15 points. Chapter 348. Darling, Noah and Virgo looked at each other, eyes flickering with mild surprise as they realized they'd both earned the same number of points. But only for a moment. Understanding dawned between them like a silent chord. The concept of existence couldn't possibly mean the same thing to everyone. Hell, even something as simple as ice might carry 1,000 meanings for 1,000 minds. So what of existence? Something infinitely more unique, more sacred. If Noah's interpretation of existence was tied to name, and by extension true name, then Virgo's was woven into something else entirely, dreams. Noah took a moment to shift his thoughts, to imagine the world through her eyes, to see what could possibly lead her to such an understanding. He couldn't be certain, but he had an inkling. He glanced at Virgo, who was also looking back at him with that soft smile playing in her crimson eyes. Name, huh? You're such a fancy man, Mr. I Know Everything, she said dryly, and Noah smirked. And dreams? Seriously? How old are you even? You look like you could be my great-great ancestor. He teased. The room fell cold. Virgo was staring at him as though he'd committed some unforgivable cosmic blasphemy. Her red eyes no longer smiled. They didn't move. They didn't blink. They just stared like frozen coals behind a bloody mask. Then she smiled, slow and empty. Didn't you know it's extremely rude to ask a woman her age, she said sweetly, but the undertone was razor-sharp. She was genuinely upset, because Noah's words were true. And that's what made it cut, really? Noah lifted a brow. Lips curving upward. I thought that was just a thing from my tiny, backwards world. It's universal. No, multiversal, she corrected flatly. Oh? And who decided that? Everyone. Who's everyone? I don't remember voting on that, did I? It's a tacit agreement. One that all respectable people understand and respect, of course. Noah said with a shrug, earning himself a glare from her side of the room. He smiled wider, ready to dive deeper into his taunt when you have succeeded in answering 2 questions. You may now use the points you've earned. The mechanical voice cut through their banter like a blade through silk. Both of them straightened. The strange white clothes they still wore made them look like prisoners in an empty white void. But now the words of the mechanical voice were all they could think of. The points may be used to purchase anything and everything available within the store. They may also be exchanged for answers to any question. Now that got their attention, they had been wondering what the points were for. Now, they knew. Noah tilted his head slightly, strands of his untied hair falling like silver silk across his cheek, lending him a strangely mystical air despite the simplicity of his white robe. He parted his lips, his voice came calm and curious. What kind of questions can you answer? He half expected silence. Instead, anything. Noah paused. Even Virgo blinked, her red brows arching in visible disbelief. Anything, they both echoed at once, voices colored by suspicion. But the mechanical voice didn't elaborate, didn't reassure, didn't explain. Their frustration flared, swelling inside like an overfilled balloon. Noah hated this kind of situation. No control. That wasn't his nature. There was a reason he had become the bearer of providence. He needed control, he thrived in control, and while this game, this little interlude, was amusing, it was also beginning to itch beneath his skin. Still, his system wife had told him this was good for him, and when had Providence ever lied to him? Never. She made him who he was after all. She had his heart, his soul, his life. If she asked for it, so am I your favorite, my love? Don't do this to me, he thought, chuckling internally before turning toward Virgo with a dazzling, snake oil charlatan's grin he had never offered anyone else. Darling, you heard what the voice said, right? Virgo visibly shivered at the smile. Yes, she replied hesitantly, tempted to say no just to protect herself. How about we test the theory? Immediately, her expression darkened. She understood what he meant. No, she said flatly. Noah had expected that. He grinned wider. Why not? I don't want to waste my points, she snapped back. Who said it's a waste? He countered, stepping closer. That thing said it can answer any question. Don't tell me you have nothing you want to know, so what are you losing? You ask. You get your answer, he smiled again. It was disarming and confident. Virgo went quiet, there was logic in his words, and it annoyed her. Why don't you ask first? She said finally. You just want to use me as your test subject. Aren't you a damn genius, darling? How did you know? He thought, but swallowed the words, replacing them with his most trustworthy-looking expression. Who knows? Maybe there's a bonus for whoever asks the first question. Stop wasting time and just ask. You're not losing anything. Virgo stared at him, longer than he liked, then finally relented. Fine. She turned away from him, breathing deep. Her thoughts twisted and tangled, cycling endlessly before narrowing into a single, sharp question, not the most important, but one that mattered. Is my natural talent enough for me to surpass Law Creator rank? She asked. Noah tilted his head, quietly attentive. The mechanical voice responded immediately. It will cost 2 points. Proceed. Virgo nodded. Yes, you do not have the natural talent for it. Simple. Brutal. Final. Virgo didn't flinch. Not really, she had suspected as much. She knew how many years it took her just to reach the level she was at. She had never been someone blessed with divine talent. She had clawed her way up. Inch by inch. What did I expect? That I'd hear something different? It's because of that lack of talent that Lord Ruin chose me for this mission. Because in the grand scheme, I'm expendable. I'm replaceable. There's nothing unique about me. These thoughts weren't new, but this time, she didn't flinch from them. She looked them in the eye and accepted. Since the beginning, she had always been nothing. A stretch to say that. After all, reaching Law Creator was a miracle to most. But that's the thing, isn't it? Rare are the beings who are truly grateful for what they have. The more they possess, the more they desire. And the more they desire, the more they're willing to sacrifice anything to reach further. It's a vicious, gluttonous cycle. Virgo exhaled slowly, wistful, but not defeated. She wasn't done. Can I find a way to increase my talent here? She asked. She just wanted a yes or no. Yes, the mechanical voice replied. -2 points. She grinned and didn't care about the cost, her eyes gleaming with renewed purpose. She turned toward Noah, ready to gloat, only to find him staring at something else, at the void. As if he could see something she couldn't, she frowned. What are you looking at? Noah didn't respond. He was trying very, very hard not to let a devilish grin twist across his lips. Because what he was seeing, what he was now focused on, was the store. The one the mechanical voice had mentioned, and oh, sweet stars above, Noah couldn't suppress the grin anymore. You naughty little thing. He whispered. I didn't know you were like this. He laughed softly to himself. I think I will forgive you, he murmured finally, eyes locked on the store, on the toys he had just discovered. Virgo tilted her head. You, shut up, darling. Let me admire this cutie I'm about to use to make you cry. Virgo blinked. What? Chapter 349, A Kiss. Virgo looked at Noah as if he were a fool, and honestly, she couldn't be blamed, because Noah was indeed smiling and grinning like one, all while holding a pair of controllers. Yes. You heard that right, Noah had actually found, in a store, something called PS10. He was skeptical at first, wondering if this thing was truly the PlayStation he had always dreamed about back on Earth but never managed to obtain, simply because he was broke, and because he was more interested in saving money to buy a ring for a woman who would dump him on the very day he planned to propose. Thinking about it now, Noah wanted to laugh at his own stupidity. Stupidity that led him to now sit in a white oval room, wearing white patient clothes that reached his knees, with a stunning red-skinned girl beside him, her dress barely hiding her sinful curves, while holding a PlayStation controller no console on Earth had ever seen. Yes. If that's what he got by being stupid, he wouldn't mind being stupid all over again, but that was for later. For now, he was far more interested in something else entirely. He smiled faintly as he finally turned his head to look at Virgo. You want to play? He asked. He didn't hesitate for a second to use his time for this game. It looked childish, and it was. His inner child was acting up. Virgo tilted her head in confusion. Play what? She didn't quite understand any of this. She was as confused as a child walking into the adult world for the first time. Noah took his time explaining the mechanics of the PlayStation, and how they could play multiple games at once. Finding something she had never experienced, Virgo naturally became curious, wanting to try. Noah chose, in that case, a boxing game, assuming it would be easier for Virgo to understand this type of game, and indeed, she did. With her level of intelligence, she managed to grasp everything and even began to enjoy it. A little too much, she became confident, and even went as far as challenging her own master in this game. Do you dare to play against me? She taunted, eyes glinting with confidence. Are you truly challenging me? The one who taught you everything you know? Noah retorted, surprised by her audacity. Disciple surpassing master is a famous trope. She shrugged. Noah fell silent for a moment, then smiled devilishly. Fine. But I don't play without something at stake, darling. So what do you think about a wager? On what? She asked. Simple, really. We play, as you wanted, and whoever wins has the right to demand anything from the other. Anything. And there's no saying no. Noah's voice was calm, direct. Almost sincere. It sounded like a genuine suggestion to pass the time, especially since the mechanical voice had already told them they had more than enough time before the next question. Still, by now, Virgo had begun to understand Noah. She knew he wouldn't do anything without a specific reason behind it. What will you ask if I win? She asked. She didn't expect a real answer, only more of his teasing. But instead, I'll ask you to kiss me. She stiffened, her eyes widened as she looked at Noah, unable to form a response. Somehow, his directness left her utterly speechless. What? She stammered. Once again, she thanked the stars that her skin was red, otherwise she would have been blushing like a mad tomato. Noah simply leaned forward, his face an inch from hers. He didn't care if anyone was watching. He had long grown used to the affectionate, but still disturbing, gaze of the records watching him at every moment. He was immune now. I want to kiss you, he repeated, his voice a whisper like a primordial sin. You don't want that. Virgo bit her lip, trying to calm the storm of emotions raging inside her. She was feeling too much, too fast, and she didn't want to mess this up. But of course, answer me, Noah insisted, gently lifting her chin with one finger, locking her gaze onto his, a voice like temptation itself. A hand, soft but firm, holding her still as if demanding to be the only thing she ever looked at again. Her heart quivered without shame beneath all these stimuli. She wanted to pull away, but more than that, she didn't want to, so without thinking too much, I want to, she confessed. She wanted it, not because she loved Noah or anything. She simply found him dangerously appealing. A man of high stature. A man she couldn't resist, a man she wouldn't mind spending her life kissing and doing not-so-Catholic things with. Noah knew. But that was obviously not enough for him. Only those who love him will he allow to see him naked, to meet the dragon coiling between his legs. For now though, he'd be content with a kiss, so he smiled and focused back on his PlayStation. Virgo took a moment to gather herself, but eventually she did and found herself smiling while playing, seemingly, genuinely happy, and to top it all off, she was quite strong in the game, but she lost. How can I lose? I was winning, she said indignantly, turning to Noah, only to find him smiling mischievously. You cheated, she snarled. Did you see me cheat? No. But I know you did. That's not how it works, I'm afraid, darling. Noah chuckled. You can't accuse me of something without proof. Once again, Virgo was defeated, and the most irritating part of it all was, she wasn't truly angry about it. She was secretly looking forward to what Noah would do. And that made her despise herself for not being angry the way she was supposed to be. Her lips pressed into a thin, sharp line, only to part slightly as she felt a soft pair of lips press against hers. Her eyes widened in shock, only to flutter closed as bliss shivered through her body. Noah's kiss was like nectar. A forbidden nectar not meant to be tasted, but impossible to resist. Their tongues met playfully at first, not fully engaged. But temptation quickly took over. They began to swirl, twist, and exchange breath and saliva with no end, the wet slurping sounds echoing in the white oval room. It was supposed to be a simple kiss, but neither Noah nor Virgo seemed very eager to stop. So they continued. Their hands moved to touch each other's bodies sensually, Virgo holding tight his neck while Noah her waist, until a very familiar chime echoed inside Noah's head. Virgo's feelings for you have reached 40%. I missed this feeling. Chapter 350, Daring. She wanted more. The more they kissed, the more she drank Noah's saliva like a woman forbidden water for eons, the more she craved. She didn't simply want to dance with his tongue. She didn't simply want to grip his neck. And most of all, she didn't want him to only hold her waist, she wanted them alone. She wanted them naked. She wanted them to do what she had been craving since the moment she laid eyes on his well-defined abs. It was madness, this greed of hers. To want a man she was sent to kill. A man she barely knew. A man who had almost killed her. But maybe that's why I want him? Virginia thought as she kissed him deeper. The heart of a woman was a mystery. Even to a woman like Virginia, who had lived eons, witnessed the birth and death of civilizations and caused some civilizations to end, she was no weak woman, true. But before Noah, she found herself insufferably weak. And still, she did not want to give herself too easily. She had already gone far beyond what she should have with this kiss, so, with an effort equal to a mortal man bearing the world on frail shoulders, Virgo finally managed to break the kiss, separating her lips from Noah's divine lips. A trail of thick, shining saliva clung stubbornly between them. Unwilling to snap, Noah himself lingered on the kiss. It had been long since he had kissed, long since he had had sex. He missed it. But he would have enjoyed it more if it were with his wives. I miss them. I should go back to lay. I miss my wives too much. His thoughts were almost a cry of pain. He was starving for them: Anya, Nico, Esther, Justicia, Celine, Sophie, Yuki, and more, without forgetting his maids and his 2 children. He found it harder and harder to stay away from them. Traveling with his siblings and touring the universe was nice, but nothing compared to being home, surrounded by his wives, living without worry. Let's settle this quickly and go back. I still need the origin of fate, destiny, and causality for the body of providence. There were too many things to do, so we couldn't stay here too long. Especially not knowing how much time had truly passed. Sighing once, he turned back to Virgo, smiling faintly. Virgo intrigued him. A woman from another universe, holding the power of ruin. Without a doubt, she was the key. If he ever sought to go beyond his own universe, she needed to stay. He needed her to become as loyal, as obsessed, as any of his other women. And for that, Noah was already an expert. He had succeeded with goddesses, saintesses, queens, demonesses, dragons, and more. A red-skinned woman with unknown origin should not be any different. How was it? He asked, his voice still heavy with desire. Virgo managed a small, almost imperceptible smile. Who allowed you to kiss me? She asked, seemingly reproachful. But her eyes betrayed her. Shouldn't you be over the moon that I kissed you? Why should I be? Who are you? I'm afraid if I told you my name, you'd lose your mind. Your name? Noah Weaverheart, or your true name? She asked, curiosity glinting in her eyes. Noah only smiled, offering no reply. But silence itself was an answer, and Virgo's curiosity deepened. Tell me. What's your true name? I'll tell you mine in return. You say it like it's a fair trade. Noah chuckled. But it isn't, darling. Virgo frowned, about to reply, but the mechanical feminine voice of this unknown place cut her off. Accept yourself as you are, or strive to be better? What is the correct path? Instantly, both Noah and Virgo focused. They already understood the weight of these questions. Not only did they help you gain knowledge and understanding, but the points you earned were useful. Noah didn't know how advanced the system was, but he was willing to try. With sharpened minds and hearts, the two prepared to debate the answer. I think I'm already quite perfect, don't you think, darling? Virgo stared at him with an expression that screamed, what the fuck did this man just say? Then she sighed in weariness. Noah laughed at her expression. Late Church of the Absolute, main building. Why did you call me here, Solaris? Elizabeth asked as she opened the door of Solaris's office. Finding the woman drowning in a sea of documents filled with the petitions of common people, pleading for the church's help. As leader of all churches within lay, Solaris bore the responsibility of approving each request before it could be enacted. It was taxing, but hardly beyond her. She was mythic rank, after all. Yet looking at her now, one would think she was about to die. Elizabeth had never seen a mythic being with such heavy bags under their eyes, nor hair wild enough to be mistaken for a bird's nest. I only look this ruined when Noah pounds my pussy and ass. What's wrong with her? Elizabeth wondered. She sat across from Solaris and swept her hand, sending the towering stacks of papers into the air. Each document attached itself to a string of fate. Her blank white eyes glowed, flicking over them briefly, and the strings of fate turned green or red, deciding what would be accepted and what would not. When finished, the documents scattered into different directions of the world, sent directly to the branches of the church. Elizabeth crossed one leg over the other, leaned back in her chair, and fixed her blank eyes on Solaris. Why? She asked. The word was vague, but Solaris instinctively understood. Yet instead of answering as a subordinate, instead of showing her the respect due her master, her leader, what escaped Solaris's lips was a voice steeped in jealousy, exhaustion, and self-loathing. It must be nice to be the wife of the absolute, dear silver goddess, a tone dripping with sarcasm. Elizabeth immediately frowned. Gravity inside the room multiplied, crushing everything. Walls and furniture splintered, shredding into pieces as they were dragged down. What did you just say, Solaris? Solaris bit her lip. But she did not swallow her words. She was at her breaking point, her lowest, and she was tired of silence. She needed to let it out. She needed to purge the feelings that threatened to tear her apart, and so, I said it must be nice to be the wife of the absolute. What? Did I say something wrong? Solaris's voice was sharp, rebellious. But Elizabeth was not known to forgive. She smiled, but her eyes did not, and Solaris shuddered.